Councilmember Sawyer, can we do a quick mic check?
Sure. How's that?
Loud and clear, thank you.
Thank you.
Interpreter Charles, can we do a quick mic check?
Mic check.
Thank you, loud and clear. Pablo, I'm going to join the Spanish channel from my phone to confirm I can hear you from the Spanish channel. One moment, please. Thank you, Pablo. I heard you loud and clear.
All right, let's go ahead and start our regular city council meeting for this Tuesday. Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez? Vice Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Councilmember Alvarez, have you joined us?
Yes, I'm here, Stephanie.
Thank
Or
you.
City Clerk. Thank you.
Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Great, thank you so much. We'll be starting with our closed session items. It's 2.1, conference with labor negotiators. Let's see if there's any public comment on that item. And Dina, do we have anybody on Zoom looking to do public comment?
No, not at this time.
Great, then we'll start with Mr. DeWitt.
Wanted to make sure and advocate that the city of Santa Rosa continue to have a hard-headed fiscal oversight approach on its finances. This approach has been so tight-fisted when an expense such as an extra $300,000 comes up in the budget, the city has cracked down and said, no, we can't do that, such as our public television station, our senior center over in District 1. And I ask you to do the same thing in your negotiations for the wages, especially at the upper level. Currently, we've had a numerous year policy of heavily rewarding the city manager at the top and basically leaving the frontline workers at the bottom struggling to get by while our city hasn't had enough services that we need. So I would advocate for you today in these discussions that you make sure and keep a tight rein on your spending for the wages of many of these organizations you're dealing with. The public safety folks, they're well rewarded. The firefighters, the police, they're doing really well. It's our frontline workers, the people out there taking care of the city's streets, the city's parks, and the necessities, the amenities that we as the taxpayers expect to have in our society. We're not getting it. It's basically been something that for at least the 4 years since the fire, the city's been pleading poverty, and we're losing. We basically have given our parks over to the homeless community. Anybody can go in and start camping in a park and it's theirs. And we don't have the workers to take care and move them on. So I specifically would ask that you make sure and help the operating engineers Local 3, the maintenance and utility system operators, the mechanics, the Service Employees International Union local folks, and perhaps give them that raise that they so deserve. But I would ask for a wage freeze on everybody else until we get through this pandemic. We're 15 months into the city essentially having locked us out of City Hall, having a lockdown on the public really being involved. I'm standing here in an empty room about 50 feet away from you having to wear a mask. This whole thing is like tight times, and the Delta variant is coming up on COVID. Difficult times could lie ahead if we have a resurgence of this problem. So please, be tight-fisted in your negotiations with these different agencies, but help our frontline workers, especially the frontline women who do a lot of the work to help the public here at the City Hall. The people that need the help the most. Help them, and that helps us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. We'll go ahead and recess into closed session.
For those of you just joining the meeting, I'd like to remind you that we do have Spanish interpretation available. To join the Spanish channel, please click on the icon on your Zoom toolbar. It may look like a globe. We recommend that once you join the Spanish channel, you turn off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish feed. Interpreter Pablo, would you be able to repeat that in Spanish?
Of course. Bienvenidos a la reunión. Interpretación en vivo será disponible para esta reunión. Si desean escuchar en español, pueden hacer clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas que ahora aparece un globo terráqueo. Ya que se unan al canal de interpretación, les pedimos que apaguen su audio primario para que solo se escuche la interpretación claramente. Gracias.
For those council members who are participating by Zoom, could you please activate your camera? We cannot see if you are in the meeting. So by activating your camera, we know that you are in the meeting and we can establish a quorum. Thank you.
All right, Madam City Clerk, let's go ahead and resume our meeting. We'll move on to item 3.1. That's our interviews for our Housing Authority vacancies. Council, we have 4 vacancies that we'll be filling today. 2 are for tenant commissioners and 2 are for at-large. We'll be going through all of our interviews, starting here at 1:30 and finishing right around 3:30, and then we'll be making the appointment later in today's council meeting. So we'll go ahead and start with our first applicant, who will be joining us via Zoom. Do we have Magdalena on Zoom? Hi, Magdalena. How are you? Go ahead and make sure you unmute so that we can hear from you.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. So it is a little bit of a cattle call. Each interview is 5 minutes long, but I'm going to go ahead and kick it off.
Cada entrevista es de 5 minutos.
Can we hear our translator still? Do we need to move them to the Spanish channel?
Charles is interpreting on the Spanish channel, and Pablo, you on your rest period.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So Magdalena, we will start just by asking you to give an overview of your experience and why you're interested in being appointed to this position, and you're going for one of the at-large appointments, correct?
Say it again, to which appointment?
As an at-large member of the Housing Authority.
That's correct, though honestly, I have missed a job description. I read a lot on the website, as much as I could, but didn't really find a job description, but that's okay.
Well, go ahead. Why don't you go ahead and tell us why you're interested in this position and what your experience is that you think makes you unique or qualified for it?
Well, I moved here to Santa Rosa about 1.5 years ago. I have lived with my husband and family in the Bay Area for over 30 years. I have never worked in a city position. I ran a business as interior designer, and one of my 2 boys is on the I'm blanking, spectrum, on the autism spectrum. So ever since he was a young child, I have worked with many agencies in this capacity to help him thrive and grow. He's 30 years old now, so I'm still helping him along. But so we moved from the Bay Area to Santa Rosa. I'm semi-retired, sort of, and I wanted to do something for the community. I have seen that homelessness is a big problem in Santa Rosa, and I'm just curious how I can contribute to solving it, helping to solve it, if this role has this option. So that's more or less the gist of it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Council members, who wants to start with questions? Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first, I just want to thank you for your willingness to involve yourself in city governance, and I appreciate the thoroughness of your application. So I don't really have any questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Thank you, Magdalena. Have you ever attended a housing authority meeting? And if so, what were your thoughts?
No, total new to me.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions, council? I'm not seeing any hands pop up. Magdalena, we really appreciate you applying, and we all have your application and have read through it. And as I mentioned at the outset, we'll be making our determinations later in tonight's meeting.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Bye.
I believe our next applicant is coming down. How's it going? I appreciate your mask, although I know that Councilmember Schwedhelm and Councilmember Alvarez will not quite so much.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
well, welcome, Kevin.
How you doing?
We appreciate you not just being here, but being interested in the position, and it is a quick interview that we're doing. Council members have your application. We've all read through them, and we're just giving you a chance to address the council and seeing if anybody has any follow-up questions based on your application. And so if it works for you, we're doing about 5 minutes. And if you wanted to start just giving us a quick overview of who you are, why you're interested, and what might make you stand out as an applicant.
Okay, my name is Kevin Krager. My wife and I just moved here from Colorado Springs about 3 or 4 years ago, and she's a doctor here. She just became a neuropsychologist, and she had her internship here, and we had troubles when we first got here as far as being able to stay and afford the rent out here, and the city helped us out. And I've told my wife if the opportunity ever came up, I want to give back to the city, as for y'all have helped me out.
All right.
Right now I work at AAA Energy Systems, which is an HVAC company, And I love that company more than anything, but also I'm willing to devote my extra time to the city in any manner that I could help out.
All right, thank you. Council members, who wants to start with questions? Councilmember Sweathill?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kevin, for applying and going through this process. On your application, you talk about homelessness being one of our biggest challenges in the city. How do you see the city addressing homelessness, and what role would the Housing Authority, in your opinion, play with that?
Well, we could maybe organize a little differently as far as the homelessness, more programs for the homelessness, and to give them the opportunity that some say that they don't get, that they don't have the opportunity to get back to society and get back on track to having an actual life. And I would love to be a part of something like that to help out, you know, to reorganize or to make sure things go efficient.
All right, thank you. Other council member questions? Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious, you mentioned your ability to communicate with people. What do you believe gave you that skill?
My whole life, I've always been social. My wife's an introvert. She doesn't like to socialize very much, but me, on the other hand, I like to talk to people. I'm outgoing. I love to speak to people. And it's a part of my job as well when I'm meeting customers, going into their houses and their homes to make them feel comfortable that I'm there to do my job adequately and efficiently. I don't know, I'm a people person. I love to talk to people.
Thanks, Kevin.
Any other questions, council? And Kevin, have you had a chance to watch any of the, or attend any of the Housing Authority meetings?
No, sir.
Okay. But you are comfortable with the workload of the board? You wouldn't have any trouble working it in with your schedule?
No, sir, wouldn't have a problem.
Great. Thank you so much. Anything else from council? All right, we really appreciate you being here and taking the time. As I said at the outset, we'll be making our determinations later in the council meeting, and we'll definitely circle back with you and let you know as well. But just want to be just express our gratitude for your interest in serving the city, and we look forward to talking with you soon more.
Thank you much. You have a great day.
You too. All right, council, next up we have Wayne Downey. Dr. Downey, how are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you for this opportunity to have a conversation with you all.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for being interested in the position, and thank you so much for joining us today on Zoom. As I mentioned at the outset, it is a quick interview. Council members do have your application, and we will be asking you specific questions that we had from the application. But first, I want to give you just a chance to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about why you're interested in the position and what skills you think you can bring to help us at the Housing Authority.
Thank you again. My name is Dr. Wayne Downey. I possess a doctoral degree in educational leadership and program management. I also serve as a commissioner for the City of Santa Rosa Housing Authority. This has been a blessed privilege to participate in helping the city address its housing needs. What you're not seeing about me is that I happen to be a person who uses a wheelchair in addition to being a person of color. This experience has afforded me the optics that are not normally viewed when pursuing housing opportunities. So I have enjoyed utilizing my own experience trying to obtain housing since graduated from college, and really focusing on creating opportunities that are easier and more streamlined for people in similar and dissimilar situations. So this has been a fantastic opportunity, not to mention the fact that I roll around the city, and it's absolutely thrilling to see structures being built that I know that are going to go up for people who are of modest means, homeless, needing emergency housing, and so forth.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Downey. I'll see if there's questions from council members. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for your continued interest in this. So since you do have some experience on the Housing Authority, can you share with us what the most challenging part of that role is, and what is the proudest accomplishment you had during your time on the Housing Authority?
I think the most challenging has been trying to keep the NOFAs going out, trying to comply with the community development block grants and other governing agencies dictated by housing and urban development. I think the most challenging thing in the last 3 years has been, in addition to business as usual, pertaining to getting things built. Every year we have had some sort of catastrophe in Sonoma County, albeit fire or pandemic. So this has afforded me the opportunity to have to jump from one parameter to another parameter, in addition to interfacing with the San Francisco Office for Housing and Urban Development, the Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, and other agencies that have provided me information that is more germane to our housing needs in Santa Rosa, because not all jurisdictions possess the same housing needs. So I've been able to provide a voice to these governing agencies as to how to best help us in Santa Rosa. And that's been extremely exciting to have that opportunity. And then of course the challenge is trying to, how do you prioritize when everything needs to be full attention, number one. So there's been a lot of juggling between keeping things going, a lot of juggling as far as making sure that emergency services are streamlined, and a lot of juggling as far as conveying to federal agencies, this is the issues that we're experiencing in Santa Rosa, and these are the parameters that we need to have tailored to best serve our most challenged populations.
All right, well, thank you so much, Dr. Downey. We really appreciate your service and your interest in continuing to serve, and we'll be making our appointments later at today's meeting. So thank you so much for taking the time to be here to answer some questions for folks.
Okay, if that's it, thank you for your time.
Okay. Next, we'll move on to Thomas LaPena. Hello, Thomas. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Welcome. Just wanted to say thank you for being interested and for applying for this position. Council members have your application, and we just have a couple of questions for you. But wanted to give you a chance to kick it off here, just to talk a little bit about what your experience is and why you're interested in the position.
Well, it's the Housing Authority, and that hit me first off because I'm a retired building inspector and code enforcement official. I served 5 years on the board of directors of the State of Georgia Code Enforcement Association. And actually, what brings that to mind is when you say housing, to me, it means quality of life for people. And I had an occasion in my former job, we initiated a apartment inspection program because the county that we lived in didn't do it, and the municipality wanted the apartments inspected because they hadn't been inspected since they received their certificates of occupancy. It's almost like what just happened in Florida. The first building of apartments we inspected was like 35 years old and had 308 units, and we came away with 1,200 violations, and we didn't go into the apartments. We just walked the common areas, and there was a lot of things going on. So that affects people very, very much, and I thought I could bring another perspective to the housing authority, something not only people need to live and get off the streets, but they have to live in housing that's quality to maintain a quality of life.
All right, thank you so much for your answer. Council members, any questions? Go to John.
Well, Thomas, you know, your application speaks for itself, and your experience speaks for itself as well. So, and it's unusual that we have someone with your background applying. So, just thank you for your willingness to apply, and I think you bring a unique perspective to this body. If the decision is to bring you on board, so thank you for your application. I think it's great to have your expertise as a possibility on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, one thing that brought me to applying for this position is I went through the recent CPE Academy right before COVID hit. And after I did the academy, I knew I wanted to join the VIPs to help, to give back. And I rode along with Nick Vercelli before he became a canine officer. And what struck me was out of the 10 calls that he had that day, 8 of them were homeless related. And it just hit me that we've got to do something to get these people off the streets and help people. But then my background from code enforcement comes in, and one of the slogans is quality of life for people. And I just thought with my background, I'd be a different fit. And I sort of think outside the box, and I'm an ex-New Yorker, so you can't tell me something can't be done. There's always a way to make it work. And I worked in community development in this city, and we were contracted. I was not an employee of the city. But yet they gave me this, quote, velvet glove award one year because my city manager used to say, you get people to do things and you give them a citation and then they say thank you. And I said, well, I've always been lucky that way. People saw it. Maybe it's because I'm so small, they don't want to hit me, they just want to talk to me. But there's a way of dealing with people, and I feel really care about people who don't have a good place to live.
Well, we certainly appreciate your interest in the position, and thank you for being here today to talk with us. As I mentioned, we'll be making our appointment later in today's meeting, and looking forward to that discussion amongst council members, and just really grateful that you'd be interested in helping to serve your city.
Well, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Natalie.
We'll go on to LaDonna Moore, who is joining us via Zoom.
Mayor, it does not look like Ms. Moore has joined us via Zoom yet.
Okay. We'll go ahead and give that a minute and see if LaDonna joins us. There's a There's a Patrick Moore that's on here. Perhaps that's LaDonna from a shared computer.
Hi, do you see me now?
Yes, is that you, LaDonna?
It's me. Yes, it's a shared computer. Thank you.
LaDonna, let me promote you to panelist so we can have your camera on. One moment, please.
There we go. LaDonna, how are you? You're on mute, so make sure you unmute because we've got a couple of questions for you.
I'm here.
So council members have your application. We're very grateful for your interest in serving the city and participating in the Housing Authority. Before I give them a chance to ask some questions, do you want to just give us a quick overview of who you are and why you're interested in the position?
Well, I would say that I'm really interested now that I've recently retired to take some of my time and energy and help the city. So I've been looking around at where can I fit in. I used to manage a civil engineering company. I understand about plans, but quite frankly, listening to Thomas, the gentleman before me, he's got the experience. I'd vote for him. But yes, I definitely have the drive. I want to help this city now that I've got the time. And I'm just looking for the slot in which I can best help. So housing seems something I at least had a knowledge of and an interest in. So that's why I applied.
We appreciate you applying, and we always love when it's congenial between folks who are going for the same position. So let me go ahead and see if the council members have any questions for you. I'll start with John.
Thank you, Mayor. LaDonna, thank you for applying for this position. And regardless of the prior applicant who had some unique talents to bring to this body, can you give us a little insight into what you might bring that's unique as well?
Well, I grew up my father was a contractor. I grew up in that world. So I had a husband who's passed who was in architecture. So housing is something I seem to understand and really enjoy. In terms of reading the mission for this council, I understand that what the focus is on, and I agree that we need to find housing for everyone. We've got to find a way to support this. Well, I was reading the county's 5-year plan, and a key piece here is housing. How do we get affordable housing so that it interlinks with all the other steps the city's trying to make? So I think I was in education for 37 years, definitely an international baccalaureate coach. So I'm an out-of-the-box thinker. I can find solutions that sometimes people don't look at, and ready to give my time.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor?
Hi, thank you so much for being here today. So I just wanted to throw out the comment and let you know that I wish you the best of luck with this, but I wanted to also let you know that some of us still have some board positions that we need to get filled. So,
great.
And I'm one of them. So definitely reach out if this doesn't work out. I'm sure we can find a place. Okay.
So just go to the city council and look and see what other openings there are.
Yes.
I can do
find that information at srcity.org/boards.
Okay, I will check that out.
All right, thank you so much, LaDonna. We really appreciate you being here and applying. We'll definitely be making our appointments later today, and then we'll perhaps a council member or two, if you were not selected for this position, will also be reaching out as well.
That'd be great.
We'll go on to Philip Olson. Madam Clerk, I don't see, is Philip on Zoom?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Olson did notify us that he is traveling and he may have challenges connecting via Zoom. whether it be with the camera on or via telephone, but he was interested in continuing his service on the Housing Authority. But I do not see his name or a hand being raised under his time slot.
Okay, we'll give it another minute here and just see if he can find a way to pop on. All right, I'm not seeing Philip. He must not be able to join us while he's traveling. Do we have Frank here? Not yet? All right. Well, we're a couple minutes ahead of schedule, so we'll go ahead and wait and see if Frank joins us as well.
You want to speak very, very close to the microphone, okay?
Hi there, you Frank?
My name is Frank Panza, P-A-N-Z-A. Thank you.
How are you doing, Frank? So
excuse me?
So we're doing quick interviews here. So all of the council members have our applications in front of us that were submitted. And so I was just, if you have a couple of minutes, we are going to ask you a few questions that council members have about your experience and why you want to be on the Housing Authority.
I'm sorry, but I'm not understanding a word you're saying.
Okay.
I have my hearing aids on. I can hear you perfectly, but I can't make out the words.
All right, let's try without a mask. Is that a little easier?
That's a lot better, thank you.
Okay, welcome. Council members have a few questions for you about your application. And just if you would start by telling us who you are and why you're interested in the position.
Okay. As I said, I'm Frank Panza. I'm a retired lawyer. I practiced in a corporate environment for 30 years and in the Internal Revenue Service and Treasury Department as a trial lawyer for 10 years. I'm here because I owe this community the benefit of what I can provide in looking at complicated issues. I've always been concerned about housing, especially for the homeless. But since I've retired, I really haven't been active other than in speaking out and writing stuff, writing things like that. But at this point, I have a duty, I believe I have a duty to do what I can to make things better for the people in Santa Rosa. I'm not interested in politics. I was involved in politics in my 30s in New Jersey, and I wasn't able to get on boards then because the elected officials were in a different party and had been for 30-something years. But I am interested in working on substantive issues. I've been reading about what the Housing Authority does. I see a lot of it is dealing with governmental issues, which I believe I'm fairly competent to do. I mean, in looking at the Internal Revenue Code for 40 years, I'm used to dealing with completely incomprehensible directions and regulations. So I think I could do that effectively for the Housing Authority. I think that's really all I have to say. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Absolutely, and we're very grateful that you are interested in participating. Councilmember Sweathelm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Frank, for applying for this position. And I noticed your answer to the top 3 issues facing the city, very comprehensive, very detailed. How do you see any potential work with the Housing Authority would be able to address some of the issues that you surfaced?
I noticed that there are a lot of facilities here that provide money for housing. I think I can work effectively with those other facilities in addition to the Section 8 stuff, which is, I'm not sure how long the waiting lists are or how many facilities there are in town. I looked at the list of facilities, but I don't know how, practical it is to get into each of them. I can do that kind of stuff. I can write. I wrote for 40 years. That's what I did as a living. I think I can communicate effectively, and that's how I believe I could help the Housing Authority. I didn't see a lot about homelessness on the site for the Housing Authority. I saw a lot about rent subsidization. I would be more interested in working on homelessness issues as well, especially if that's something the authority does. I'm a lawyer. I'm used to dealing with complicated stuff. I'm used to dealing in adversarial situations and recognize that the best thing to do in an adversarial situation is cool things down. Believe it or not, as a trial lawyer for the Internal Revenue Service, I had to cool things down because I had 40 cases on my docket, and I only could try two of them on a calendar. So I had to deal with 38 of them some other way. That's about all I have to say about that.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much, Frank. We will be making our appointment later at tonight's council meeting, and we'll circle back with you after that. Just really grateful that you'd be interested in serving your city, and we'll be talking with you soon.
Thank you very much. One thing I would mention, I've lived here for almost 40 years, but only 3 in the city because we lost our house in the county in the 2017 fires. So I haven't been a resident of the city for 90% of the time that I've lived here. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. In council, our next person, Cynthia, has canceled and will not be joining us. So we'll take 5 minutes here, and then we'll come back with our following one with Kevin. the time. We're doing quick 5-minute interviews, and then council will be making our determinations later at today's meeting. We all have your application, and so we'll be asking you a couple of specific questions about it if you get a chance. But first and foremost, I just want to open it up and have you introduce yourself, talk a little bit about your experience and why you would be a good fit for this position.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Kevin Tellez Ramos. I am new to the Santa Rosa area, so I do not consider myself a local quite yet, but I've been living here about 2.5 years, and I am currently a master's student at the University of San Francisco. So I would really like to see how the city puts into practice this inclusionary housing policy and how we seek affordable housing to develop.
All right, thank you. Council members, questions? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin, for applying for this. Very impressive list of volunteer work that you are doing. Have you ever attended a housing authority meeting, and how would that time commitment, if you were selected, fit in with your other going to school and these other volunteer opportunities?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I have thought about how that time commitment might fit for me, and it does seem to fit well. On Thursdays in the afternoon, I have availability. I have not attended a housing authority meeting specifically in the city of Santa Rosa at all, or in my hometown of Southern California, in my hometown city. I have not attended a specific housing authority meeting, but I have made a public comment once. And so I probably would have to get acquainted with the process of being on the board. But I do have the availability and the time commitment that I'm willing to make. Thank you.
So the time that you made public comment, what was the issue that you felt so strongly about?
Yes, of course. There was a development being proposed for, I believe it was an affordable housing project that was being directed towards veterans. And it was a large development, many units. I wanted to specifically make a comment in approval, although there were many folks there that wanted to make a comment to deny that. For my specific comments, I wanted to have more availability of mental health resources for the community, which I think would be very helpful for the crime rate, which I think was very steadily unchanged.
All right, council, other questions? Councilmember Sawyer or Alvarez?
No, thank you, Mayor. The application was very complete, and I appreciate it.
All right. So we, as I mentioned, we'll be making our decision later today. Just very grateful for your interest in serving the city, and we'll be circling back with you after tonight's meeting.
I appreciate your time. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you so much. Hi there, are you Tara?
Hello.
Hi there.
My name's Tara Montoya. I've been a job developer working with Department of Rehabilitation for 16 years. And due to COVID last year, of course, that kind of ended everything. Also, I'm an academic tutor, computer repair, marketing, and I'm also a disabled person. So I know how important it is to be able to feel safe in your house and to have a good landlord. And I'm very fortunate. I've been living in my place on Sonoma Highway for almost 14 years. And I have a great landlord, and it makes all the difference. I really like working with people with disabilities because, you know, just getting a job is hard enough, but then to have to find an employer that will accommodate them, that's another challenge. So it's been an interesting work. I think with my background and my education, I think I'd be a great, I've done work in the county only through like employment type of services. So, but I love Santa Rosa, and I've been here about 35 years. Grew up in Napa, and always seem to come back here. This is where my home is.
We're very grateful that you applied. We love seeing folks who are interested in serving their community, particularly people who have experience, good and bad experience that they can bring to the table. So thank you for that perspective. Council members, do we have any questions? Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for applying. I'm curious, given your experience as a Section 8 voucher recipient and a disabled person and a businesswoman, what would you say was the most challenging piece of getting aid from the body in which you sought it?
Well, being on the waiting list for 6 years was extremely difficult. And I was working and I was disabled and really shouldn't have been working. And so I spent many years just going through kind of a cycle of trying to work and then becoming disabled again. And so that process, I think, needs some changing in some way. I don't know how to do it. I know there's a lot of people that are really wanting this and everything, but that is a long time to wait, honestly.
Yeah. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Thank you. Could you just share a little bit of information as to why you're choosing this opportunity now? What has come? You've been a resident for quite a while. I'm just interested in hearing why you're taking advantage of this opportunity now.
Well, actually, it was my Section 8 person, Jody, that was the one that recommended it to me because of my background, and she felt that, and I thought, you know, I've always wanted to get involved in government. It just I've had a lot of other challenges to deal with in my life. And so now I'm at an age and I have the time because I don't really know about my employment or my being a vendor with the state anymore, given how things are going right now. So I think it would be really interesting to get into the middle of it and then see what kind of insights I might bring that might be different and new.
Great, thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And the 5 minutes goes quick, I know.
I know.
We'll be.
I'm a job developer, so 5 minutes is a great time to have an interview, right?
Well, we do have the application and appreciate your responses on that as well. And as you've heard, we'll be making our appointment later tonight, so feel free to tune in. Otherwise, we'll circle back with you as well tomorrow or in the next couple of days. Okay. But thank you so much for your interest and for being here and for bringing your perspective.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, our next individual is Earlian.
Mayor Rogers, Ms. Navarro is not on the Zoom meeting yet, but we do have Ms. Rawhauser on the Zoom, who is the next candidate.
Okay, let's go ahead and jump. We'll jump and then come back if we see Ms. Navarro.
Ms. Rawhauser, I just promoted you to panelist. Once you get to the panelist side, please turn on your camera. And unmute your mic.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now?
We can. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing very well.
Well, thank you so much for your interest in the position and for taking the time to join us today. It goes really quick, as I'm sure you've seen, 5 minutes. And council members have your application and have a couple of follow-up questions for you if it works. But first, I wanted to turn it over to you, give you a chance to introduce yourself and to tell us why you stick out or why you think you'd be good at the position.
Okay, well, I'm a Sonoma County girl. I lived in Santa Rosa proper for most of my life. I went to Spring Creek Elementary as a cheerleader at Herbert Slater. I graduated from Santa Rosa Junior College. And then in 2017, I finally went back to the university and graduated from Sonoma State. So that pretty much rounds it. I opened up the Santa Rosa Plaza and managed Regis hairstylist for 5 years. And then I was working independently as a stylist after that. I've lived the experience of being homeless as I owned a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house at the Journey's End. And as we all know, what happened to the Journey's End during the Tubbs fire. And I was unfortunately had one of the houses that was left standing. So I was caught in the limbo of my insurance company claiming that I did not lose my home due to a wildfire, but due to a government action. Therefore, they had no responsibility to reimburse me for the loss of my home. And so I'm also disabled. I'm a 4-time cancer survivor, and I'm living with compromised kidney issues. And so I had my golden ticket. My home was paid for. I had just graduated from the university with no student debt. I had no credit card debt. I was ready to start my second chapter in life. And the fire just happened and threw me into that huge trauma of what do I do? Where do I go? You know, who's here for me? And so working with Kendall Jarvis and Tucci, I was able to just rebuild my life again. And so without their help, I wouldn't be as doing as well as I am today. And so with Tucci, what I did was I got involved with them and we created a little community group for the Journey's End. And that was to give them, you know, 1 day a week where we could meet as a community, share a lunch, and we planned different activities. I got different guest speakers to come in to talk about issues that were pertinent to the Journey's End residents. And we got a grant, so we did a couple of parties and a few field trips just to kind of, you know, give us a sense of community again and unity. And I believe that really helped a lot of people. And then with legal aid, Kendall we did a class action suit against Foremost, which we finally did get restitution for that. So I was grateful for that. And Kendall's the one who, because I had lived at the Journey's End for 30 years, I was on rent control. So I had my golden ticket. My rent was frozen in perpetuity. I owned my home. I could afford to live on my disability. And I was set. And I was, you know, feeling I could branch off and do my second chapter in life by using my degree that I just received in sociology. And so what I found during my journey, the most traumatic part was I had a house. So I wasn't houseless. I was homeless. I moved a total of 13 times before I actually was able to find a little bungalow on Sonoma Avenue. And so I stayed between friends, family, and hotels for the first few months after the fire. And it was just really traumatic just going through all the listings and seeing basically people's garden sheds for rent for $1,200. And so I went from a highly affordable life to an unaffordable life. And what I found that the most traumatic part was the sense of hopelessness. And when you lose your hope, that's when you begin a downward spiral and you just don't see how anything can be better. So I think that finding a way to integrate hope into the existence of homelessness would greatly benefit the people who are dealing with the situation.
I'm so sorry that you've gone through that, but I appreciate your willingness to share your perspective with us and to use it for good within our community. Council members, do we have any questions? All right, the 5 minutes goes quick. We really appreciate you being here, and we'll be making the selection later in this council meeting tonight.
I did have one other comment, if I may.
Absolutely.
When I was going around looking for places to live before I got rehoused, and I had my Section 8 housing voucher, I was very upset because I had an excellent credit rating, and I would walk into places and the first thing I'd be told is we've met our quota. And when I was in business, to me, a quota was a minimum and a goal was something you strove to achieve. And so I feel that there needs to be a better establishment of shutting people down by saying we've met our quota when I don't know if they honestly had met their quota. And I think that's an important issue that as we open up with all these new apartments coming in, that the quota for the Section 8 housing members is more transparent.
Okay, I appreciate that. Well, thank you so much for being here today and for lending your experience. We'll be making the appointment and then we'll circle back with you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We're going to go back. We're going to see, do we have Arlena? I'm not seeing her on Zoom.
No, Mayor, it does not look like she has joined us via Zoom.
Okay. Do we already have Shoshana here? Not yet. Okay, we'll take, or how about Lewis? All right, we'll take a quick break and we'll see if we get applicants in. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. Julie, how are we looking up there? Anybody materialize yet? Okay. We'll keep waiting. Yeah.
Mayor, I do see the 250 interview for the at-large tenant commissioner on the line.
All right, let's go ahead and promote Constance and see if Constance is able to go a little bit early. Constance Kenny, that's the 250 interview. Hey, Constance. Let's go ahead and get you to unmute, but it's good to be able to see you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Oh, perfect.
Are you good to do your interview a few minutes early here?
Absolutely.
Great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, and thank you for your interest in this position. Before I turn it over to other council members, do you want to just give a quick introduction, who you are and why you're interested in the position or why you think you'd be good at it?
Absolutely. My name is Constance Kenny. I'm 57, mother of 3. Coming from a position of being homeless myself back in 2012 due to domestic violence, I was homeless with my son. And in 2013, I was blessed to be able to go into Catholic Charities, to where I've learned a lot firsthand of the homeless situation and the needs to be met. From Catholic Charities, I was blessed also with getting a voucher from the city of Santa Rosa, along with Burbank Housing, to where that's where we are now. I'm great talking with people, and because of my experiences firsthand, I think I would be valuable, very valuable to your board.
All right. Well, thank you so much for bringing that perspective. And thank you for your application. It's very, very happy to see it. All council members have had a chance to read through it. Let's see if there are any questions about it. Councilmember Sweathelm.
Good afternoon, Constance. Thank you again for applying for this position. On your application, you talked about improvements on the structure of the wait list as to shorten the time in which applicants have to wait for affordable housing. Could you share with us some of your thoughts on how we might achieve that?
Well, I was thinking that if there could be a possibility of, I don't know if there's just one wait list or different types of wait lists for different types of housing needs, that might help. And then possibility of if there was different outlets of steps in which you're going to get your housing help in the interim. Possibility of rental assistance, because I had to work 2 jobs in order to pay my rent as a single mom. You know, and my age, it was kind of hard. But just steps in order to help people on their road to getting help with the wait list.
Great, thank you.
All right. Other questions from council members? I'll just ask you, Constance, have you been following the work that the Housing Authority has been doing? And do you feel comfortable being able to plug in and pick up where other commissioners have left off?
I have not been following, but I do intend to. And I do have the time. I do have Mondays and Tuesdays off and any evenings. So I am going to study up on it and follow it. And I would really love to be on board. I think I would be a great help.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We really are grateful for the application. Council members will be discussing later in the meeting the appointments. I see down you're going for one of the at-large tenant commissioner positions. So there'll be 2 folks pulled from that bucket. And we'll circle back with you shortly thereafter.
Oh, I appreciate your time.
No, thank you so much. You take care, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you, folks.
Come on up. Are you Lewis? Oh, go ahead. Let's use the microphone over here. Well, first and foremost, welcome. Thank you for taking the time to be here today. So, Lewis Brown, we are doing quick 5-minute interviews. All council members have your application in front of them, both my 2 colleagues to my right, as well as our colleagues that are participating via Zoom. So if it works for you, I'm just going to ask you to start off by introducing yourself, talk a little bit about your experience and why you want the position, and then we'll go on to some council member comments or questions about your application.
All right, will do. My name is Lewis Brown, and I'm coming at this from a number of different angles. The first angle is as a single parent of a disabled child, I've had the experience of dealing with Section 8 housing in both Sonoma County and Santa Rosa. So I understand the issues from the angle of a person who's receiving the benefits or the detriments of being on a Section 8 voucher. The other angle I'm coming at this from is the angle of an attorney. Despite being on Section 8 for so long, I was able to get through law school, was able just within the last couple of years to pass the bar, and one of my major interests is affordable housing and development in communities such as this. So I would like to be able to take both my experience and my education and put that to work to benefit my community.
All right, well, thank you so much for bringing those perspectives. Council members, who wants to start with some questions? Go ahead, Council Member Swindle.
Thank you. Thank you, Lewis, for this application. In reading your application, your top 3 issues, you go into some great detail. And I'm wondering how you see the intersection of what you put there as the top 3 issues facing Santa Rosa and your role should you get on to the Housing Authority. Where would those intersect?
Well, if you could refresh my memory, what were the top 3 issues that I put down?
Well, so you say at this point, my information is limited, but off the cuff, I would say the first is affordability driven by the enormous hurdles to even the most benign development proposals. And then you go on from there.
Right. Well, it is difficult. I mean, there's a lot of push me, pull yous in terms of coming up with solutions for these significant problems. On the one hand, you can have a piece of property, say, for instance, that's city-owned, and the city may want to put a development there that would help to alleviate these problems. But you're immediately going to get pushback from the community around that development. So ways of making this not just appear to be, but actually be a win-win for the various stakeholders in the community are essential. And that means bringing all sorts of different people to the table, all sorts of different perspectives, and finding compromise.
So just with that, on the same point, because you mentioned specifically NIMBY backlash. So how would the Housing Authority fight some of the NIMBY backlash?
Well, that's a difficult one, isn't it? There's really only 2 ways of going about it that I can think of right now off the cuff. Number 1 would be to show that there's some benefit to the people in that community that they're not recognizing. If you could sell them on the benefit, then you can sell them on the proposal. And the other one, I don't recall whether it was one of the council members or one of our supervisors, simply put out there that you've sometimes got to be willing to stake your own political career on what is right. You know, sometimes you have to do the things that are right for your community, even if there is a powerful subsection of that community that doesn't like it.
Okay, thank you.
My other question for you, too, was just about your general interest in other boards as well at here serving Santa Rosa. Are there other boards that you've looked at or applied for before that also interest you?
I haven't really looked at any others recently. So, I mean, if there's any way that I can serve my community, I would love to be able to serve my community. So if there's something that intersects with my interests, my education, my knowledge, and I can have a positive impact, I'd be more than happy to devote my time and energies to that.
Great. Thank you so much. That is our 5 minutes here. We really appreciate your application and are grateful of your interest to serve your community in any way that you can. We'll be making our appointments later tonight in our open session for our council meeting, and then we'll be circling back with you to talk in the next couple of days if that works.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Next up, we have Shoshana.
Hello.
Shoshana, welcome in. We really appreciate you being here with us today. We're doing quick interviews. All of the council members have your application in front of them and have had a chance to read through it. So if it works, I'm going to ask you to just introduce yourself a little bit, talk a little bit around why you're interested in this position and why you think you'd be good at it. And then I'm going to open it up for questions from council members on your application.
Okay, I'm Shoshana Burney, and I've been on HUD for quite a long time, probably almost 20 years. on and off, actually. This last time was only the last 6 years. And it's helped me out so much. I just wanted to be part of helping others that don't, like the process was a lot for me at first, and not understanding some of the things that, like what you needed to do, the paperwork to follow through, and that the county and the city are two different, things, that entities that kind of got me stuck up for years, and then one opened up right away. And just, I don't know, I'd like to serve my community. I don't have as much to say as he did, but I don't have much experience on boards like this, but I would like to put input if people ask me what I think about certain things.
No, absolutely. We're really grateful for you to take the time and be interested. And so we do want to talk to you a little bit about what you bring to the table. And so I'm going to open up to council members for additional questions and comments. Councilmember Sawyer, I see you've unmuted.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Shoshana, you mentioned that you have been through the process, and I'm curious, in your experience, if there was one thing you could change in that process that you have been through a number of times, what would that be?
The waiting. I mean, really, the waiting period of not knowing, like no contact with anybody. It's just you're hanging for quite a long time, and also to let landlords know that, I was thinking during COVID, they're the only ones that were getting paid. The people that had HUD, it's a guaranteed rent, but they might want to somehow fish out the bad apples better too, because some people give bad names to people. Like, I'm disabled. I've been disabled for a long time, but I'm very respectful of where I live. So I don't know, just weeding out people that take the time from us, from people that need a home. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Sweatell? No questions? All right. Have you had a chance to review the workload that the committee has had before it over the last year?
You know what? I asked for anything and I didn't receive anything. They just said, bring yourself and don't worry about it. I never got emails or anything just till the other day.
Okay. But do you feel confident you can just jump in and help out? And
If that's what is needed, then yes. Absolutely. I'm all for it. I'm also interested. I don't know if this is the place for it, but I'm wondering what's going on with community hospital up there on the hill, and what can be used for that. That just drives me kind of crazy, thinking, why isn't that being used besides the earthquake stuff? So that's just some of the stuff I wanted to ask and bring forward to the homeless situation too.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate you being here today. That 5 minutes goes really quick, I know. But as I said, council members also have your application. So we'll be making the appointment later tonight, and we'll be circling back. I just really wanted to thank you again for your time and your interest.
Yeah. Is there something that I should have been able to read about the workload or something? Because I wasn't told that.
Oh, no, just because this is a consistent board and commission. I was just curious if you've kept up on what the agenda has been that they've had in their open meetings, or it's been infrequent because of the pandemic.
Right.
So I was just curious.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Nope, absolutely. Thank you for coming in. I see Greg's here, ready. Go ahead, come on up to the microphone there.
Just make sure you speak very close to it.
Okay. Hello.
How you doing, Greg?
Good.
So I know you've been through this before, so we're doing quick 5-minute interviews. All of the council members, whether up here at the dais or via Zoom, have your application in front of them. And so I'm just going to have you first introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your experience and why you'd like to serve on the position. And then I'm going to open it up to council members to ask questions about your application.
Okay. My name is Greg Jan. I'm a long-term city resident. I moved here in '67. I've been chair of the Mental Health Board, and I was elected to Pioneer Olivet School Board. I've helped build a school called Jack London. I've been on the Democratic Club and the Sonoma County Democratic Central Committee. I helped design the Mental Health Services Act. I try to be busy. I'm an author. This September, I'm publishing my 5th book on political commentary and mental health destigma. I have a light schedule so I can perform these duties. I'm an own voice presenter at NAMI, Sonoma County. I also have my own health business license here at Santa Rosa City. I own a health trademark, mental health trademark filed by an attorney that protects my property that is new and unique in mental health services. I don't make much money from my own little independent company, but I try to do it. I have a family of siblings, 2 brothers and 3 sisters. My parents passed away 2011 and 2016. My mother was a long-term district attorney employee of Santa Rosa, Sonoma County, and my father was a national minister who spent time in Santa Rosa First Presbyterian Church. So I went to schools, Sonoma State, Santa Rosa Junior College, Montgomery, all the way from kindergarten, and I went to Chico State, graduating from everybody. So any other questions?
Lots of hats that you bring to the position, so we appreciate that. I'm going to open it up for council members and see if they have any questions about your application. Seeing none from the dais. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Greg, for applying for this position. You show a great wealth of volunteerism in your application. How do you immediately apply your specific volunteerism with housing?
I live in housing. I live in the Rosenberg. I have a real estate license, sales license that expired in the 90s. I have an interest. You know, I don't know how. I chair of the mental health board, worked with mentally ill adults. I worked at Community Support Network, which was in providing housing. I worked as a union rep, working for line staff that provided housing, Section 8 housing certificates. My life has been intertwined with mentally ill, disabled adults. I also, housing, in the twilights of life, I worked in Summerfield Nursing Facility, not worked, but volunteered in the men's club. 10 years visiting men, coming from housing in that issue of when they lose housing and go to a nursing home. Volunteering is just in my blood, and I perform service, and I'm on disability now. It's not much likely that I can make money because I lose a lot if I try to make money. I was recently accepted into a master's program at Grand Canyon University. It was called Mental Health and Wellness with an emphasis in community mental health administration. And if I were to pursue a job in that field, I'm not sure I would try to get a master's. It's just something to consider. But I would lose so much in health, housing, and Social Security benefits that it might not be worth it to pursue a job. But my volunteer spirit is to help. And my father was a minister, and my mother did good work as a district attorney secretary. So it's all blending together.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. We really appreciate you taking the time to come in. Council members will be making our determinations later at tonight's meeting, and we're grateful for you for coming in, for your bringing your experience and being interested in the position. But we'll talk with you soon.
Is it televised in Windsor? My sister's in town. We're staying at a condo watching movies and things like that. Is it televised in Windsor?
Yep, it's you can access the link at srcity.org or on YouTube or on Facebook.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, you take care.
And I will be informed by email or so?
Yes, we'll also reach out to you.
Thank you.
Do we have Adam here yet? Not yet. I'm looking on Zoom. Tisha and Scott are not on yet. So we'll take a quick break and we'll see if we can get one of our applicants. Hi there, are you Adam? Excellent. Step up to the microphone.
How you doing, sir?
Very, very nice to meet you. So we're doing quick 5-minute interviews. Council members have your application in front of them. And so if it works for you, what I'll have you do is first give a quick overview of who you are, what skills you bring to the position and why you're interested. And then I'm going to open it up for my colleagues to ask you questions about your application if that works for you.
Okay.
All right.
Who I am, my name's Adam Larson. Let's see, not really prepared for this, but I served in the National Guard. Looking forward to maybe re-enlisting soon. What else can I say? I've been on housing for some time, over 15 years, I believe. And I live in a place called Del Nido Apartments. I don't know if you guys have heard of them or not, but it's a pretty difficult place to live for somebody that, I've been getting cyberbullied a lot by my neighbor, and it's no fun. You know, I got to tell you, like, it makes life a lot more difficult to get things accomplished. And so I'm going through that and have little car troubles right now, but I'm kind of a shade tree mechanic, so I'm getting through that. But I'm persistent. I have a good head on my shoulders, so I think I do good in this job. I believe in God. I think that's the most important thing in my life right now. It always has been, actually. And what else can I say? Just thank you for this opportunity, you know?
No, thank you for being here. We're certainly very grateful that you're interested in serving your community and bringing your perspective to it. So I'm going to open it up for council members to see if they have any questions for you. We'll start with Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Adam, for coming here today, have a little chat with us. I noticed on your application you talked about people on housing who are taken advantage of, and you also know people who take advantage of the program. So if you were to be selected for this position on the Housing Authority, how would you use that information in a role on the Housing Authority Board?
Let's see. So I know people that have been taken advantage of on housing. Let me reflect on that for a second. I wasn't really prepared for that question. Can you go ahead and read that to me one more time?
So you just made comment on your application that you know people on housing who are taken advantage of. So that's one end of the spectrum. And they also commented that you know how people take advantage of the program. And so what I'm interested, since you have this information, how would you apply what you know if you were selected to be on the Housing Authority Board? How would you use that information to change that?
I can't really remember why I even said that, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
I don't.
Fair enough.
I'd have to reflect on that for a while, to get that answer. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all good. Are there other questions from council members? All right. Well, we are very grateful for you to come in. Thank you so much for being interested. We'll be making our selections later tonight in our open meeting.
Oh, you will? Okay.
Yep. And so we'll circle back with you, but you're also welcome, obviously, to sit in or to watch that meeting since it's all done out in public.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, council. I'm looking, it looks like we've got Tisha, and I apologize, Tisha, if I'm mutilating your name. Go ahead and introduce yourself to us here when you join our Zoom.
Hi, Tisha. Please unmute your camera and your mic, and we are ready for you.
Oh, I got it. All right. Here I am.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, hi. Yeah, got lost. All right.
Well, very nice to meet you. So
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
We're
Well,
doing.
Okay. Well, I thought I would try to help make housing more affordable to people because I'm in lower income housing myself, and maybe make the conditions better for people that complain that they're not living in the best of conditions for in their area or housing. And I've been on Section 8 for a long time, so I'm familiar with lower income housing and some of the problems that people have with that. And that's about it for now. I forgot what I put in my application.
Well,
been a while.
Council members will have some questions for you about it. I'll start off. I just wanted to ask some of the things that you mentioned. Where would you start for making quality of life better for folks who are living in the housing?
I try to make it so that maybe it's more affordable if I could, and make the conditions better by making repairs, things, try to get them to fix things that need to be fixed and make sure that they have a suitable place to live in for those people that don't have a suitable place to live in, and pretty much take it from there.
Okay. Council members? Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious, you've been in the, and worked with the city and its housing authority. How has your experience been with them and your ability to attain housing?
I've had pretty good luck, but I know of people that haven't had a very good experience with housing. That's why I thought I'd try to get involved with that and help out people like that more.
Well, thank you for that dedication.
Yeah,
Appreciate your willingness to apply.
Yeah, thanks.
Councilmember Alvarez, any questions?
Can't see that long.
If I had a question for you, Tisha, and I do appreciate you applying for this and really wanting to help the city of Santa Rosa, especially with your experiences. For what advice do you have for us as the council members in how to really assist our Section 8 members of the community? What can you tell me that I could really help our fellow members?
Well,
Any recommendations?
I would recommend, if I could, that they pay less than what they're paying, because some people don't get that much on disability or whatever it is they're getting a month, and they really need a break on their rent, a lot of them, especially since they can't work.
So some type of financial assistance or something of that type is what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that.
Sure.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming in virtually, joining us via Zoom. As you heard me mention, we'll be making our decision later tonight in our council meeting, so feel free to drop in on that Zoom as well. And then we'll be circling back with folks to let them know who was appointed and then the next steps for those individuals in the next couple of days.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Council, I don't see Scott on the Zoom, but I do see David. So let's go ahead and promote David, and we'll go to that interview next. That's our 310 interview. I apologize. I do see that Scott just jumped on, so we'll do David, and then we'll come back for your interview, Scott, if that works for folks. David, how are you?
I'm good. This is my service dog, Chiquita. She just wanted to say hi. I'm going to let her go.
Adorable.
Thank you.
Well, first and foremost, thank you for being interested in the position and for joining us here today. I know it's not easy in the middle of the day. We do have quick 5-minute interviews, so council members have your application in front of them. And we'll start first by asking you to introduce yourself and why you're interested in the position. And then I'm going to open it up to my colleagues to see if they have any questions about your application before we deliberate later tonight.
Wonderful. Well, I am a transsexual Black Jew. I've lived in Sonoma County for almost all of my life. I was born in Pasadena. I am disabled and on SSI, and I'm also on housing. And I have a service dog because I'm on housing. I've been housed for the last 5 years of my life. Before that, I was homeless.
So I'll start off and I'll just ask, what was the biggest barrier moving from homelessness into housing, and how can we make that easier for folks through the Housing Authority?
Well, one of the biggest challenges is the way that the biggest challenge was finding a place to live, first of all. Not the second go round, but the first time it was really difficult. And I would also like to say that because I was living on the streets for so long and I wasn't able to get certain things, I did have a little list of things, if that was okay to go through with y'all, some things that might be helpful.
Absolutely, that'd be great.
Okay, well, my first point would be about mental health. I myself have severe post-traumatic stress syndrome, and I have psychogenic seizures, which I'm not convulsive, but I have seizure disorder. So I have to keep my stress level down, but I'm also able to function very well. So disabled people as well as disabled vets need some help with mental health services. We need some better help with our facilities that handle mental health issues for people who are on the streets. And a part of that point is that, in my opinion, because I haven't necessarily researched this so much, but I would consider about 80% of people who are homeless or vets have major mental health issues. It's hard for people to go and live in a place when those issues aren't addressed. So my second point would be that after there is more help for folks like that, there could be mental health professionals in their lives that help assist with drug intervention, proper medications, and mental health issues for people. That way, that when people are housed who do have certain disabilities, it's easier for them to be better standing community members because they'll have a home, they'll be mentally stable to be able to live in a place. Some people have a hard time living in a place. So that also makes it so a lot more people living in housing or who would like to do that will also be able to take proper meds. And a lot of folks would stop doing drugs and alcohol and live stably. I myself live on SSI, so I know a lot about that. I have 19 years clean and sober from drugs and alcohol. And also, in conclusion, I'd like to talk about the fact that not only I would love it if y'all did find it in your heart to accept me to be able to help with housing, because there's other things I have to offer, like early childhood education. I am a retired teacher since I'm on SSI, and I would love to see a low income stimulus thing in some form for folks here in our county who have it really difficult and just need that assistance, that are very low income, targeting one group of people, which is the lowest income, because what y'all have done for me is more than I could give. I couldn't give you enough gratitude to thank you for the opportunity here, the opportunity to be housed and to have my service dog, and for my family to know that I'm housed and that I'm able to be doing well. I have a psychiatrist and a psychologist, and I am mentally stable and I'm housed. So I'd like to stop talking because I don't know if I overdid it. I apologize if I did.
No, it's wonderful, and we really appreciate talking with applicants who have a perspective that they'd like to bring and who have thought through the issues that they'd like to work on. That 5 minutes does go quick, and so we are at the end of the time, and I apologize, but we do have the rest of your application for council members to make decisions on. And I just wanted to thank you so much for being willing to put yourself out for this position and for being interested in serving your community. And we're just grateful for all of the applicants and for you for coming forward and asking to be able to help and to serve. So we'll make our appointments later tonight, and then we'll circle back.
Okay, and as we say in Hebrew, shalom. So shalom.
All right, take care, David. And council, we'll go on to our next interview with Scott.
Okay, there's no picture.
There we go. So Scott, can you hear us? It looks like we've got video, but we don't have audio for you at the moment.
Okay, what about now?
There we go.
Okay, like I said, my grandson is helping me with this. I'm not really good with Zoom or anything like that. So,
What's your grandson's name?
Devontae.
How's it going, Devontae? Well, thank you so much, Scott. We really appreciate you taking the time, and Devontae for helping out as well. We're doing 5-minute interviews. Council members have your application in front of them. And if it works for you, I'm going to have you introduce yourself, the perspective and the experience you'd bring to the board, and then turn it over to council members for additional questions about your application.
Okay. Briefly, my name is Scott McWhorter. Okay, you got to slow down. I just got back in the house and I'm rushing. So I'm a disabled veteran. I've been on disability. I got through HUD-VASH back in 2010. That's how I got on Section 8. I got it through a HUD-VASH program. I was one of the first people that got Section 8 through that. I'm a graduate of Sonoma State. I got a philosophy degree. I'm working toward getting a master's degree at Sonoma State. I raised my grandkids. I've actually got custody of my grandkids. I have 2 grandkids who live with me. That's Devontae and Maya. My perspective of what I think I would bring to the board, I'm still taken back with the last applicant. I listened to everything she had to say, and that kind of struck me here. So I'm thinking more about what she said. But my perspective is more so, again, I'm a veteran. I'm a disabled veteran. And I had the unique opportunity of having one landlord for over a 10-year period who we became friends. So I got to see Section 8 from not only my perspective, but from her perspective as well, and how she viewed tenants and how she viewed people. It's not like I really search out people that are on Section 8 or anything like that, but I did have an opportunity to run across people in Section 8, and I got to hear what their experiences are. And what I believe I bring to the board is twofold. One is I have the ability, or just let's say I have the opportunity to learn from a landlord's perspective of what they think of Section 8 and how they perceive Section 8. And then on the other hand, I got this side that I'm on, a person that's on Section 8 and how I view Section 8. And I also have the perspective from somebody else and what their views are. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate the perspective. Let's see if council members have any questions about your application. Councilmember Swedhelm?
Thank you, Scott, for your service and for applying for this position. On your application, you talked about accountability of landlords, which is a unique perspective. Can you tell me what you think the role of the Housing Authority could be with the accountability of landlords?
Okay, I'm treading lightly here on how I say this. I'm preface what I'm saying is not to say that landlords don't do their job or Section 8 doesn't do their job. But what I witness is that whenever there's an issue, and there's an issue between a landlord and there's a tenant, Section 8, in their infinite wisdom, sometimes 90% of the time, they will side with the landlord over what a tenant is saying. And I think that creates a one-sided kind of relationship where the power dynamic is more that the landlord has more control and more say, where a landlord can literally do whatever they want and a Section 8 tenant doesn't feel like they have a voice or they have a power or they have any way of opportunity to get these issues addressed.
Great, thank you.
Other questions, council members? So I'll just follow up on Councilmember Sweathelm's comment a little bit. Have you been able to track the agenda for the Housing Authority, and have you seen the different workload that they have, and would that meet with your schedule and your time that's available?
You mean as far as the meetings? This is not the first time I was asked to become a part of this, but last time that I heard, it was on Mondays, was 1 o'clock. It was once a month, something like that. I don't know if they changed it since then, but I know I was going through school during that period, so I didn't really want to take up any more responsibilities other than the ones I have. Now I'm more open because it's more, the master's program is a little bit different than it is just going to, like a regular Sonoma State or regular college. So I'm more open with my time.
Okay, that's great. And I apologize, the 5 minutes goes quick, but we appreciate you taking the time to be here. As you heard me mention earlier, we will be making our decision later tonight in the council meeting. There's 2 tenant positions that we'll be considering, and we'll circle back with you after the council deliberates, and we'll talk next steps. Outside of that, I just want to express our gratitude for your willingness to serve, and looking forward to continuing to talk to you in the future about these issues.
Okay, if I might say just in closing, I just appreciate you taking the time talking to me. Like I said, I was rushing to get the grandkids some needs. When I got back here, my thoughts, I haven't had a chance to really sit down. So it might seem like my thoughts might be a little bit, homeward nerving. I am nervous talking this way. I feel I'm more of a face-to-face type of person than I am a Zoom person. I'm totally uncomfortable with Zoom. So I apologize if I seem a bit nervous. That's all I wanted to say.
Don't apologize, Scott. You did well.
Okay. I just say that.
Many of us are definitely not Zoom people, so we completely get it. Just again, thank you for taking the time, and thank you to Devontae for helping out as well. And we'll talk soon.
All right, thank you.
All right, so council, next we have William.
William, please turn your camera on and unmute your microphone.
I believe I have audio.
Okay, we've got audio. So William, I appreciate you coming on and taking the time to talk with council members. There we go.
Oh, hi. Well.
Good to see you.
Having some kind of technical difficulties, but I'm sure that's not a hurricane of a concept for anybody of a certain age, but I'm glad to be here and see what's happening.
I think we're all understanding the struggles of Zoom over the last year and a half. So we're glad that you could join us, and we appreciate that you're able to turn on the microphone and talk with us for a couple of minutes here. So we do have about 5 minutes. If I could get you, first we'll have you tell us a little bit about yourself, why you're interested in the position, and then I'm going to open it up for questions from my colleagues on your application.
Absolutely. I'm just having a little problem with the audio, with the volume level for some reason.
Well, we can hear you just fine.
Oh, that's much better. I see. Okay. I'm going through a phone rather than a tablet, and that's kind of strange.
Yep, it's all good.
So it's great to be here. I have been kind of following along with some of the other folks, and I think most of the issues at hand are pretty much addressed pretty well. Basically, I think the main things holding up the show, really, me personally, from my experience being on Section 8, in my experience, I waited 7 years to get in, and I've seen people, many people don't have that much time on the clock, and there's a lot of people that are hurting out there. I'd like to see that moved up. I realize there's the bureaucracy involved with a certain amount of allocated, allocations of however many, and there is a bit of a stigma with the rental, with the renting around the county. There's a sort of a stigma attached with accepting Section 8 applicants, because I think there's maybe an unfair assessment that they believe that they're getting kind of the dregs of society. A lot of these people are marginalized. A lot of these people, are just picking themselves up by the bootstraps. They're just trying to scratch and survive, And I think the machinations, the way this thing is operating, it's not really serving people, because we see a lot of people going by the wayside. If you're waiting years and years, something's got to happen. I don't know if it has to do with the federal government. I don't know if it's at a local level, city, county, whatever, state. I know all the agencies work together, but I think, that's definitely a thing, is the time thing. And not only that, getting a lot of the rent, getting a lot of these landlords to get on board. I don't know what it's going to take. I know you can't, expect your agency to become some kind of advertising, agency, or going out soliciting, available space for people. But I see people who are approved, and they're just having a whale of a time just trying to find anything where they're just even accepting it, and then they're ending up having to move, away from the area to different counties, different, So those are the biggest things, other than the waiting part, which is well worth it, if you're in the social economic strata of a lot of us who are, old, disabled, unlimited fixed income, it's a real blessing, to receive this. And it's something you want to hold on to and maintain and preserve and protect. But I'd like to see the process of it, maybe the available units somehow. I don't know how to get their landlords on board with this. There's a stigma that somehow, I don't know, it's following a lot of people. And I talk to people all the time. It's not just typical financial fiduciary issues like, oh, well, I've been homeless and I have bad credit or something. I'm talking about people with normal credit and, right. And and people from all walks of life. I live in a senior building here, and we have all kinds of people. And one thing we do have in common is this is for low income people, and we've come from all walks of life and all professions and all levels of education, and we've all seen greener pastures, and we're all in the same boat. We want to survive. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be helpful with one another, and we want to keep positive things coming in, and we want to perpetuate this for more people going forward, mostly because we see a lot of pain out on the street. There's a lot of trouble out there, and you can't put the onus on the police. It's more of a social issue. It's something that everybody has to work on at the street sidewalk level. It's not the police, it's not their issue. It's not the fire department. It's not all the public safety people. It's not the agencies. It's certainly not the housing. They do what they can. They're tireless workers, and all the ones I've ran across are all dedicated to their job, and they are compassionate people, and that's what's most important. That's how we have to go forward, I think, was with compassion. But we have to find some solutions to get these people in a building somewhere, and not in the creek, and not on the side of the freeway. It's just, it's a public safety issue. There's liability issues with property owners when these people are camping and stuff. I'm a bike rider. I don't like what's happening with Joe Rodota or any of the various trails, the Prince Greenway. I see it every day. This is a tragedy. There's trash everywhere. It's an ecological disaster. You know, these people, yeah, and it's subhumanizing. We got to get these people, in a building, and I think after that, I think they will. I think the majority of them will want to elevate themselves further.
Well,
once they can take a shower.
Well, thank you so much, William. That 5 minutes does go pretty quick. I do just want to express the council's gratitude for your interest in serving in this position. We'll be making our determination later tonight, and then we'll circle back with you shortly thereafter.
Thank you for your time, and keep up the good work.
Absolutely. You take care. We have one last applicant. Let's see if we have Michael here.
Michael, if you are on the Zoom under a different name, please raise your hand via Zoom.
Okay, we'll hang out for a minute and see if Michael joins us. Looks like we do have one.
I'm unmuted now, I guess. I apologize.
Is this Michael?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Let's get you.
I don't see the video, though. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, let's get you promoted so that you can turn on your video.
All right, Michael, I just promoted you to panelist, so your video should be able to be enabled now.
Hello, I'm here.
All right. I'm not seeing there we go.
Hello.
It's a bit dark, but we can there we go. All right, thank you so much, Michael, for taking the time. We're doing quick 5-minute interviews here. Every council member has your application in front of us. And so if it works, I'm gonna ask you just introduce yourself, talk a little bit about why you think you'd be good at the position, and then I'm gonna open it up for my colleagues to ask some questions specifically about your application if they have any.
Okay. My name is Michael Whitaker. I do have a master's degree, and I moved here in 2010 with all full of vigor to take on the world and help my daughter, who was over here having trouble. Long story short, 2010 happened. And thank God for Herlita and HUD Vash, because within 6 months, I was completely going to be on the streets. First time in my life. And thank God Herlita and them worked with me and got me through HUD Vash and got us going, because I had 2 children. And my daughter just graduated Berkeley with honors and has her own life and her own job now. And I've let her know that without that help, that wouldn't have happened. That would have been the end of it for us. I was circling the drain, and I was doing everything I could. Every bit of savings, everything I could. There's nothing working. And so this program is huge for everybody out here. And, I just think there's a lot of things that we can improve upon, especially with the new, solar stuff going on. I don't know why we can't have something like that involved with some of the housing that we set up for people. But if you have other questions, I hope that answered a lot.
Yeah, no, really appreciate it. Council members, I'm going to open it up, see if you've got questions about Michael's application. Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Michael. Your application was very, comprehensive, and I don't have any questions.
I really appreciate it. Like I said, I couldn't be here, and my daughter wouldn't have graduated Berkeley without you guys.
Sounds like a success story to me.
It really was. I still have trouble, and so does my daughter, believing that she actually made it, through all of that. When we were in a hotel room before I got the place that Herlita helped me get into for 2 months. So it was like, yeah, I understand what these people are going through.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you again, really very much.
And Michael, have you watched the Housing Authority before, either in person before the pandemic or via Zoom?
I have looked in before, and I've applied before over different years, but at certain times I was really busy raising a daughter again by myself. But now that she's on her own, there's so much free time in my life now, and things are getting better and better in my life every day, even through this pandemic. So thank God for, like I said, if I wouldn't have had this housing, I'd be in the same trouble a lot of Californians are in right now, waiting to be evicted. And, I'm just so thankful. And I know there's a lot of things we can do. I've done little things myself. I bought some solar things myself off Amazon, and I'm off the grid most of the time because I don't want to have to pay the electric bill. I don't have the extra money. So I know there's certain things we can do that can make it cheaper for people. And again, I heard the gentleman at the end, I didn't mean to get in on there, but I was trying to make sure I was on. And I heard him talking about, it gives them dignity. I see people, I live on College Avenue. I see people all day long shuffling down the road with totally lost. I don't know what to do. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. I just know there's got to be more solutions.
Yeah. Well, we certainly are grateful for your application. We're grateful that you're interested in serving on the board, and it's wonderful to hear your perspective and to hear success stories from folks who have received the help that they needed to and are interested in paying it forward here in the city.
100%.
All right.
I really thank you guys enough. So.
No, thank you so much, and we'll make our determinations later tonight, and we'll circle back with you shortly thereafter.
All right, sounds great. You guys have a great day, and gals too. I apologize. Everyone, thank you very much.
All right, you take care, Michael.
You too.
All right, council members, and with that was our last applicant. We'll go ahead and go to public comment on item 3.1. Madam Zoom host, I'm not seeing any raised hands for the Zoom public comment. We'll go to our live in-person public comment. Looks like Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. This is an excellent opportunity, especially after hearing the interviewees, to make a clean sweep on the Housing Authority. This would be a good time to essentially clean house on the Housing Authority. And I say this because I've been following it for over 25 years. And most recently, one of the most honest people I have ever met in any type of service to community, but especially here in Santa Rosa, was pushed off of the Housing Authority after he became chairman, and he advocated for the Housing Authority to follow the rules and to do as it should according to the Brown Act, which then hadn't been suspended because of COVID. So you've got some incumbents that want to be reappointed. I believe you should pick new people, and it should be from these interviewees you've done today. Decades ago, Santa Rosa talked about how it was going to begin a process of having new faces in our boards and commissions and city government, and it didn't follow up on it. The Community Action Team was formed 25 years ago with that idea. It's never really taken any effect yet. You could begin the process today. You could appoint people of color. You could appoint people of different gender approaches. You've had interviewees here today who've talked about their diversity. You can show the community that you actually are going to talk and walk your talk about true inclusion and helping the disadvantaged. At the Housing Authority, it's still essentially run by the guy who was the former director of it while he was a city employee. He's the highest paid retiree in the city, currently sitting on a board. It shouldn't be that way. As a matter of fact, some people think the problems we have with our housing in this community started because of that same person. So that person's been involved in this Housing Authority activity for close to 40 years, and we haven't solved the problems that have been right in front of our face this entire time. Over 25 years ago, the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group was formed to talk about how these issues could be addressed. So today, you have that opportunity to actually walk your talk and appoint all new people to the Housing Authority, and then have those people interact with you, have frequent discussions about how you're going to implement those ideals that you tell the community you believe in, because we're not seeing it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Madam City Clerk, did we have any pre-recorded voicemails on this item?
We had no pre-recorded voice messages on this item.
Okay. With that, we'll end item 3.1, and we will recess until 4 o'clock for the remainder of our meeting.
Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you clearly hear the Spanish translation. Charles, would you be able to repeat that, please, in Spanish?
Para los recién llegados a la reunión, la interpretación en español está disponible y las personas quienes deseen escuchar en español pueden pasar al canal de español. Para cambiar de canal, haga clic en el icono de interpretación ubicado en la barra de herramientas de Zoom para ese globo terráqueo. Ya que se una al canal de español, recomendamos que apaguen el audio principal para poder escuchar la interpretación claramente.
Thank you, Charles.
All right, Madam City Clerk, I recognize a quorum of the council. We'll go ahead and resume our meeting. Would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts.
Right. So council, just a quick reminder on some of our housekeeping. Today is a hybrid meeting. That means that we'll have council members both available at the dais as well as on Zoom. Council members on Zoom, just remember that if you turn off your camera, you disappear from the meeting. We need to make sure that we have a quorum, so all three of you should determine who is going to stay on at all times, if not all of you. We also are asking that council members stay on mute unless they are speaking at today's meeting. And of course, we'll have public comment that's available on every item, both in person as well as via Zoom. Madam City Clerk, I heard you make the announcement about joining on the Spanish channel for folks who need translation. Can you also remind the public how they might participate in today's meeting during public comment moments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. After each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The mayor will first take public comment from those participating via Zoom, then move on to members of the public participating in person. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, he will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on a specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. If you wish to provide public comment and are attending the meeting in person, please sign up to speak on an item with the administrator at the top of the room. This process is in lieu of speaker cards in order to reduce touch points due to COVID-19. The administrator will ask your name, what item you wish to speak on, and for a one-sentence summary of your statement for the record. The mayor will then call on those in person who have signed up to speak on an item. Once all live public comments in Zoom and in person have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters at items 13 and 17. This is a time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Throughout today's agenda, when the mayor calls for public comment, an interpreter will be prepared to assist anyone needing interpretation. Those using interpreter support will be afforded additional time for your public comment as required by the Brown Act. We ask that those listening on the Spanish channel but wishing to make a public comment to turn off the interpretation channel entirely at the time you hear your name called so you can join the main channel to make your public comment. So your public comment is heard and translated into English. This icon may now look like a circle with an ES in the middle and the word Spanish underneath. You can then rejoin the Spanish channel at the conclusion of your comment to continue listening to the meeting in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go on to item number 6. That's our report out from our closed session. Madam City Attorney, do you have a report?
Yes, I do. The council met in special session this morning and heard 3 closed session items. First was a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation concerning Public Utilities Commission of the State of California proceedings related to Pacific Gas and Electric Utility. Council met, discussed, and gave direction to legal counsel. 2.2, this is again on the special, in the special meeting, was also a conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, and it concerned the case of Bay City's paving and grading versus City of Santa Rosa. And again, the council met, discussed, and gave direction to legal counsel. 2.3 was a conference with the real property negotiator concerning renegotiation of leases and license agreements at a number of different properties. The council again met, discussed, and gave direction to the real property negotiator. The council then in the regular session beginning at noon met in closed session with the labor negotiators and again met, discussed, and gave direction to the labor negotiators. And thank you.
Thank you so much. We have no proclamations tonight, so we'll move on to item number 8, our staff briefings. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, we have no COVID briefing for this evening. I think that's good news. Things are going as planned.
That is good to hear. We'll move on then to City Manager and City Attorney reports. Sue, do you want to start?
Sure. I just wanted to give a very quick brief update to let you know that as you may have seen in the paper, the governor did sign yesterday, sign into law AB 832, passed by the legislature and signed all in one day. And it extends the state's moratorium on evictions until September 30th, 2021. Again, that's will prohibit evictions for failure to pay rent due to financial hardships caused by COVID-19. The state moratorium does still allow for evictions for other causes, for at-fault cause or no-fault cause. But again, moratorium extended till September 30th, 2021. That also extended the time in which a landlord could begin proceedings in small claims. That also got extended through the end of September. And I'm sorry, that one extended it actually through the small claims courts can begin actions on November 1st, so that extended a little bit further. And then equally significant, the bill doubled the state's rental relief fund, and it made that fund available for 100% of a low-income tenant's past due rent back to April 2020 so as long as the fund has monies in it. So 100% of your past due rent, and also 100% of a low-income tenant's past due utilities, also back to April 2020. The bill also includes some landlord assistance. And I will note that the governor's office also noted that of the $1.4 billion available, only $73 million thus far has been paid out of $722 million in applications. So the governor and the state have made a real commitment to streamline that process and ensure that that money does get out to low-income tenants to assist them. So good news on that front. And I have nothing else to report.
All right, Council, do we have any questions for the City Attorney on her report? Okay, Mr. City Manager.
Just briefly, Mayor and Council, I'd like to share a bit of good news about one of our employees, Jennifer Miles, one of our senior buyers at our purchasing department, was just certified by the NIGP, which is a national procurement program, as one of the first 551 people in the universe to obtain an NIGP-CPP certification. So congratulations to Jennifer, and on continuing our tradition of great procurement and purchasing services in the city.
Well, congratulations are echoed by the council for Jennifer. Really well done, and obviously a great addition added to the team as well. Councilor, are there any questions for the city manager? Okay, we'll go to public comment on the city manager and city attorney reports. I'm not seeing any in the chamber, nor am I seeing any hands pop up for live public comment on Zoom. Madam City Clerk, do we have any pre-recorded voicemails?
We did not.
Great. We'll go ahead and move on then. Sorry, 1 second. We'll go on to our statements of abstention by council members. Is there anybody who has to abstain from an item tonight? Looks like we're good to keep moving. We'll move on to mayors and council members' reports. Who wants to start? It looks like we have no reports for tonight's meeting. Let's go on to item 11.2. That's our board, commission, and committee appointment process. Earlier today, the council met and did interviews for applicants for our housing authority. We have 4 openings. 2 are at-large positions. 1 is a tenant commissioner position, and 1 is a senior tenant commissioner position that council needs to consider. Typically, we do a process of elimination for applicants, but with, I think we had 22 that we had. I think instead what we'll do is we'll open it up for nominations and see if we can reach consensus that way. So let's go and start with our at-large positions. Is there anybody who'd like to make an initial motion? Councilmember Sweathelm?
And again, we're going to do these one at a time.
We'll do them one at a time and see if we have consensus.
So I'd make a motion to appoint Wayne Downey as one of the at-large commissioners.
Second.
So we have one motion for Dr. Downey made by Councilmember Sweathelm and seconded by Councilmember Sawyer. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Councilmember Fleming absent and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Okay, we'll see if we have a second motion for an at-large member. Councilmember Sweathelm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Make a motion to appoint Thomas LaPena to the Housing Commission as an at-large appointee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Councilmember Fleming absent and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Great, thank you so much. So the council has chosen Dr. Downey and Mr. LaPena as our 2 new or existing members on the Housing Authority as at-large members. And I'll now entertain a motion for the senior representative position.
I'd move Ms. Moore.
I'm looking, Councilmember.
LaDonna Moore.
Oh, so
did I get in the wrong category?
yes. So Ms. Moore was an at-large applicant.
So I would move Yvonne Rauhauser.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second for that nomination?
I'll second, Mayor.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? We'll go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
No.
Okay, that motion passes with 4 ayes. Vice Mayor Rogers voting no, and Council Members Fleming and Tibbetts absent.
That was myself voting no, not the vice mayor.
I'm sorry, Mayor Rogers voting no.
So congratulations, Yvonne. You are our representative for the senior category. Let's move on now to our at-large tenant commissioner appointment. We have one position on this, and I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to nominate Scott McWhorter to be a tenant commissioner on the Housing Authority.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Schwedhelm, seconded by Councilmember Sawyer. Any discussion? Okay, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Councilmember Fleming and Tibbetts absent.
Excellent. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank all of the applicants for being interested in serving the city. We did have a lot of good choices to choose between. It does sound like the council was able to coalesce around some of the same individuals, and so I definitely appreciate that. And we're looking forward to the continued service and the new service for our appointees. Madam City Attorney and Mr. City Manager will reach out to the rest of the applicants in the next couple of days. Great.
Correct.
Let's go ahead and we have to take public comment on this item. That's yes.
Yes.
Because we took
I know
public comment
we took public
previously.
comment after the interviews,
Yes.
but yes, take public comment again.
Okay. We'll open it up for item 11.2. I'm not seeing any movement in the chambers. I see no hands that have popped up via Zoom. Let's go ahead and see if we have any voicemail public comments.
We received no voice message public comments on item 11.2.
All right, we'll go on to approval of the minutes. We have item 12.1. These are the minutes from our May 4th and 5th special meeting. Were there any amendments or additions to the minutes? Okay, I'm seeing shaking heads. Let's go ahead and go to public comment and see if there's any corrections that the public wish to provide. Again, I'm seeing no movement for live public comments, either in the chamber or via Zoom. And did we have any voicemails submitted?
No, we had no voice message public comments on item 12.1.
Okay, then without objection, we'll show those minutes adopted as presented. Move on to our consent calendar. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, we have 9 items on the consent calendar this afternoon, beginning with item 13.1, a motion to accept a contingency action for the Pacific Avenue reconstruction, Humboldt Street to Montecito Avenue. Item 13.2, a motion accepting the 2020 General Plan Annual Review Report. Item 13.3, a resolution authorizing submittal of a grant application to the State of California Department of Parks and Recreation, Office of Grants and Local Services, per capita grant program for the revitalization of the playground area at South Davis Neighborhood Park. Item 13.4, a resolution for approval of an amendment and change order number 3 to the Communications System and Services Agreement with Motorola Solutions Incorporated to increase compensation by $2,755,731.11 for a total not to exceed $8,104,319.80 for 9 years of maintenance and software system upgrades. Item 13.5, a resolution for approval of the Fifth Amendment to the General Services Agreement number F001776 with Patricia Enterprises, Inc., DBA Advanced Security Systems. Item 13.6, a resolution to approve the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement number F002259 with Best and Krieger, Limited Liability Partnership for Real Estate Legal Services. Item 13.7, a resolution approving the Second Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement number F002008 with Gooden, McBride, Squarey, and Day Legal Liability Partnership for legal representation in proceedings before the California Public Utilities Commission. Item 13.8, a resolution approving the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement number F002270 with Geary, Shea, O'Donnell, Grattan, and Mitchell, PC, for legal representation. And finally, item 13.9, a resolution approving the First Amendment to Legal Services Agreement with Myers-Nave for legal representation.
Council, do we have any questions? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I had a question on item 13.1. And Mr. Coleman, my question is about the cost increase and specifically about the pavement section thickness, the increase, and at this point in the project, how that comes up now versus when it first came. I just want to understand the process.
Sure. I'd like to ask Lisa Welsh, our Associate Civil Engineer, who is managing this project, to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Lisa, you have been promoted. Can you please unmute your camera or microphone?
Yes, sorry, I had some issues. Can you repeat?
Sure. So my question was, we're anticipating an increase of $300,000 for the thickness of the roadway to, for longer life. And in the staff report, it says design oversight. I'm just interested in the process about how at this point in the project, this comes to our attention and increase additional funding.
I appreciate that. Thank you. There was a design oversight late in the game, and the design phase, it happened around the 90% mark, and it resulted in us not knowing that it happened until after the project was out for construction bids and after the bids were open.
So in light of some of our earlier discussions today, is this a city staff oversight or was this a contractor oversight?
It was a change made by city staff.
Okay.
That was, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Madam City Attorney, just as a point of clarification, there's a number of items on here that are legal representation. Each of those are specialists that are helping the city in specific ways, correct?
That is correct. And to clarify in particular, because I noticed it wasn't in the title, the agreement with Gary Shea O'Donnell is for a particular litigation that is going on that requires particular expertise. And likewise, 13.9, the agreement with Myers-Nave, also concerns a particular litigation matter that also requires specialized expertise.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions from council? All right, let's go ahead and go to public comment on our consent calendar. Start with Gregory Fearon.
Good afternoon. My name is Gregory Farron. On 13.2, it's a great staff report. I appreciate it. I hope a lot more people get to read it. The thing that's really disappointing, and it's been disappointing for years, and this is no surprise to any of you, is how poorly we have done in building housing in general, but especially housing for those in the extremely low and very low income levels. We seem to have done pretty well in the moderates. The marketplace and your housing authority have done a good job of trying to get people who are, I won't say wealthy, but at least they've got some money in their pockets. For those on the lower end of the scale, we're really bad. I mean, we have not done very well, and I'm trying to inspire all of us to do a better job, because that's clearly where we're deficient. And so I'm hoping you guys will use every tool at your command, and we will certainly from the community. But this is no surprise, but this report really lays it out clearly about how badly we're doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gregory. I don't see any other hands on Zoom, so I'll look to the chamber. Is there anybody who wants to speak? All right, we'll come back for the other items later. This is specifically for the consent calendar, so we'll go to Mr. DeWitt.
I'm from Roseland. I ask you to pull this matter and actually reconsider it at a different date, because streamlining the process has become essentially discriminatory and exclusionary. The current process that's ongoing has not done a robust effort for authentic community engagement. It's essentially been something that's been utilizing this Zoom format, which, as you saw in your interviews earlier today, is problematic for many people in the community. This needs to be a process which is actually opened up more, and you should actually have the meeting between the Planning Commission and the City Council here in the chambers, where people from the public can come and interact with those bodies and talk about this plan, which is so very important for the future. The previous speaker referenced the information that's been made available, pointing out that plenty of housing gets built for the well-to-do in this community, and that your regional housing needs assessments fall short, especially so for the extremely low income and the low income. And it's been that way for decades. It's not something new. It's a policy that's been ingrained in Santa Rosa City's activities for all of these decades. The only way you'll be able to change this up is if you have authentic community engagement in the general plan process. It's not happening now. The consultants that have been hired are just fine with that. They get paid whether or not there is good, authentic community engagement. That's not happening. So I ask you to please pull this item, reconsider it so that you can have that joint meeting with the Planning Commission and you, the City Council, with the public there to participate. I've also asked to speak on item 13.3 as a separate and distinct item under the Brown Act, and I ask for the full amount of time to speak on that, sir.
And that's not traditionally how we do things, so I'll look to the city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, it is within your discretion.
Okay, I'm going to stick with the norms of the chamber, Mr. DeWitt, but we can discuss that as a council and see if we want to change what our policies and process is. I did see you had 45 seconds that were left on your time. If you'd like to take that to talk about 13.3.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. In 45 seconds, I'd like to point out that this park needs this grant, and it was the only park in Roseland for over 50 years. And the only reason we got that park was because the freeway was built, not because the city wanted to give it to us. Give us more neighborhood parks Stop with the big community parks. We need small neighborhood parks throughout Roseland, and you could be applying for these grants at the state to get them. I hope that you'll take that into consideration and do your best, especially the new council member for District 1, to give us neighborhood parks with funding from the state, even if the city pleads poverty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. DeWitt. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on the consent calendar? Madam City Clerk, do we have any voicemails?
We received no voice messages on item 13 for the consent calendar.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, it's your favorite time of the night.
I move items 13.1 through 13.9 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Schwedhelm. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming, Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Councilmember Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
All right, that will take us to item 15. The rest of our agenda cannot begin until after 5 o'clock. When we resume at 5 o'clock, we will be going to our public hearings. That's items 16.1 and 16.2, which is in accordance with our Sunshine Ordinance, trying to take public hearings as soon as we can. So we'll gavel out for now, and we'll be back at 5 o'clock. All right, and we are back. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer? Councilmember
Here.
Fleming? Was that you, Councilmember Sawyer?
It was. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts.
Great. Mr. City Manager, let's go on to item 16.1, our first of two public hearings.
Mayor and members of the City Council, our first public hearing of the evening is item 16.1, a resolution to adopt a proposed water demand fee schedule, an ordinance amending Chapter 15 of the City Code to adopt the proposed wastewater demand fee schedule based on the 2021 Water and Wastewater Demand Fee Study Final Report. Presenting the staff report this evening will be Kimberly Zunino, Deputy Director of Water Resources, and Bob Reed of the Reed Group.
Mayor, I'm just waiting for Ms. Zanino to join the meeting. I have Bob Reed on the panel side.
If you would like, I could proceed or wait for a minute at your pleasure.
Let's go ahead and wait one quick second.
Oh.
Mayor Rogers, I'm not sure what's going on with Kimberly. If you would like me to go ahead and introduce this, I'm happy to do so on her behalf.
Yeah, please do, Director. And if she does get a chance to pop on, we can hear from her then.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of council. I'm Jennifer Burke, the Director of Santa Rosa Water, and we're here today in follow-up to a study session we had done with the City Council to present our recommendations for the Water and Wastewater 2021 Demand Fee Schedule public hearing. With us today should be Kimberly Zanino, our Deputy Director of Administration with Santa Rosa Water, and our consultant, Bob Reed, with the Reed Group. And it looks like Kimberly has been able to successfully join us, so I will now turn it over to her to finish the introduction. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I think I have both streaming right now, so I'm going to turn off the other one. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Sorry about that. I was running you from a different technical side. All right. So good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. As you may remember, on July 8th, we held a study session to provide you with an overview and to receive comments from you on the 2021 Water and Wastewater Demand Fee Study and the proposed fee schedule. Today for the public hearing, you will be again provided the details on the report and the proposed fee schedule and the request for adopting the report and approval of the proposed fee schedule. Our consultant, as has already been introduced, Mr. Reed, will be presenting the majority of the information for you today. At the end, I will give you a little bit of an update on the outreach that has happened and then the request for the recommendation. So I'm going to turn it over to Bob now.
Great. Thank you for that. Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to present this information to you this evening. If we could have the next slide, please. So going to summarize the demand fee study that we've completed for Santa Rosa Water, talk about the demand fee framework and methodology, look at the use factors for both water and wastewater, as well as how we calculated the proposed demand fees, and then show what the combined water and wastewater demand fees mean for different types of customers, and then talk about next steps. And I'll turn things back to Deputy Director Zanino. Next slide, please. So demand fees are sometimes called capacity charges, but they're generally the one-time fees charged to new development for capacity in the water or wastewater systems. Occasionally, they're paid by existing customers that may change their use. For example, if a retail store is converted into a restaurant or something, they might pay an incremental demand fee for that change of use. But generally, it's for new development. The fees were last updated in 2014 with a comprehensive study. However, the city does have a practice of adjusting the fee amounts for inflation each year so that they keep pace with inflation. But it is a good idea to update the analysis every once in a while, and that's what we've been doing for the city. The legal standard for demand fees is in the government code, and basically it says demand fees or capacity charges shall not exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing service for which charges are imposed. So that's a pretty broad standard that applies. It's really a reasonableness test that applies. Go to the next slide, please. So there are a number of different methodologies that could be used for calculating demand fees. What we have used with the city and the city's existing fees are based on what's known as the system buy-in methodology. And this is an approach that's really looking at the investment that's already been made in the utility infrastructure. We take the present value of the existing facilities, so we look at historical costs. We escalate that up to current dollar value using a construction cost index as an inflationary index, and then also reflect depreciation of those assets. And then we divide that total value by the existing units of development or the demand that is placed on the system, the current level of demand, and that comes up with a unit cost that's then used to charge new development for connecting to the system. This is a pretty common methodology. It's best applied in areas that are largely built out with infrastructure largely in place or capacity is available to meet the needs of new development. It's a very common and well-accepted methodology. The development community is familiar with this approach. It does incorporate the cost of existing facilities. So we're looking at historical financial information, fixed asset records in the accounting system for the cost of facilities, rather than relying on plans and estimates of what the future might be and what future facilities might be needed or required. And so because of that, we're not relying on a capacity analysis or the engineering study to assess what future needs may be. And so it's a simpler calculation approach using this methodology. And then also the buy-in fee, because we are looking at the existing investment in the system, paying that fee really represents a reimbursement to the utility for the investments that's already been made in providing system capacity. And then that money can be used for any capital improvement projects rather than having to be earmarked for a specific expansion-related facility that's part of a capital improvement plan. So it's a little more flexible in the way that the money can be spent. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes a lot of the financial information that went into the fee calculation. The water is highlighted in the blue section and the wastewater system in green. As you're aware of, the wastewater system is comprised both of the local collection system within the city of Santa Rosa, as well as the regional reuse system, the treatment plant and the reuse facilities that benefit not only the city, but some of the neighboring communities as well. So we look at both of those separately and combine those together. But at the top of this table, we summarize the fixed asset information coming out of the fixed asset records of the utility. What we do is we take that historical cost information, and then, as I mentioned before, we escalate up to current dollar values and then also reflect depreciation. Another way of saying that same thing is we look at the book value, which already reflects depreciation of the assets, and then escalate that book value up to current dollar amount. Either path gets you to the same place. And you can see this is a summary of the different major categories of assets in the fixed asset records. I think there was a couple thousand individual assets in these utilities. So we look at each individual system component and going through this calculation. We then make some adjustments to that. We add in the cost, the present value of past interest and debt issuance costs. When we debt finance some of the infrastructure, we pay interest costs and debt issuance costs. Those are added in. That's part of the cost of acquiring the assets. We subtract out outstanding principal is representing the part of the assets that have not yet been paid for. And then to the extent that money has been set aside into capital reserves for capital improvements, we add that money into the system asset value. That dollar in the bank is going to be pipe in the ground next year or in the near term, and so we include that as part of the value of the system, is those monies that are dedicated and earmarked for capital projects. So you can see the water system on looking at all these system assets and adjustments. It's almost $300 million. The local wastewater system, the collection system, is also close to $300 million, and the regional reuse system is close to $400 million. We then take those values, we divide by the current system demands in million gallons per day, and we come up with a base demand fee, and that's expressed first in 1,000 gallons per day and then 1,000 gallons per month, and then the bottom numbers in the box there, or the proposed demand fees expressed in dollars per 1,000 gallons per month. And you can see here in the wastewater, we've added the local collection system and the reuse system together. Both of these fees are increasing from those unit fee amounts from the current fee schedule. But as you'll see coming up, we're also updated the usage factors, and those are declining, and those two things work in opposite directions. And so for the most part, fees are generally going down overall for the utilities. If we go to the next slide, describe that process first for the water utility here. In doing this update, we looked at water use records for the last 4 calendar years that we had, so 2016, 17, 18, and 19. We looked at water use during the peak demand month of the water system, generally in July or August, for different types of residential customers, single family by lot size, and then duplexes, triplexes, condominiums, apartments, and so on. We did do some refinement to these categories. We've got better information now than we did before, and also recognize some of the development trends within the city. So working with staff, we adjusted some of these categories from the current fee schedule so that we could be more accurate for each of the different categories here. So this shows in both in gallon per day terms per dwelling unit, as well as 1,000 gallons per month units in this table. The last line here for commercial, industrial, and irrigation customers, it's just expressed at 1,000 gallons per month. And so when there's new development, non-residential development, there is a specific water use calculation made for each project, and then the fee on a 1,000 gallon per month basis is calculated based on the estimated water use for those accounts. Go to the next slide, please. This summarizes both the current and proposed water demand fees for the different types of residential property, and then that base fee amount for the non-residential at the bottom. You can see some of these fees are going up slightly, some of them are going down slightly. Again, the unit fee amount is going up, but the water usage we are seeing because of drought, because of increased water use efficiency, because of the efforts made within the community to reduce water use. Those usage factors have come down, and those two things offset each other. So some of these fees are going up slightly, others are coming down. And you can see that as you compare the two columns here. Go to the next slide, please. looking at wastewater now, same schedule. We looked at the winter water use. For wastewater demand fees, we look at winter water use. This is the time when customers generally are not irrigating, so water going into the home ends up going into the wastewater system. Different types of residential development. Again, here looking at data from 2016 through 2019. And again, usage factors all declining across the board, across the range of different residential types of development here. And the next slide will show the current and proposed wastewater demand fees. And you can see here across the board, because of the lower demand by each different type of development, the overall fee is declining across the board for all types of residential development. You can see that commercial and industrial fee amount is increasing because that unit fee is increasing. However, staff is also updating the usage factors that apply to different types of non-residential development, and that may also result in fees generally going down for non-residential development as well. The next slide summarizes the combined water and wastewater demand fees. In most instances, new connections are obtaining both water and wastewater services. And so this shows the combined water and wastewater demand fees, both under the current fee structure, the proposed fee structure, and then you can see both the dollar change and the percentage change. And you can see for all residential types, the combined fee is going down by varying degrees, but going down in all cases. And again, for that non-residential, it would depend on the specific usage characteristics of each individual development project. So that would be determined on a case-by-case basis. If we go to the next slide, we wanted to look at how these proposed demand fees stack up with some of the neighboring communities, and that's depicted in this graph here. The current combined water and wastewater demand fees for Santa Rosa, you're in about the middle of the pack, but with the reductions that are being proposed, you'll be at the low end of the range here. And so you can see the blue represents the water demand fee, and the green is the wastewater, and you can see how they stack up with some of the neighboring communities. Conspicuously absent is Rohnert Park, but they've got a very complex fee structure, and it wasn't practical to try and include that in this graphic because of the complexity of the structure that they have. But this is for typical single-family homes in Santa Rosa compared with the neighboring communities. And the next slide, I believe I'll turn it back to Deputy Director Zanino, and I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
So we also wanted to update you, we talked about this previously as well, on the outreach that we've done with the development community. In the current environment, we've had some challenges, but we've done everything we can to make sure that we're reaching out to the developers and contractors to let them know that this change was coming. We created some FAQs, or frequently asked questions, so that that information was available to the public as well as our internal groups, so that if any of the groups that work with those developers and contractors are having conversations, they could also make them aware of the changes coming. We also sent a letter to all of the contractors and developers that we deal with currently, and even any that were left on the list that might have been more historical, we sent them to everybody. So we sent a letter letting them know what we were doing, what the process would be, and then also attaching those FAQs. In addition, we also emailed local associations for engineers, contractors, and developers to let them know that we would be available to attend to their membership meetings if they would like us to, in order to give them an update on the process and answer any questions that they may have. Next slide, please. This slide is just giving you a timeline and the work that's been done to lead up to the consideration today. The budget subcommittee and the Board of Public Utilities met many times, as you can see here, in order to review these documents, to provide comments to us, to make sure that they were comfortable with bringing a unanimous recommendation to you. So once again, we'd like to thank them for all their work. We do tax them quite a bit, looking at all of the different items that we bring before them. And then on June 8th, we had the study session with you. And today we are here for the public hearing and the consideration of the adoption of the new proposed fee schedule. I do want to mention that in December of 2020 was the first time that we brought the proposed fees to the Board of Public Utilities, and it was at a subcommittee meeting. That was a public meeting. And in the documents that you have and are approving, we are going to go back to that date for any of those customers who have paid demand fees and would have had a lower demand fee. So they can go through the process of requesting an adjustment to that demand fee that they were charged. And we will work with them to make sure that they have paid those demand fees at the lower rate. Next slide, please. So it is recommended by the Board of Public Utilities and Santa Rosa Water that the council by resolution approve the amended water demand fee schedule and introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 15 and 16 of the Santa Rosa City Code to incorporate the approved sewer demand fee schedule, readopting the annual adjustments and making related changes. And with that, I will hand it back to the mayor.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zanino and Mr. Reed. Really appreciate the information. Councilor, are there any questions? Look into Zoom. Okay, we'll go ahead and open our public hearing then. This is an opportunity for anybody to comment on item 16.1. Not seeing hands via Zoom, so we'll go to in chambers. Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I appreciate the fact that these deliberations to lower the costs have been put in place working with contractors and developers. I'm supportive of lower costs, but at the same time, as I look at a sign saying drought is here, save water, I must ask that you folks, once you pass this, put it on hold and have a moratorium on new hookups until we get through the drought and we know just how much water we'll need to actually declare the drought over. Along that same line, decades ago, the city of Santa Rosa was discussing how to move water to the geysers. It was considered to be tertiary treated wastewater. And at the time in those hearings, myself and former council member Noreen Evans spoke about how no water is waste and all water is a commodity. And we should be trying to find a way to get money back from that water that we send north to the geysers. That's a private organization that's profiting from what is essentially a publicly owned asset. That water could be helpful to us. So as you get ready to tell everybody in the community we have to save water and we have to really hunker down and work together on this, perhaps you can lead the way by saying, first and foremost, we're going to limit development until the drought is over and just have true city-centered here in the downtown area housing built where the infrastructure already exists and the water is already available. So now's your opportunity to shine. You get to have these lower fees for contractors and developers, but also help the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Yes, sir.
My name's Mitch. He's got a good point. You know, most of your sewage ends up in the Russian River, right? A lot of sewage ends up there. You guys might not be responsible and attached to the Russian River, but if
Make sure you speak right into the microphone there so folks can hear you on Zoom.
a lot of raw sewage ends up in the Russian River. Okay, that's a fact, right? You look at your habitat there. There's no steelhead, there's no salmon, there's nothing. It's because there's raw sewage in it. Okay, so he's got a point. If you lower the tax base on that stuff and you have companies coming or contractors coming in from other counties, why not tax them up there and repair some of that damage? It's called gray water. If you're paying a fee to send it somewhere, you guys could get a gray water plant here, employ city employees, you could train people. It's a whole, and you save money. You just save money. It's gray water treatment, and you dispense it in your parks and your wetlands around here. And it's much more ecological. You guys got solar stuff, you love trees. This is a real simple thing to do. I wouldn't cut fees. I would do it for low-income housing, apartments and duplexes that help support mothers and kids that need help, families that need help. I won't cut it for anybody else. There's a lot of income here. And if you have contractors coming in and companies like that, tax them. They're going to destroy your habitat. They don't care. They're going to pay the fee. They don't care about your ecosystem. It's all about money, right? Tax them is the best thing you can do. And save your ecosystem. Put it to play here. It'll help your families.
Thank you. And did you want to identify yourself for the council minutes?
My name is Mitchell Souza.
Great. Thank you so much. Madam City Clerk, did we have any voicemail public comments?
We've received no voice message public comments on item 16.1.
Okay. Councilmember Sweathelm, I'll have you introduce the resolution for discussion.
Okay. I would move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the schedule of water demand fees for properties to be serviced by connection to the city water system and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Sweathelm and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Madam Director, if you're still with us, I did want to ask you, I hear pretty frequently from folks in the community asking questions about the Geysers contract. Could you just remind us, I think we need to promote Jennifer. If you could you remind us what the stipulations for that contract were and how long it's in effect for?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Rogers. Happy to answer the questions about the geyser system. First, if I may, I'd just like to note that I think one of the commenters noted that our wastewater is discharged to the to the Russian River, and that is not true. In most years, we recycle 100% of our recycled water, with 2/3 of that water going to the geyser steam fields. It is used to produce green energy for our region, which is a great benefit and helps fight climate change. And then that contract is in place through 2037 with the geysers. Community invested a lot of money in that project, as well as the geysers, to provide that recycled water through 2037.
All right, thank you so much, Director. Councilor, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment and thank everyone that has worked on this. Initially, coming onto council, I knew nothing about water, and the one thing that I asked you guys was to make it so that the public could understand what you're talking about, because I know that you guys are very passionate about this, but everyone else does not share that passion. So I would like to take the time to thank you for all the time and dedication that you've put into it. And I think I've seen this presentation maybe 5 times, and I learn something new every time that I see it. So thank you guys so much for your time and dedication.
All right, Council, with that, I will close the public hearing, and I will go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Councilmembers Fleming and Tibbetts absent.
All right, Councilmember Sweathelm.
And then I'd also like to introduce an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending sections 15-16.030 and 15-16.050 of Title 15 of the Santa Rosa City Code, adopting sewer demand fee, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Sweathelm, second by Sawyer. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming, Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Council Members Fleming and Tibbetts absent.
Okay. Thank you so much, Director. Thank you, Bob and Kimberly. We really appreciate all of the work that you've put in on this, and I know that we're not done here tonight. We'll be coming back for that item in just a little bit. Mr. City Manager, let's go on to item 16.2.
Mayor and members of the council, item 16.2 is also a public hearing. The matter before the council is an ordinance regulating wireless facilities in the public right-of-way and a resolution adopting design and development standards for such facilities. Gabe Osborne, our Deputy Director of Development Services, and Gail Karish of Best and Krieger will be presenting this item to the council this evening.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. As mentioned in the introduction, the main topic for tonight's conversation is associated with the placement of wireless facilities in the public right-of-way. And the need for today's conversation has really spawned from the fact that we've seen fairly dramatic advancements in technology on the wireless front over the last 15 to 20 years. We have seen most new developments and new infrastructure that's built today has a tendency to want to rely on wireless communications. Most communication devices have evolved dramatically over time on the cell phone front. We have started with cell phones being purely for voice, and we have seen that evolve to text messaging, to limited data, and now cell phones are consuming massive amounts of data at a very high speed. So we've seen those general trends occur over the last 15 to 20 years, and what we've seen from the telecommunications providers is a significant amount of capital investment to meet that demand. And as that capital investment moved forward, it looked for different types of locations for traditional wireless antennas. Historically, those were placed on private property. What we've seen over the last 5 years or so is there was more of a push to move those into the public right-of-way. And although that has advanced wireless communication and the network that provides that connectivity, it has also created a series of community concerns that are not just specific to Santa Rosa, but we are seeing more widespread throughout the nation in certain areas when these facilities get closer to where people live and work. So today's action really is attempting to balance that out to the best of our ability. So obviously we know there is a need to expand wireless communications, but we also have this desire to protect the aesthetics of our community and maintain our streetscapes. So joining me today is Gail Karish, and she is with Best and Krieger. So what we determined early on in this process, because this is a very unique situation and it requires a very specialized expertise in telecommunications law to assist. And Dale's firm and her team have a significant amount of years experience developing policies for multiple municipalities, and she was really been fairly instrumental in the development of this. I'm not sure we would have been able to get it to this point without her assistance. So Gail will be stepping in a little further along in the presentation, and she will also be available for any questions you may have. Next slide, please. So this slide will just provide a really rough agenda of what we're going to touch on today. There is quite a bit of content, so some of these areas I'll try to move forward fairly rapidly. The first piece we'll touch on is really a review of the types of wireless facilities that are being installed. We've had quite a few study sessions on this topic, and a lot of the slides in this area will be taken right out of that, and they provide a background to understand the types of wireless facilities. We will talk specifically about small cells, which those are the facilities going in the public right-of-way. At that point, Gail will step in and give an overview of all the state and federal law affecting wireless facilities. And that is an important piece because it really does limit local authority. It gives us various areas where we can protect aesthetics. I will then come back into the presentation and give an overview of the proposed code updates today and the development of our design and development standards. And I'll also talk a little bit about the next steps overall for telecommunications in the city of Santa Rosa. Next slide, please. So when we look at the different types of telecommunications facilities, macro sites are likely the most common. Macro sites we've had a long history with. They were the first types of antennas. They're usually larger facilities that go on private buildings, and they can be an array of antennas, so you can have multiple providers that are on one building. And they typically have a larger coverage area, and they're typically higher. And they can be placed on private structures or they can be placed on city buildings. The image to the right is our fire training center. We also have these on water tanks. They're fairly common. And the approval of these is addressed under our zoning code, which typically is the section under our planning side that deals with land use entitlements. Next slide, please. So the approval process with these historically, they have gone through a use permit. They do have design review. In some ways they are discretionary, but in other ways they are very ministerial, and that's because of the federal law associated with them. They are typically reviewed against published design guidelines, which makes them ministerial. They have often had to submit what are referred to as alternate site analyses, which basically take a look at various other locations around the area that they are proposing. And that's all intended for them to take the least intrusive option for basically closing a coverage gap. So that was a lot of the regulations that did apply to some of the macro sites we have. They also are required to basically submit radio frequency analysis, which basically shows the radio frequency emissions that come from these sites. And that's an important point. Gail will talk about that a little more in the regulations section. The FCC, or the Federal Communications Commission, has set those emission thresholds, so sites do have to show that they're operating within those thresholds. Macro sites also involve a public meeting because it's more of a planning application, and they have a public hearing, and they typically have longer shot clocks, which is the time frame in which we can approve them. And once again, Gail will go into more detail on that front. They have building permits, and when they're on city property, there are lease agreements associated with them. Next slide, please. The newer installation are what are referred to as small cells, and this was really the push into the public right-of-way. So small cells are intended to basically fill in smaller coverage gaps, and they basically do some heavy lifting when it comes to densifying a network. So there may be situations where residents experience the appropriate number of bars on their phone. They can still call, they can still have text, but they're not getting good data connection. And that data connection, the speeds might reduce when multiple people jump onto the network. So that's usually capacity issues. And small cells really densify the network, so they're smaller, there are more of them, and in most situations they're attempting to increase the capacity level for that big data demand that we're seeing on cell phones. And they are almost solely placed in the public right-of-way. That was the big push, is to put them in the city's right-of-way and typically on poles in that location. Under our current policy, Chapter 13 of our city code does apply, and our public improvement standards apply. The challenge with those documents is we don't have any language in those two documents that are specific to small cells. They're very general in nature, so they address general operations in the right-of-way, which are traffic control, pedestrian safety. There's no specific requirements for siting for those locations or how they're built. Next slide, please. And I do apologize, there's a slight typo. That should be joint utility poles in that title, but small cells are going on two pole types. Joint utility poles are wooden poles, and they are typically owned by PG&E. The city does not own the infrastructure. Those do have to go through an approval process on our end. They get an encroachment permit, and that has a traffic control review, and it has consistency with our design standards. And once again, there is no specific language in there for small cells, so it's fairly general. It's protecting public infrastructure. We do have notification requirements, but those notification requirements are for construction impacts. So typically after the permit is issued, we will notify the residents that within 24 to 48 hours, work is commencing, which might impact parking, which might create noise in the area. There is no notification of a pending approval for the permit. And they also do have building permits because all these are powered. They have separate meter connections from PG&E. Next slide, please. So these small cells are also going on city-owned poles, and those are typically streetlights, and they have a very similar approval process from an encroachment permit standpoint, so they have to march through that same process. But before they get to that point, they do have to go through a license agreement process. So we require that all providers are executing a master license agreement, which gives approval to deploy on city street poles. And then they also go through a site license agreement, which approves a specific street pole. And as part of that, there is a bit more discretion. We can mitigate operational issues with that street light. How does the wireless facility function in a pole knockdown situation? There's issues with routine electrical maintenance, and obviously we can control ground equipment in that area to avoid negatively impacting the available space in the right-of-way. Next slide, please. There have been a few past council actions surrounding telecommunications facilities. Council Policy 300-04 addresses telecommunication facility placement on city-owned infrastructure. That was initially adopted in July of 2000. At that point, really all we were seeing were macro sites, so that addressed placement on water tanks or city buildings, and it was tailored to that. There was an amendment to that policy in February of 2017 to address streetlights, and that policy is what creates the master license agreement process for streetlights, the site license agreement process for each individual location. It also brings into the equation an annual license fee for the placement on those streetlights, and it grants the execution authority for those pole agreements to the city manager or his or her designee. Next slide, please. In addition to the adoption and the modification of those policies, we've also had a few study sessions that focus specifically on small cells. Those were March 6 of 2018, June 5 of 2018, and then also December 10 of 2019, July 21 of 2020. In 2018, most of the conversations in those study sessions focused on the deployments that were happening through Verizon at that time. Well, we just started rolling those out. There were community concerns as part of that, and those were opportunities to discuss that. As we got into the study sessions in 2019 and 20, we started talking more about solutions to address some of those community concerns. Next slide, please. So this slide was pulled out of some of those previous study sessions, and it addresses some of the community concerns that we were initially hearing with those initial deployments of small cells. And they fell into a few different categories. One was health risks. There were concerns from the community about RF exposure and the proximity of those poles, because obviously in the right-of-way they're getting much closer to businesses and residential units. They were concerned about aesthetics, and those fell into really two buckets at the time, which were loss of property value because of the infrastructure changing the visual characteristics of the streetscape. And there were also scenic impacts in some areas where they were thought to impact a view corridor that somebody was experiencing from their home. There are also concerns about saturation, because obviously if these are densifying the network, they're lower power, there are more of them, how many ultimately are there going to be? And those were some significant concerns from the community. There were also concerns about lack of notification, and I think that was typically notification up front of a pending approval of an encroachment permit. There was construction notification, but that's really done on the back end. And then, of course, at that point, we were looking at backup batteries that were providing 2 to 3 hours of power to those small cell sites in the event of power shutdowns. And there were concerns about environmental impacts due to the fact that those batteries were in cabinets and they were very close to the street, and how would that operate if there was a vehicular strike to that cabinet. Next slide, please. And many of those concerns have progressed through this. Of course, there have also been concerns about 5G, and a lot of times the 5G conversation bleeds right into the small cell conversation. 5G is dealing with generational changes from the cellular providers. So typically, as you go up in the generations, there is more of a robust service that's provided through that. And much of that discussion has been about data and the speed of data. And the small cells are really needed to maximize that. So they really go hand in hand. But what we found is that all the current installations in Santa Rosa are still supporting the 4G network. They're still building that out. And the providers have not provided any timelines associated with the 5G upgrades. And when it comes to 4G, there actually is still quite a bit of infrastructure that needs to be done. Most of these small cell wireless facilities do communicate with the greater network through wired connections. They refer to it as backhaul. So there's fiber connections that go into it, and there's quite a bit of infrastructure that goes out to extending and building out that network. The important point, and one of the concerns expressed from the community, is once these sites are acquired, they are acquired. They are permitted for that site. There's nothing that basically takes the rights away from that site simply because there's an upgrade to 5G. So existing small cell sites can convert to 5G with software upgrades or minor equipment, and those can occur with little or no local control. And Gail will talk about that a little more in her presentation. And I think the important point here is the new sites that they're deploying now will support 5G. So even though they are 4.4, they can support 5. And then 5G deployments will obviously be required to meet FCC requirements associated with exposure. That's an important point as well. Next slide, please. So this is going to step us into the federal and state regulations, and I think we can go ahead and move to the next slide. And at this point, I will hand it over to Gail, and she'll talk about some of the more relevant federal and state regulations that have happened over the years.
Great. Thank you very much, Gabe, and thank you for having me, Mayor Rogers and council members. I'm pleased to be working with your staff on this update. And I really think that Gabe is giving me way too much credit. He's worked very hard for quite a number of years on these issues. And I just came in to sort of help shepherd the last few steps. But I'm going to focus my presentation quite as a very brief overview, just to give everyone a basic understanding of some of the major federal and state laws that place limits on local authority with respect to the placement of wireless facilities, and in particular emphasis on what we're talking about tonight, which is wireless facilities that are placed in the public right-of-way. And so the first statute that I just want to go over briefly is one that was actually adopted in 1996. And this statute, federal statute, recognized local authority to regulate wireless placements, but it imposed some limits on that authority. And as you'll see as I go through the presentation, the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, has picked up on some of these limits and expanded them into various orders and regulations. So one of the limits is that action on an application must be taken within a reasonable period of time. A second is that your regulations and decisions may not prohibit or effectively prohibit the provision of personal wireless service. So that's a reflection of a national policy that there should be wireless service available throughout the nation, and local jurisdiction could not simply say, no wireless here, we're not going to let you build your network. Another limitation is that it's not really a limitation, but a procedural requirement. If a local jurisdiction is denying a permit application, it must be, the denial must be in writing, and it must be supported by substantial evidence. A very important limitation, again, reflecting a national policy, is that in making decisions on citing wireless facilities or regulating the placements, you cannot consider the environmental effects of RF emissions, so long as the applicant meets the relevant FCC standards. So that, again, is a reflection of a national policy that the Federal Communications Commission is responsible for establishing what is safe RF emissions. And so long as an applicant will comply with those, there's not an opportunity to really regulate or deny placements on the basis of a local view of what may or may not be safe. Another important limitation is that there can be no unreasonable discrimination among providers of functionally equivalent services. So that's a nod to the fact that different carriers use different technologies to roll out their networks, and there shouldn't be unreasonable discrimination among these different providers. And finally, this federal law allows for an expedited appeal to the courts, and in a lot of instances where local governments are sued over a denial, for example, that litigation is launched. It's a 30-day limitation, and it's usually filed in a federal court. Next slide, please. So that's the law that was adopted in 1996, and I'm going to get into some of the FCC regulations that have interpreted that law, but I also want to alert you to the other federal law that was adopted much more recently, and that is in 2012. And this is a law sometimes called Section 6409 because that was the original statute number. This is the codification 1455. It's also referred to as eligible facilities requests. And basically this statute, federal statute, indicated that for a certain category of modifications to an existing wireless facility, so you'd have an existing wireless facility already there, certain modifications must be approved at the local level, completely eliminates your discretion to deny them. And so those EFRs can entail co-location of new transmission equipment, so adding equipment, removing equipment, replacing transmission equipment. And I would just note that transmission equipment includes power supplies. So if you have batteries or generators, that potentially also could qualify as an EFR. The city has no discretion to deny an EFR if the requirements are met. And one factor in determining whether a qualification as an EFR is whether the proposed modification would actually defeat the concealment elements. And this is part of the FCC's regulations that what is an eligible facilities request. So if there are concealment elements or actually a stealth structure now, meaning a facility that looks like something other than a wireless facility, if that's how it is, so say a decorative street light or something like that, and there is an applicant that wants to propose to add equipment that would make it look like a wireless facility and no longer like a street light, then that would be an example of something that might kick it out of the box of qualifying as an eligible facilities request, and it would have to be processed under another procedure in your local code, and it would not be subject to this mandate to approve. So as I mentioned, a stealth facility is one that is designed to look like something other than a wireless tower or base station. And these two terms you see in the ordinance. A wireless tower is purpose-built. It's something that was built for wireless facilities. A base station is simply an existing structure that then has an antenna attached to it. So if you have a light pole, it's just a light pole until a wireless facility is attached to it, and then it potentially can become a base station for the purposes of these rules. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the FCC's been very busy adopting a lot of rules and regulations, and just note, I'll run through these, just hitting highlights, but you note that this really starts in 2009, and yet I mentioned that that first law was adopted in 1996. And 2009 is really because if you think of when the first iPhone came out and people started just being glued to their phone, doing all kinds of things and just using a lot of data, that was 2007. So since that period, there's been a huge demand to upgrade networks. We went from 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G. So the first action that the FCC took in 2009 was it was the first time that it adopted shot clocks, interpreting what's a reasonable period within which to act on an application. That was a 90-day and 150 days, depending on if it was a co-location attaching to an existing structure or it was proposing a new facility. In 2014, the FCC adopted rules that implemented that 2012 law that I mentioned. So put down all of the criteria that have to be met to qualify as an EFR that must be approved at the local level. In 2018, the FCC adopted two really important orders. One banned any sort of moratorium on wireless deployment. So a city can't hit the pause button and say we want to stop taking applications and just decide how we want to upgrade or change our policies. You must continue to take applications in and meet the shot clocks. And also in 2018, the FCC adopted another order that we typically refer to as a small cell order. And it adopted new shot clocks, two more. I should mention, when the FCC adopted the rules for eligible facilities requests in 2014, they also adopted a shot clock for those applications. So in 2018, when they adopted this small cell order with two more shot clocks, we now have 5 federal shot clocks that apply to any type of wireless application. There's no application that wouldn't have a shot clock applying to it now. The two for small wireless facilities are 60 and 90 days. Those are the typical applications you would probably see in the public right-of-way under this ordinance that's being discussed this evening. And the FCC also adopted other rules that put limits on sorry, I just got some alert. Put other limits on the aesthetic rules that you can adopt at a local level, and limits on your fees that you can charge for use of your light poles and for processing applications. In 2019, the FCC interpreted the scope of cable franchises to grant grants of cable franchises to include wireless devices, and cable operators are sometimes involved with small cell deployments because they have large fiber networks that can serve as backhaul. In 2019, there was an order issued reaffirming the RF emission standards that the FCC had adopted back in 1997. And actually that order is under appeal at the district, in the DC Court of Appeals. The two orders that the FCC issued in 2020, so last year, were clarifying and modifying the rules on eligible facilities requests, that category that must be approved. If we can go to the next slide. So I talked briefly about federal law. Now I'm going to turn briefly to state law, because state law also imposes some limitations on local authority with respect to the review and approval of wireless facilities. I'm focused in particular here just on facilities that are placed in the public right-of-way. So California Public Utility Code, Section 7901, provides a grant of a state franchise to telephone companies to use the public right-of-way for their facilities. So that grant has been interpreted as of also applying to wireless companies and wireless facilities. And there are some limitations on that grant. It's not unfettered. The grant is for placement, but these placements may not incommode the public use. And that's kind of an old phrase or phraseology, but that's because this is a long-standing state franchise grant in state law. And that incommode the public use has been the subject of quite a bit of litigation to determine whether it means just very limited, can obstruct traffic, or it means anything else. And it actually has been upheld to mean that it includes the regulation of the aesthetics of wireless facilities or other facilities in the streets. So it confirmed in the California Supreme Court decision in 2019 confirmed a decision that the federal court had made 10 years earlier. So you do have under state law a limitation in terms of preventing. You cannot prevent carriers from placing facilities in the public right-of-way, but you can regulate the safety and the aesthetics. I should also mention there is a bill pending, and I see that it should be SB 556, that would actually mandate, as a matter of state law, the use of city light poles and traffic poles just as for wireless facilities. Right now, the cities are making those poles available for use, largely because under the FCC's small cell order, there was language that suggested that it may be mandatory. It didn't actually impose the requirement, but it suggested, the FCC order suggested that not allowing the use of your poles may create an effective prohibition of wireless service. But if this bill is adopted and signed into law, it would require cities to make their light poles and traffic poles available. And the $270 per year rental rate is the same rate that the FCC adopted as a safe harbor. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the shot clocks, just a little bit of information about how they work since they're so important with respect to the processing of applications. These are specific time periods in which a city must basically take final action. So it will include the appeals, and it includes all the permits and authorizations that might be needed. So in this instance, if you're looking at being in the public right-of-way on a city street light, that would include the master license agreement as well as the permits that would be needed. And of course, which shot clock might apply depends on the type of application. I mentioned there are 5 in federal law. And the shot clock may be reset or tolled in only 2 ways. One is you can always agree with the applicant if they do agree to stop the running of the shot clock. But the more common way that you see it stopped is by a local jurisdiction issuing a timely notice of incompleteness. So when the application comes in, there's a certain period of time, can be as little as 10 days and as long as 30 days to review the application and determine if it is complete or not and send out a notice. If you send out a notice of incompleteness, that will toll the shot clock. If it's a small cell, it will actually reset it the first time you send it out. And after that, each review of the resubmittals continues to eat into the time, is very limited time period within which to act on applications. Next slide, please. So I mentioned already all of these 5 shot clocks that have been established by the Federal Communications Commission. The one at the very bottom I haven't spoken about yet, and that is a temporary one. There was a law adopted last year in the state legislature, went into effect in January 1st, and that requires certain types of generator applications to be approved. And so that it's sort of like a mini eligible facilities request just for generators. And it has a 60-day shot clock. The criteria of what size of generator and things like that would go on a macro cell site. And that law will only be in effect for 3 years. But there are a lot of applications are coming in for those types of upgrades to existing macro cell sites. Next slide, please. I already mentioned this, that there are deadlines for, I always call this the shot clock. Within the shot clock, deadlines for reviewing applications in order to send out a timely notice of incompleteness in order to stop the shot clock on the review. And these, as you can see, 10 days for resubmittals, between 30 and 10 days for the initial. So this is very much a part of why it's important to have a pretty streamlined process for reviewing applications, because you really can easily get tripped up and run past a shot clock deadline. Next slide, please. And the reason why you would be worried about running past a shot clock deadline is that there are certain remedies available to the applicant if you miss the deadline. So for the eligible facilities requests, the ones that you must approve that are 60 days, there's actually in federal law and federal regulations a deemed granted remedy. You miss the shot clock as a local jurisdiction, the carrier, the applicant can simply send you a notice and say you missed the deadline, the application is deemed approved. For the emergency generator shot clock under state law, there's also a state deemed granted remedy. For the other shot clocks that are the 90 and 150 day shot clocks under the original ones from 2009 that were adopted by the FCC. Again, there is a state remedy that would deem those applications complete simply, or so not complete, granted, simply if the local jurisdiction missed the shot clock deadline and the carrier sent the notice. The small cell shot clocks do not currently have, under federal or state law, a deemed granted remedy, but there is a bill pending in the legislature that would actually give a deemed granted remedy and basically a construction authorization for missing shot clocks for all of the federal shot clocks. Next slide, please. So I mentioned before a little bit about aesthetic regulations. This is just to kind of recap what your authority is based on limitations in state and federal law. Generally, local governments can regulate aesthetics. However, there are certain instances where you have limitations. Eligible facilities requests is one. If an applicant can meet the criteria, which will allow height increases and other additions, if they meet the criteria under federal law, that overrides your aesthetics, unless, of course, they're defeating concealment, which would kick them out of the box of qualifying. Aesthetic regulations for personal wireless facilities must not prohibit or effectively prohibit the provision of personal wireless services. And the FCC in their small cell order, as revised based on a Ninth Circuit ruling that struck down part of the order, basically leaves you with these limitations. Your aesthetic requirements must be reasonable, and that is technically feasible and reasonably directed to avoiding or remedying the intangible public harm of unsightly or out of character deployments. And they must be published in advance. And so that's an important reason why it's good to have a resolution that addresses these requirements. Spacing, separation, and setback requirements for small cells are subject to the same federal standards, reasonable and published in advance. And under state law, as I mentioned, wireless carriers and telecommunications providers have the right to install facilities in the public right-of-way so long as the placement does not incommode the public use. That also allows you to consider aesthetics, but you will be limited by federal law as well. And spacing requirements, of course, may not keep the carriers out of the public right-of-way entirely. That would give rise to not only potentially an effective prohibition claim, but also a claim under state law that you are frustrating their state franchise right to use the public right-of-way. And I think that concludes my presentation. I'm here for questions, and I think I turn it back to Gabe now. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. So as we can see with that portion of the presentation, there's a significant amount of federal and state regulation that overlays this. So as part of this process, what we had to do is really take those regulations, understand where we did have control on the aesthetic side, and then try to better understand the community's concerns and incorporate that into the process. And I'll talk a little bit at the end about the public outreach we did as part of this, but it's really about creating that balancing act. So the next set is going to talk a little bit about our specific proposal today. So next slide, please. So this slide was actually presented in the July 21st study session, and it really laid out what our conceptual plan was at that point. And I won't touch on all these. I just want to highlight that this is the direction we wanted to take it, and how does this overlay with the direction we actually did take it. So what we really identified at that process is obviously we had macro sites and small cells, and we had different codes and policies associated with them. So our goal was to create some level of alignment on that level. We needed to revise our submittal requirements because we didn't have any specific language for small cells. We did recognize that the notification and the public participation processes were different between macro sites and small cells. So we wanted to look at some opportunities to align that. And obviously deal with development standards. That was an important piece. When we talked about the amendment process at that point, we were really anticipating a bit of a heavy lift. And I know Gail wants to give the credit my way, but I think she has really helped us with that heavy lift, because we were looking at a 9 to 12 month timeline as part of that. And typically with these policies, what we try to do is balance that out so it doesn't take resources from other council goals, and specifically housing. That's one of the core functions that PED handles. So by leveraging professional services, we were able to keep those other pieces intact. So it didn't become as much of a priority setting discussion because we were able to find other solutions. So the benefit of professional services definitely helped us move this forward. Next slide, please. So specifically, we have two actions today. So the first is an ordinance, and that ordinance will be adding Chapter 13-6, wireless facilities in the public right-of-way to the city code. And that lays the base foundation for what we want to do moving forward. And what that focuses on, it actually creates a separate permitting process. We're calling it a wireless facilities permitting process for all those installations in the public right-of-way. So it gives us that individual permit avenue for treating these separate than other general work that occurs in the right-of-way. As Gail mentioned, there are shot clocks, and those are fairly aggressive. So typically with a 60-day shot clock, if you can imagine, we may very well be 45 days in the review. Not necessarily that there's that amount of staff hours, but that is in the bucket of encroachment permits and other permit types that are coming in and hitting PED. So in some situations, it may be difficult to manage those. We do think we can, but it is still a very aggressive timeline. So we wanted to make sure that the process was very administrative, which would allow us to meet that submittal requirement in that review within the 60 days. We also needed to obviously publish the application requirements in advance. So really what we're doing is we're laying the foundation in the code that allows us to publish those specific application requirements and those design and development standards as separate documents. And I do want to point out, in the council package, we do have standards, and those are adopted typically by resolution. We also attach some of our supplemental submittal requirements. We typically develop those at the staff level. We're more or less providing those as an example. We're not asking for an adoption today. That's typically part of our permitting process. So I just wanted to point that out. So one of the pieces, by doing that, it makes those documents a bit easier to amend in the future. Updating the code is always a bit of a heavy lift. If we have those design and development standards, they can be a bit more fluid. We can test these out. We can change as needed. It also approves the transparency in the noticing. So what we're doing as part of this process is we will have a noticing that goes 300 feet in a radius from the proposed site. And that noticing will be when we receive it, and the city handles this noticing, which is typical with most of our development applications. So that notice gives, it's typically on a postcard, it gives information about the project, it allows people to get in touch with the applicant as well as the staff member that is processing that application. It also gives them access to any digital files associated with that application, and it instructs them on their appeal rights that they have. So we try to put as much as possible. We also put visuals in there so they can get a good idea of what these look like. And this ordinance also creates an appeal process, and I think that's an important point to touch on a bit. Typically with appeal processes, you render a final determination by an individual, and then the appeal goes to a group of individuals, and that may be the council, that may be a board or commission. The challenge we have within this particular process is that is very difficult to administer in a 60-day review, because it's quite possible that we can receive an appeal on the back end, and simply getting it before a board and commission within that time frame, we just don't think we can commit to that on a regular basis. So unfortunately, we had to neck that down to an administrative appeal process. So in this particular case, the Director of Transportation and Public Works has authority for that initial approval, and then the appeal goes to the city manager or his or her designee. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, in addition to the ordinance, we also have a resolution, and that's tackling the design and development standards. And these are the particular nuts and bolts of the requirements that apply to those specific installations. And I think this is an important point. We talked a little earlier that there are two different pole types between joint utility poles and city-owned infrastructure. We're trying to align the requirements for all joint poles because they are going in the right-of-way. They have the same impacts aesthetically to that streetscape. So we want to align that. We are also looking at stealth elements and techniques to blend the facility into the surrounding environment. And I think an important point with that is there's a lot of push to keep it as stealth as possible, and we've seen artificial trees to mask cellular infrastructure, but there's also a transparency point to this to notify the public of what it is. So too stealth is not necessarily good because it loses that transparency, so there is even a balancing act there. Important piece, we have undergrounding of pertinent equipment when technically feasible. So a lot of these include boxes or equipment on the ground. There's also cabinets on the poles that are in addition to the actual antenna. We have to be incredibly transparent. The undergrounding of that, a lot of agencies have attempted to encourage that. There are some situations where you can do it. In most situations, it probably is not going to be technically feasible. It is very challenging, and oftentimes it will result in a fairly large vault in the right-of-way that has other impacts to maintenance of underground utilities, taking space in the right-of-way. So we will encourage when we can, just for the visual aspects of it, but I just want to point out that in many situations it likely will be not technically feasible to underground all those equipment components. We are also complying with state and federal law, and I think that's the important point with this, is that we built in flexibility on all these steps to be in compliance with state and federal law, and at least have the flexibility to do so. And it also basically sets design requirements for replacement poles, new poles, and existing. And once again, it's trying to align as much as possible across all those different options. Next slide, please. One of the most important points in the design and development standards are typically what are referred to as location standards or preferences. So these are siting requirements. So they determine aesthetically where these can be placed. So what we've incorporated in our design standards is a street preference. So we have certain street types, and those certain street types are in certain zoning districts. So we have defined our most preferred location are major arterials that are in commercial zones. And the benefit in a commercial zone is you don't have the typical residential impacts. We do a lot to protect the aesthetics of our neighborhoods. We have design standards that protect the aesthetics of our neighborhoods. So this would place in commercial zones. And major arterials are typically wider streets. There's more of a buffer from the structures. So they're a better location for these types of facilities. Our least preferred location are dense residential neighborhood streets. They're very narrow. There's usually structures very close to the street. The visual impacts are more prevalent to the people living there. We also incorporated into our proposal 300 feet measured from the property line of schools, child care centers, hospitals, and religious facilities. Those are civic and community use spaces, and we typically protect the aesthetics of those as well. So once again, this is all about the visual aspects of those areas. A significant number of members of our community are going to these sites, so we take additional steps to protect the aesthetic value of those types of uses. We also have 50 feet from existing residential structures. And as I mentioned before, there's a lot of push from a design and development standpoint to control how residential structures look and the visual impacts of those. So that is our attempt to address those concerns. We've also incorporated 1,000 feet from other small cells from the same provider. And I think that's an important piece because you wouldn't necessarily have one provider taking available area from another by simply getting out of the gate earlier. So the providers are creating separations from their own utilities. So essentially you could have AT&T and Verizon in a closer proximity than that 1,000 feet. But that's really attempted to address kind of the cluttering and the saturation concerns that we've heard from the community. We also have a few other components located as close as possible to shared property lines and not located directly in front of a window or door. Now, the important piece, as Gail mentioned, you can have aesthetics, but you cannot effectively prohibit the deployment. And when we look at the cumulative effects of these standards, how do you know if you just pull that out of a box and say 50 feet looks good, that it works or it doesn't? So we've done a few different things, and there's future slides that will go into more of exposing the engineering process that we went through to develop these, but we've also created a relief valve, and that is in the form of a variance or a limited exception. So if it is not technically feasible for the provider to meet these, they have an opportunity to show why it isn't, to come in and how they can get closer to those preferences, to say there are other sites that might not exactly meet all of these, but the site here that does is not technically feasible. This other site is basically making modifications on some of these, and they can get closer to those preferences. So there is a relief valve built into that to avoid that effective prohibition of service. Next slide, please. So what we've seen here is that when we went through this exercise, obviously you look at the cumulative effect. What you're doing with that is you're taking away available geographic area for deployments. And what we wanted to do is do a little bit of a GIS exercise to show, as we applied these setbacks, what sort of effect did it have. And what we see here is the dark lines are our arterial streets, so that's our highest preference for a street. The gray dots are our street lights, and those are highlighted in this situation simply just to make them stand out off the image. And we have about 16,000 streetlights. We don't actually document the number of joint poles because the city doesn't own those as infrastructure. I could not tell you how many joint poles we have. There are a significant number. They don't exist in a lot of areas where we've undergrounded, but where they do exist, they have a tendency to exist at a higher frequency than the streetlights. Next slide, please. So when we start to look at how small cells really kind of interact, so the brown in this situation shows the area that's not available, and that is a 1,000-foot radius from existing small cells that we know today. And most of those were deployed by Verizon. AT&T has had some. This doesn't include some of those AT&T sites, but that gives you an idea of the area you're taking away. Next slide, please. So now when we look at all of the cumulative effect of all of that, what you really end up with is a fairly significant impact to the geographic area. But there's some important pieces to this. So what we wanted to expose is we wanted to expose available poles on the arterial streets. So as you see the green show through, it's showing areas where these can go in. And what you're also seeing as part of that is those areas where it can go in have a tendency to be in all areas of the city. So we have the northeast, northwest, we have the Oakmont area where we're seeing some options, we have the southeast, southwest. So what that's doing, though, is that out of the 16,000 poles, it's basically making approximately 5,000 available through that process. And that brings us down to a percentage of streetlights that's hovering around 31%. So we can see that over all of that, that in some of these areas, and I'll talk about this in a future slide, you're seeing very dark areas where there are no options, and that likely is where we have to exercise those limited exemptions. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we also looked at is typically with these, we'll often try to take a very regional approach with these sort of standards. And in this particular situation, it's difficult because all cities are made up in a different way. Santa Rosa has a lot of residential structures, and we're encouraging housing to go into areas that it wasn't in before. So when we take Petaluma's requirements, which they're a bit more aggressive, they have 1,500 feet from small cells and 500 feet from residential buildings. When we take that aggressive of an approach, you can see it's taking around the vast majority of the geographic area. So that would neck us down to 539 streetlights and 3% of the available poles. And there were some discussions in previous study sessions about trying to align regionally. We looked at that as part of the exercise, and unfortunately we're just not able to do it based on the pretty significant impact that some of those standards have on Santa Rosa. Next slide, please. So now what we saw in some of those very dark areas in those slides where we weren't creating area, this kind of highlights really why that occurs. So what we see in this particular case, and I think it's a great example, this is the Mendocino Avenue corridor adjacent to the Santa Rosa Santa Rosa High and the junior college. So it has two schools. It has a major arterial road that runs in it and a commercial corridor, and it's really surrounded with residential. So we would normally say that placing these on Mendocino Avenue in front of commercial is our preferred location, but what's happening is the school setback is encroaching into that commercial corridor, and you have no flexibility to go further away from it because you're getting into the residential area. So this is a prime example of where we would need to work with a provider to figure out a good location. And how we would look at that is obviously if you're not impacting the streetscape of the school, visually impacting the view of that school from the street, we would say put it on the other side of the street. You're not necessarily meeting that 300-foot setback, but you're still meeting the general aesthetic design. It's in front of commercial areas, it's on a main arterial. We could also look at locations where you put it in front of the parking garage in front of the school instead of right in front of Santa Rosa High School, which really has a beautiful streetscape. So that's really how we would balance that out. We would look to basically meet those preferences to the best of our ability based on where we know technically it works from the provider. So hopefully that exposes a little bit of that exercise that would go through the limited exemption process. Next slide, please. So one of the main questions is what do we really do if development standards are too restrictive? And the reality is obviously we talked about the relief valve. What we want to do is have some flexibility with the design and construction standards to amend in the future, and it really can go either way. As we really track where federal law takes us in the future, or state law, we will have the ability to change as needed. But this just highlights some of the specific data. So really, any separation from residential can become problematic, and that's due to the fact that half of our streetlights are within 50 feet of residential structures. So certain things like reducing that to 30 feet gains 2,000 poles into the mix. So there's certain pieces that we can play around with. For example, reducing the civic and community use buffers where you're not measuring from the property line, but you're measuring from the structure itself would do that. But it still could end up placing those right in front of the use where we're trying to protect the aesthetic corridor. So important piece is flexibility in this. Much of this the city does control, much of it doesn't. We need flexibility to be consistent with state and federal law, but we also need flexibility to really interact in that band of authority that we do have under state and federal law. Next slide, please. So this really documents some of the next steps in what we want to do. So this was all about addressing small cells. That was the biggest concern, and we identified that as the biggest gap in our code. We do have, obviously, some code sections that are associated with macro sites. So what we want to do, and those are very stale, actually. Many of those were developed in the early 2000s, and they need to be refreshed. So as part of this process, in a second phase, we're going to be looking at those macro site code sections and looking at making changes. That will also give us some time to monitor our small cell procedures and codes and to push some permits through it and to test some things out to see what works and to see where we might need to create a little more flexibility. So our goal is to move that forward by the end of the calendar year. That's our target goal at this point. And what that really does, once again, is we're trying to align as much as we can, but we also have to create these permitting procedures that are consistent with state and federal law and efficient. Because what we're finding is as those shot clocks decrease, we have to be more efficient with our process to make sure it can happen within that shot clock. So we constantly have to review that to make sure it's feasible for that overall steps in that application to operate within that short window of time. And I think an important point to this is when we look at overall telecommunications, wireless plays a role. It plays a significant role with cell phones. What we've seen from COVID is that obviously people are operating in their home. Some communities have better broadband service or sections of the community than others, and there's a lot of different things that go in to fix that. And we can't discount the benefit of cabled infrastructure. That's needed for small cells. The deployment of fiber is important to that backbone infrastructure, and it also provides different service to the building. So we'll continue to analyze the feasibility of those programs. Some of that's through the city, some of that is just supporting permitting for other providers coming and providing that function. But I do want to mention that that is one of our focuses to maintain keep our eye on how fiber deployments are happening in the city. Next slide, please. So I know it's been a long haul, and thank you for, I know it's very technical, and thank you for going through all this. And I want to just mention before I close with restating the recommendations, we did try to implement quite a bit of public process in this. So in addition to the item today and the public process that provides, we developed some websites to give as much information as possible about this process. We did some newsletters that were published in City Connection, and that was pushed out to all subscribers to that, which are getting close to 97,000 people. But we also, over the years, had a very targeted audience through this, and those were the providers, and those were members of the public that were concerned. And I do have to actually extend a special thanks to Alex Cron as part of this process. I know many of you have received emails from Alex. And I know many members of the community have run the full range of emotions with this, from frustration to anger, and it's been a bit of a long process. But Alex has helped me really consolidate that and better understand what those were, and it gave me an avenue to better educate those individuals that had those concerns on where the city's flexibility is. So we worked very closely with that group. There's been multiple meetings. We've stepped through this presentation and some of our kind of more engineering approaches that we took to make these determinations. And we also gave opportunities for the providers to comment on that. So they were able to review those draft documents early and provide comment. So with that, I will conclude the presentation and restate the recommendations. And we do have two. So we want to consider an introduction and a first reading of an ordinance, adding Chapter 13-6 to Title 13 Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Places of the Santa Rosa City Code pertaining to wireless facilities in the public right-of-way, and finding the same exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and adopt by resolution design and development standards specific to the placement of wireless facilities in the public right-of-way as authorized by Chapter 13-6. Next slide, please. And with that, I will open it up to any questions you may have.
All right, thank you so much, Gabe and Gail. It's quite a bit of information, so I appreciate you putting it all together in one place for us. I did have a couple of questions to start with. You glossed on a little bit SB 556. I wanted to start with just an overall question around whether or not, I'll just say, that bill is expected to pass in Sacramento this year. If it does pass, does this ordinance still hold up, or would the council be right back here having this discussion again early next year?
Thanks. That's a great question. So that ordinance that bill would potentially have some impact on the license agreement that the city's entered into for use of light poles. It's not purporting to regulate the permitting process, but it does create what I would call shot clocks for review of requests to use the poles. It puts some other limitation, like mandates that they have to be made available establishes that you would have to the $270 rate, or I think you're allowed to do your costs. It may mandate a cost study. I'm not sure what the current version looks like, but it wouldn't impact this ordinance, which is dealing with the permitting process, not just for permits to use streetlights or traffic lights, but also utility poles. So this is wearing a regulatory hat, what the permitting process is for going into and making installations in the public right of way on certain types of infrastructure. The bill is targeting your property that you own in the public right of way and ensuring that it's available for these deployments.
All right, thank you. And just stating it out front, the Mayors and Council Members Legislative Committee has already opposed the bill, so just want to make sure I put that out there as well. But I do get concerned when I see phrases in it such as unreasonably denying the leasing or licensing. There's another section that talks about poles must be made available under fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory fees. Those are obviously things that the courts will have to help to define as cities have ordinances like this. And so it's always helpful, to the best that we can, to put in place an ordinance that we think is defensible, particularly against some of those lawsuits. Gabe, under the current fee structure, are you able to recover your costs for the applications coming in?
Excellent question, Mayor. What we'll be looking at is, since we're changing this process slightly, we do have obviously a fee schedule that addresses encroachment permits. So as it comes in now, we are recovering that fee associated with that review. As we layer more of these requirements in, it will likely increase the staff time associated with that review. There is a safe harbor fee that we can incorporate, but really I think when we look at it, that would not properly recover the cost. So our goal is, as we test this out and we run this through the paces, we can do a bit of a nexus study to actually determine how many staff hours go into that and the rate of that, how much time goes into the noticing and the cost of that, and we will likely be adopting a different fee schedule specifically for this as we're able to get that data to inform what that fee should look like.
Great, thank you. Because we talk all the time about cost recovery, particularly in your department, and this is one that I know that the council is eager to see cost recovery on. I don't think the $270 fee is going to cover it if the legislation does pass at the state, but hopefully we can put that in place in the short term. The other question I had...
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify on the fees, the $270 is the rental rate, the annual charge for using the pole. And I think Gabe was talking about the permit processing fees, which are required to be cost-based both under state and federal law. And the question is whether you will do a fee study to determine what are those costs of service of processing the applications.
No, I appreciate that clarification. My understanding of SB 556 was that it eliminated the additional fee, the encroachment permit fee, and perhaps I'm just mistaken in that, but I thought that the $270 per year rent was the only charge that cities had available. But I can go back, I can reread, see where the bill is at on that. And then my last question, Gabe, is when you talk about requiring undergrounding of the components when it's technically feasible, I noticed that doesn't say economically feasible, and it doesn't have any standards around reasonability. So can you expand upon that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So typically anytime you underground facilities, and I think there's really a few issues with that. So most wireless providers have some level of cabinet that goes along with that. What we saw with Verizon, they were doing ground equipment. What we're seeing is most of those infrastructure pieces are now going onto the pole. With the original Verizon layout, there were bigger cabinets in the right-of-way. They had triggered a whole nother set of concerns. So basically what we had looked at really as part of that process is, can you underground all of that? So if you have backup batteries and meter connections, can you put that below ground? And the challenge that creates is that I think it is a balance act between when is it not financially feasible and when is it technically infeasible. And I think when you run into technically infeasible, you're running into some other concerns we have in the right of way to where we're not approving it. And for example, if you put a large vault in, that large vault can create a trip hazard. There might be cooling in that vault because it's more exposed to moisture. You might have fans that violate noise ordinances. So it starts getting into a very technical review to determining you're benefiting it from an aesthetic standpoint, but you're offsetting something else that's equally as important in the right of way that's just not visual. So it is a little difficult to give a clear definition of how one would march through that, but that typically is how it is. The right of way is used for a variety of different purposes. So you can address the aesthetics, but at what point are you negatively impacting the ability of another provider or the city to utilize that right of way, or when are you not creating a safe corridor because of trip hazards and vaults failing and things of that nature?
Okay, thank you. Has this ordinance been run by our public safety chiefs to make sure that it wouldn't interfere with the public's safety, particularly noticing and alerts during an emergency?
Yes, especially on the fire front, there was a lot of discussion with the previous study sessions about, really the deployment of wireless infrastructure and how it functioned in an emergency situation. And that really is one of the benefits of wireless infrastructure, is that in disasters, people are communicating with a cell phone, and maintaining that connectivity is important to that. We had got into a lot of discussions initially about the safety element of these. So at what point, when battery backups were being installed, does that become a fire hazard? So our fire chief and our fire marshal had a lot of review into that overall design. They will be reviewing these applications as they initially come in to make determinations about the safety element. So it did get into both of those discussions, and they were involved, which are the benefit of wireless facilities and putting them in certain locations from that communication benefit in the disaster, but also these are powered infrastructure sitting in the right of way. So how do we maintain the safety of those in pole knockdown situation? So all of the departments, transportation, public works, fire, we've all been looking at those to make sure that we're informing that review properly and understanding that these are actually safe elements to be placed in the right way.
All right, and then my final question, Gabe, is looking at this from an equity lens, which is something that we're trying to do as a priority for the council. Does this ordinance disproportionately impact certain parts of our community versus others? And in particular, obviously during COVID, we've seen access to the internet has been crucial for students and for younger folks in our community. How would this impact their ability either to have adequate network coverage, or also disproportionately placing more of these in specific neighborhoods?
Excellent point. And I think really when we look at it from an aesthetic standard, what has a tendency to happen is you start pushing it away from residential structures. So the denser the residential structure, the tighter the area, the standards start keeping it out of that area. And that's where the relief valve comes into play, because I think the important exercise that we wanted to look at as we went through this and we developed these more regional standards is, how did it affect the different quadrants of the city? Are we creating opportunity for these to go in those areas? And if we're not, we need to, because that reason that basically the provider is providing a baseline level of service that should be available to all members of our community. I think there are ways that you can do that smartly. We can still have aesthetic standards. We can still get them towards preferences. We can incorporate those in the communities that may not currently have them, but we can also do it by maintaining that aesthetic standard. And I think that's important because you can get it in, but you don't necessarily overly burden in that situation, because I think that's been some of the concerns from the community. And there's many members of the public that don't necessarily use the wireless communications inside the house. They're still relying on broadband connections. And I think the important point is to bring that into the conversation too. If we're dealing with this issue where we're disproportionately providing service, wireless plays a role in that, but the broadband aspect also does as well. So how do we provide cable services in those areas that are more stable connection? And I think we've really seen it with Zoom, is that all of a sudden where data wasn't used as heavily, now we're pushing significant amount of data, and many of us are communicating through Zoom meetings. So it's an incredibly important thing from a telecommunication standpoint. We have our eyes on it, and that's one of our lenses that we put it through. Are we having an equity aspect of how we're deploying these, both from an aesthetic standpoint, but also an availability of services?
And the legislature has definitely stepped up and is allocating funding on the broadband front. So we'll continue to utilize some of that and work with our state and federal partners on that as well. Councilmember Sawyer, you have questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. I think it's fairly simple. And thank you all for this, bringing this forward to us. Now I see why it took a while to get here, and it's very easy to see why. Lots of information, a lot of hurdles to jump. My question has to do with slide number 24. It pertains to that, and the administrative process and what are the chances of a entity, not that they would do this on purpose, overwhelming a department in looking for entitlements, and then because of the quantity of work necessary, that the shot clocks run out? Or do we have enough? Are we so well staffed that just would not be a concern?
That's an excellent question, and I'll let Gail chime in on that a little bit. Basically, the way it works with encroachment permits is we have historically received probably at about 300 to 500 a year. That's our typical average on encroachment permits. Over the last 5 years, we've seen that dramatically increase, and much of that was due to the Tubbs fire, to where we're almost doing 2,000 encroachment permits per year. So our staffing levels, that's pretty much the top end of what we can handle. So the staffing levels are kept because that peak can come down, so they're kept at a level to be financially responsible to make sure we can meet that demand, but it can get overwhelmed fairly quick because that's a very small team. So if we throw the small cells into the mix of that, in a significant number of those, it becomes very challenging. And I would say, based on the batches that I've seen thus far, they do come in waves. And what would happen likely is if we focus our attention on that, because it has this defined shot clock, that will be pulling our resources from other development types. So because of the threat of these really going into an approval state on the back end, we really need to take that opportunity to review those. And it probably would have an impact in a batch situation to basically the other permits that are hovering around that may be just general encroachment permits. They may be associated with larger projects. So that piece, and I'll maybe let Gail talk about if there is any impact, if there is any remedy in a situation where a provider may actually be able to overwhelm a jurisdiction and then claim shot clock violations.
Thank you, and I look forward to Gail's response. And it would concern me, and I would assume that we would get an alert if that situation started to present itself, which could slow down development in other areas. So, Gail, what are the odds of things slowing down?
Well, I would say that that's definitely a risk. That is a risk that you could be in a situation. I've heard of some cities where that's happened, where they get 175 applications or something that all come in at once. And there are a couple of things to think about in that aspect. And one that I've seen cities look at is to have potentially outside reviewers that can come in sort of on call to take up when there are additional need for review for large projects. That might be something where you'd want to look at modifying your fee schedule so that you can pass through those costs. So that's basically like contract reviewers to assist the department when you hit, high levels of demand. But the main point that I want to make is with respect to the shot clocks that are the 5 that I spoke of, not the eligible facilities request, which is under that 2012 law, but the federal ones that are under the law that was adopted in 1996 that requires you to act within a reasonable period of time. Those are all presumptively reasonable periods within which to act, meaning that the presumption is that typically you could act within those periods, but if you were challenged on it, you could potentially have a defense and say, with respect to this project or these circumstances, it was reasonable. The presumptively reasonable period shouldn't apply and a longer period should apply, right? That would be what you might say in court in defense if you were sued. if the circumstances presented it. And that's what makes those deemed granted remedies so dangerous, because they kind of flip the responsibility. So the carrier simply sends a letter, says, here's your notice, you missed the shot clock, it's deemed approved, and it puts the onus on the local jurisdiction to go to court to try to overturn that result. So that's why those deemed granted remedies are so dangerous. The one other thing that you can always do, and I mentioned this in my part of the presentation, is you could always go to the carrier and ask them to agree to toll the shot clock on the applications to give more time. And I would say that in a lot of instances, you can get that agreement. You can't bank on it, obviously, and you can't set up a process that would guarantee that you'd have that. But for large projects, or where a project or an application becomes quite complicated and it's just taking more time, that's another potential action for the city, is just to make an arrangement with the applicant to agree that more time should be allowed to process the application.
Well, thank you for that. I'm more concerned now than I was before I asked the question, but I appreciate the answer. I was hoping for a little more relief, but it sounds like we may have to beef up potentially our legal department. At the same time, we're beefing up our entitlement, or the permit department. So it gives me no small amount of concern. Thank you.
So piggybacking off of Councilmember Sawyer's question, is it possible to build into the ordinance a limit on how many can be introduced or applied for at one time by an applicant? Would that be considered reasonable to meet the city's staffing abilities?
Do you want me to take that, Gabe?
Yes, please, Gail.
Sure. So I have seen some smaller cities actually do that, not to just try to manage the flow of applications, given the size of their staff. So sometimes they'll require applications to be submitted only on certain days of the week, or by appointment, or we developed language, and I'm blanking on which city it was, but where we said if you're going to submit more than a certain number, say 10 applications, then you should alert us to that and allow us to set up, a separate kind of fund for funding contract reviewers that we're going to need to bring in, because our staff won't be able to handle that thing. So there are ways that you can try to manage that. The pushback at the end of the day that you have to be kind of cognizant of and balance is that you can't, if your rules are too strict in terms of submitting applications, then you may get to the point where an applicant is accusing you of effectively prohibiting service because you're slow rolling the development, or you're creating a moratorium in some way because you're not accepting applications routinely. But I think in certain circumstances, certainly it's justified to try to manage those situations. And certainly I should also mention when there are communities that I've worked with that have suffered fires, wildfires, and evacuations and things like that, certainly, notifying, putting up a notice that we're not going to meet the timelines in these kind of circumstances, and you just got to accept that, is, that's not something that you're going to get challenged on by a carrier or an applicant in those sort of circumstances.
And Mayor, if I may add on to that quickly, the discussion about professional services and consultants is usually a very useful conversation to have as part of that. Typically, when we hit our capacity level, professional services is our relief valve. So it is a conversation we can have as we move this forward and we adopt the appropriate fee. Some utilization of professional services will have, kind of a full cost recovery as part of that program. So we can discuss that as a reasonable relief valve, which would then help us avoid any additional impacts to the current staff would have with moving their time on housing projects or the other, menu item of things that PED normally deals with. So we'll analyze that as part of the process too, to see if that is a suitable means to assist with this potential issue.
All right, thank you, Gabe. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Gabe and Gail, for this presentation. And Gabe, you always bring me a great level of comfort when I know you're involved in a project, and this is no exception to that. And so I want to talk just kind of our voyage you outlined when we've this first came to council. And I know my first recollections, I know we saw images of these on city poles, which seemed really like who would be bothered by that? And then you showed another picture in this presentation on Yalupa. And then the reality with one of our council meetings, we had the situation on West 9th and Link Lane, which it seemed like it was in their front porch. So if we are to adopt this ordinance with a situation that occurred, and again, I don't know if it's on Link Lane or West 9th, and hopefully you remember that one, would that be allowed under this ordinance, or what would be different?
That's an excellent point, and it really is trying to protect against that in a lot of ways. And I think what we've seen from the aesthetics is the different providers are, incorporating different technology into the design. And the streetlight poles have a tendency to be a bit more streamlined. One of those reasons is you can use the pole as a conduit. They can hide wires. So the joint utility poles, the aesthetics are not as good as the streetlights. But we got into a lot of conversations about when we look at these conceptual designs of these poles that are submitted as part of applications, and you look at them in real life at different angles, they look very much different. And that was some of the concerns with the community, is I thought it was going to look like this and it looked like this. So we've done a couple things to protect against that. One is we're attempting, because that is directly out of somebody's living room window, we do focus on our streetscapes. It is aesthetics. We're attempting to not allow deployments in that area. There's some situations where that will be challenging because they're literally the only option, but overall that would be protected against with that 50-foot separation. So that would move that site to more of an arterial, and I think a great example in Link Lane is, from a proximity standpoint, can you put it on College Avenue? We have main arterials there, they're close to it, so it would protect that. We're also implementing more designs, more requirements on the specific equipment that they can install within our rights under federal code. So I think with that cabinet type, that was one when we looked at backup batteries. So the backup batteries literally only provide 3 hours of communications when that equipment goes down. Is that something that we do want to incorporate? We have that right to say yes or no to that. By making that backup battery go away, that entire cabinet goes away on the ground. So it protects those aesthetics. So this whole process that we've gone through, we've utilized those examples to say, how do we really control that, and can we yes or no, and is it a tweaking or is it a moving from that site? So that is an excellent point. Some of those sites did look very different than what we initially saw, and we want to be transparent about that. We don't want to have the community assume that it's going to look like something and have it look like something else. So we have examples now. We're going to provide images as part of our notification that are more real-world visuals of those sites. And then obviously we're trying to protect, to the best of our ability, those very dense residential corridors where people are more impacted by the physical elements of those sites.
Great, thank you for that. And I also want to applaud you for recognizing Mr. Crone, because again, he has made many comments before this body, and I really appreciate his understanding in depth and his commitment, because he's all about the safety of this community. So thank you for acknowledging his efforts.
Are there any other questions from council members? Okay, with that, we will open the public hearing. I'm going to look first in our chambers and see if there's anybody interested in speaking in public comment on this. Seeing nobody move to the podium, I'll go to our Zoom public comment. If you're interested in giving a comment on this item, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom or hit *9. We'll start with Hannah, followed by Alex.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and council members. My name is Hannah Boris, speaking on behalf of Verizon Wireless. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on the proposed ordinance and design standards regulating wireless facilities in the right-of-way. We would like to thank the council and staff for its efforts on this important topic. There are a few key issues that need to be addressed to ensure that the code and design standards are workable to make the necessary investments to improve services for your community. Verizon supports the adoption of the ordinance with the following key changes. Section B2 under Appeals on page 6 provides a process for automatic appeals to the city manager for applications that are approved based upon a finding that denial would result in an effective prohibition under federal law. It's unclear what the criteria for this type of appeal would be and how the city could complete these automatic appeals within the federal shot clocks. Additionally, it's also unclear who the appellant would be in such a scenario, and typically a city manager would not have the appropriate training and expertise in federal law to adjudicate such matters. Verizon therefore requests that this requirement be removed. Condition of approval number 2 regarding permit duration on page 9 states that a wireless encroachment permit shall be valid for a period of 10 years unless it expires sooner or is terminated pursuant to the code. The minimum permit term for wireless facilities is 10 years under the California Government Code, and limits less than 10 years are presumed to be unreasonable. Condition of approval number 4 regarding the commencement of operations on page 9 requires that operation of an approved facility commence no later than 1 month after completion of the installation, or the permit will automatically expire. There are a number of factors that may delay the ability of a wireless provider to commence operation that are outside the control of the provider, such as the delivery of commercial power or fiber. Verizon therefore requests that a reasonable exception process be provided. As an end user of the design standards, Verizon respectfully requests that the design standards be continued to allow additional time to work with staff to ensure the standards are feasible and consistent with FCC requirements. As currently drafted, many of the standards are infeasible and would materially inhibit Verizon's ability to deploy its network in Santa Rosa. A few examples include the current volumetric limitations for antennas and equipment on page 9 that do not comply with the FCC order and would not accommodate the simplest of small cell equipment configurations. The standards also currently require that antennas and radios be top mounted on utility poles. However, PG&E no longer allows antennas on the top of poles in the space it controls. And while we appreciate the fact that an exception process has been provided for, we fear that the current standards are so restrictive, whereas the exception might swallow the rule. These are just a few examples of current design standards that would make deployment in Santa Rosa infeasible under the current requirements. Additional technical and legal compliance concerns have been more fully outlined in the red line submitted to the city prior to the hearing. We respectfully request that the council defer approval of the design standards to allow staff time to make the revisions needed to craft workable standards that also presents a path forward for the efficient deployment of wireless technology in Santa Rosa that also preserves the look, feel, and aesthetic goals of your community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alex?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, I'd first like to thank Gabe for his hard work on this issue. He's definitely the smartest and nicest guy in the room. And thanks to the council for listening and being open-minded and really understanding the concerns from the community. This is Alex Crone speaking. I'm a part of Safe Tech for Santa Rosa and a lifetime resident of Santa Rosa. And I want to say that it's just not me. It's a group of many other Santa Rosans working on this issue to protect the health and well-being of your constituents. And I just want to be clear that companies like Verizon and AT&T are private companies, and they are beholden to their shareholders and their executive bonuses. They are not putting the top priority of our people at hand in terms of things like the digital divide and emergency communication. They like to throw these things around in order to make it seem like them gaming the system with their lawyers and lobbyists, the state and federal level, making laws to take all their responsibility and liability away and take all the local control away, make it look like it's something for the better, but it's not. So the digital divide, access to internet, we already have the infrastructure and cable to provide gigabit speeds for data in the home and at workplaces. And the reason we don't have that is because monopolies like Verizon and AT&T want to jack up the prices as much as possible and charge as many hundreds of dollars a month in order to maximize their bottom line. And that's just how it is. And I want that to be front and center to this discussion. Verizon is a public utility company. They're also a, private wireless company. Verizon is a public utility company, a lot of places back east, New York, and AT&T is also two separate entities, a public utility company in California, and they are also a private wireless company. And a little story, we paid for broadband connection, fiber optic to the premise over 20, 30 years. And what happened is that the public utility company cross-subsidized that money to their wireless company because they make so much money off wireless. So of course they want to provide services wirelessly because they can charge tons of money for data. And really Verizon's goal with small cells is to be able to provide video streaming services to people, right? They'd love to be able to sell you cable video services through your wall wirelessly. This is not about the digital divide. This has nothing to do with making broadband connection affordable. And if they really wanted to do something for emergency services, they could put up facilities that were only active during an emergency. So that needs to be understood. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much, Alex. So that is the last hand that I see. Let's go to our pre-recorded voicemails.
Agenda 16.2. Hello, it's me again, Mary Dahl. Sixth time I've addressed the City Council in regards to the cell tower at 439 Calistoga Road, Rincon Valley. Last Tuesday, June 21st, when I spoke via phone, I need to clarify one part. It is, I cannot live in 90% of my home due to the enormous amount of RFR emitting from said tower. It rains
weeks from a carrier's request to apply, with clear opportunity for public input and appeal, even a community meeting with dates scheduled, healthful RF radiation. Thanks for considering these recommendations, and thank you for serving the people of Santa Rosa.
This is Jennifer Laporta, item 16.2. Thank you and Gabe Osborne for your service. You are about to vote on the telecommunications ordinance, which is going to have far-reaching consequences for this city for decades to come. 5G intends to provide streaming services while gathering data from its users, which is spying. 5G will not bridge the digital divide because big telecom is unregulated and unaffordable to many low-income people. The FCC is a captured agency run by industry insiders. The city could greatly benefit by providing municipal broadband, fiber optic lines to the premises, thus creating low-income tiers of service to bridge the digital divide. This would reduce the need for small cells and protect us from all their negative effects: aesthetic blight, reduced property values, potential fire danger, and yes, damaging health effects. Fiber is faster, easier to upgrade, more cyber secure, safer to health and fire, and more reliable and affordable. This is what we need in the ordinance. 1, signage on poles of potential cell sites with large lettering, easily visible from vehicles and passersby, posted immediately upon telecom's request of permit. 2, no camouflaged antennas, however aesthetically pleasing, as people need to know that they are being exposed to RF radiation. 3, how can we ensure that the facilities are non-flammable when they contain batteries and or petroleum fuel as well as flammable smart meters? 4, insurance coverage without a pollution exclusion so that their harmful health effects are insurable. 5, Americans with Disabilities Act compliance must be included and the carrier must assume all liability and hold the city harmless. The ordinance should say that the WHO recognizes electromagnetic sensitivity as an illness under ICD code W90. 6, no co-locations for small cells on any structure. This will double the aesthetic blight, add to fire danger, increase the amount of RF, and increase electricity usage. 7, periodic RF emission testing needs to be done by an independent certified engineer, not a telecom employee or contractor, whenever a resident requests it, with results posted on the city website. 8, since technology is changing so fast, 10-year permits are too long. How about 2-year permits? 9, must include parks, walking trails, and community centers with protective setbacks. Dear City Council, please remember you are accountable to we the people, not telecom corporations.
Hello, this is Richard Boyd. I'm calling in reference to Agenda Item 16.2, the Small Cell Ordinance, to express my concerns about its ability to regulate the activities of the telecommunications industry. I am familiar with the ordinance you are considering, and while it is not perfect, it is a good first step, and Mr. Osborne deserves a great deal of credit for bringing it to its present state. I want to comment on what the telecommunications industry is attempting to perpetrate. I'm a retired physics professor, so I know a bit about radiation. The buzzword telecom is using is connectivity, which is supposed to provide all of us with improved Wi-Fi and, with the advent of 5G, greater speed, self-driving cars, better gaming, etc. Some of these things really may be improvements, but others are catering to the whims of human beings and are in serious conflict with the needs of many of those same humans. I note that much of this connectivity could be achieved by fiber to the premises. That is, the radiation that floods our atmosphere is not essential. However, it should be noted that radio frequency radiation at the 5G frequencies has not been tested to see how damaging it is to living organisms. What's more, there is apparently no intent to do so, at least in the United States, but the signs are not good. The FCC has set limits on the amount of RF radiation that emitters can create that are more than a factor 100 greater than those set by many other countries. And their regulatory agencies have, unlike the United States FCC, considered modern medical evidence that shows without a doubt that RF radiation at the FCC's levels can create serious medical effects in humans as well as other animals, insects, and plants. Let me emphasize that point. The stuff can be dangerous and absolutely is at the limits set by the FCC and happily adopted by the telecom industry. Rachel Carson had it right when she warned the world decades ago about DDT in her book, Silent Spring. We're facing a new threat, RF radiation, that could cause another silent spring, only this time it won't be just the birds that die. Humans would not escape the die-off this time. The ordinance you are considering certainly will not cater completely to telecom's desires. However, it will give them much authority in placement and ultimately intensity of the small cells with which they want to clutter the Santa Rosa landscape. So more will be needed for the future. In conclusion, let me congratulate Mr. Osborne on a job well done, given the constraints under which he had to operate, and thank him for his extraordinary effort. But I want to advise the council members that this is a first step, that much more needs to be done to protect the citizens of Santa Rosa from the ubiquity of the RF radiation the telecom industry would like to inflict on us. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tom Laporta. This is for item 16.2. I'd like to see the city make some money from their fiber to the premises setup that they could have going. I mean, Palo Alto makes $2 million a year from their fiber access. San Leandro's gross profit margin is over 70%. There's so many cities that have made a go of this that it's not even funny. Bristol, Virginia, Jupiter, Florida, Chattanooga. It's amazing. I would suggest you might want to get in touch with Magellan Advisors, who put together San Leandro's master plan. There's a lot of good info in there. Now, on the safety front, I think we need an ordinance restricting small cells for at least 300 feet from any residence. Not 50 feet, not 100 feet, at least 300 feet. Petaluma and San Anselmo have 500-foot setbacks. That would be ideal, but I doubt that's going to happen. Anyway, that's about all I have to say. Okay.
Hello, my name is Sydney Cox, and I'm calling for Agenda 16.2, the Ordinance Regulating Wireless Facilities. First of all, it's great that there will soon be a wireless small cell ordinance that will give the city some control over the placement of small cells. I understand the constraints placed upon the city by the FCC's rulings and state mandates. However, it sounds like you've obtained excellent legal counsel, and Mr. Osborne has been at this for a few years and has done a really good job. So a big thank you to you, Mr. Osborne. Looking at the bigger picture, I have to add my advocacy for a municipal fiber network for Santa Rosa that will provide fast connectivity without the need for small cells all over the city. Please do whatever you can to make this a reality. Probably most important to the residents of our communities is the issue of setbacks, distance of cell towers from homes, and the levels of RF radiation that is being emitted from these small cells. Anyone with a good RF meter can give you numerical values and tell you they are dangerous emissions at 50 feet, 75 feet, 100, and even 200 feet. My findings have been alarming. I have emailed the council an info sheet on my meter readings at 5 different locations. Of course, they are below the FCC limits, which are certainly high and based on thermal effects, heating of tissue only, and for short periods of time, 30 minutes, a few hours, not days, not 24/7. And the levels of the FCC are 10 million. The Council of Europe and building biologists have set precautionary RF levels for sleeping areas at 0.1 and determined by building biologists and countless studies that levels of 1,000 or more are considered extreme concern. Last Saturday, I took readings on a driveway at Monteverde Drive at 75 feet from the small cell that measured 203,000 microwatts per meter squared. The man there that lived there made comments about his frustration and helplessness over the small cell that's in direct line to his house. And my meter can't even measure Verizon's millimeter waves that are emitted at 28 to 39 gigahertz, as the meter only reads up to 8 gigahertz. But these small cells emit a combo frequency of 3G, 4G, 5G, so undoubtedly there's a lot more radiation than I can even measure. Can you imagine co-locations? That would be twice the radiation and twice the visual blight, which is another concern. We can't control the FCC. We can't control the laws that telecom is getting passed thanks to their contributions to our reps, but we can educate the public and speak out in public comment times like this about our alarm at what's coming. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kim Schroeder, and I am calling on agenda item number 16.2. Ordinance regulating wireless facilities. I live in Santa Rosa. I grew up here. My husband and I raised our children here. First of all, thank you, Gabe Osborne, for your efforts in becoming educated at length on this topic and preparing these documents. I support a municipal fiber network, just as many have over the years passionately, as been stated in goal-setting meetings and so forth, study sessions. The fiber network is superior to small cells for several reasons. It protects our neighborhoods and schools, etc., from the negative effects of wireless, but even more importantly, we don't have the unsightly aesthetics, reduced property values, potential fire dangers, the negative environmental effects of wireless, as well as health impacts. Fiber is faster, more cyber secure. It's got privacy, it's more reliable and affordable, and it is that will eliminate the digital divide. As a green city who adopted a climate change resolution not too long ago, please recall the testimonies in prior study sessions regarding the significant negative impact that wireless has on our environment. The consumers already paid the phone companies fees to build fiber optic cable as they promised years ago. These fees were paid in our landline bills. They never fulfilled their promise, and now they want these invasive cell towers in front of our homes and our schools. This is not for the people. Remember, this is for the telecoms. Data mining is a lucrative business, and we the people, once again, pay the price. While they can't be completely avoided, cell towers should be strategically placed with the least intrusive means and proof of significant gap in coverage. Another important point is small cells must be covered by insurance without a pollution exclusion. Additionally, I feel important point is regarding the Americans with Disabilities Act. ADA compliance must be included, and the carrier must assume all liability and hold the city harmless. Periodic radio frequency emission testing should be done by an independent certified engineer. not a telecom employee or contractor. This should happen once or twice a year, as there needs to be accountability, which is not happening now. Also, please keep in mind that we elected you to represent us, the people, and we thank you for that, for all you do for us. And
hello, my name is Royal Lynn Wooten. This is for item number 16.2. You are about to vote on the telecommunications ordinance and resolution, which is going to have a far-reaching consequence for this city for decades to come. 5G intends to provide streaming services while gathering data for its users, which is fine. 5G will not bridge the digital divide because big telecom is unregulated and unaffordable to many low-income people. The city could greatly benefit by providing municipal broadband or fiber optic lines to the premises, thus creating low-income tiers of service to bridge the digital divide. Other cities have reaped huge benefits on their fiber optic investments. This would reduce the need for small cells and protect us from all their negative effects: aesthetic blight, reduced property values, potential fire danger, and yes, damaging health effects. Fiber is a faster, easier, upgradable, more cyber secure, safer to health, and more reliable and affordable. This is what we need in the ordinance. 1, signage on poles of potential cell sites with large lettering, easily visible from vehicles and passersby, posted immediately upon the telecom's request of permit. 2, no camouflaged antenna, wireless facilities, cell towers, however aesthetically pleasing, as people need to know that they are being exposed to RF radiation. 3, how can we ensure that the facilities are non-flammable when these contain batteries and or petroleum fuel, as well as flammable smart meters? 4, insurance coverage without a pollution exclusion so that their harmful health effects are insurable. 5, Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, compliance must be included, and the carrier must assume all liability and hold the city harmless. The ordinance should say that the WHO recognizes electromagnetic sensitivity as an illness under ICD code W90.0. 6, no co-locations for small cells on any structure. This will double the aesthetic blight, contribute to fire danger, decrease the amount of RF, and increase the electricity usage. 7, periodic RF emission testing needs to be done by an independent certified engineer, not a telecom employee or contractor, whenever a resident requests it, with results posted on the city website. 8, since technology is changing so fast, 10-year permits are way too long. 2-year-long permits are preferable. 9, include parks, walking trails, and community centers with protective setbacks. Dear City Council, please remember that you are accountable to we the people, not telecom corporations. Thank you.
Hello, this is Martin Miller. I'm calling regarding agenda item 16.2, the ordinance regulating wireless facilities. I do a considerable amount of work in Santa Rosa, and I live just over the border. First of all, I wanted to make the point of supporting fiber networks as opposed to wireless. The wireless approach is aesthetically unpleasing. It reduces property values. It's a potential fire damage. And there is a case being brought to the FCC. It was brought in January of late this year that they asking the FCC to reevaluate its safety standards, which have not been examined since 1996. There's lots of new reports have been brought in that says that wireless radiation is damaging both to health and environmental matters. Fiber is far faster and easier to upgrade. It's more secure, more reliable, and affordable. There's just no comparison. Next, how can telecom companies ensure that facilities are non-flammable as stated under Exhibit A, Design and Development Standards, VI.C? Small cells must be covered by insurance without a pollution exclusion. Americans with Disabilities Act compliance must be included, and the carrier must assume all liability and hold the city harmless. I strongly, if we have to have this wireless, I strongly support transparency notice for all residents, property owners, and occupants within 300 feet of a proposed site. This is going to be difficult on everyone, especially Americans with disabilities. No locations for small cells in any structure. This is going to double the aesthetic damage, contribute to fire damage, increase the amount of RF. And lastly, because the technology is changing so fast, 10-year permits are way too long. I think shorter permit times, perhaps every 2 or 3 years would be best. Thank you very much for your time.
Mayor, that concludes voice message public comments received on item 16.2.
Great, thank you so much. We will close the public hearing. There were a couple of questions that were brought up. I did want to give Gail and Gabe an opportunity to respond to a couple of them. One was specifically about the permit duration language that we have in the ordinance. And I'll read it. It says, a wireless encroachment permit shall be valid for a period of 10 years unless pursuant to another provision of the code or these conditions, it expires sooner or is terminated. What we also heard is that 10 years was the minimum under state and federal law. I just wanted to see, Gail, if you could confirm that, and if so, what are some of the conditions that might necessitate expiring sooner or terminating prior to that 10-year provision?
Thank you for that question. So first of all, let me just clarify what state law actually says, because I think we weren't given a full picture. What the state law requires, and this is in section Government Code, section 65964 B. It says, as a condition of approval of an application for a permit for construction or reconstruction for a development project for a wireless telecommunications facility, a city or county shall not do any of the following. And B is unreasonably limit the duration of a permit for a wireless telecommunications facility. And then it goes on and says, limits of less than 10 years are presumed to be unreasonable absent public safety reasons or substantial land use reasons. However, cities and counties may establish a build-out period for a site. So the part that wasn't conveyed in the comment was absent public safety or substantial land use reasons. And the reason we have that language in the permit conditions is that for eligible facilities requests, those applications that would modify an existing wireless facility, instead of a 10-year permit for an antenna swap out or an additional transmission equipment added, what we have proposed would be that the permit for that modification be the same length as whatever is left on the existing permit. So that I think is justifiable as certainly the substantial land use reason and just common sense and reasonable. So that's the sort of situation that we're talking about. And certainly a permit could be terminated early for issues like non-compliance.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that seems reasonable to me. One of the comments that was made was about the 1 month duration to be able to start. I'm missing or I'm blanking on the names, but more emergency related. There was concerns about, it sounded like procurement of some of the components to be able to start construction within a month of approval from the city. I guess my particular question is the ask from the telecom representative that the city is required to do this approval in a specific amount of time because of an emergency, but then asking for a waiver on them having to actually construct within a specific amount of time when they've said that it's an emergency.
So I think, Gabe, did you catch which provision? I thought that might have been a comment related to commencement of operations, which is permit condition 4 under 13-060.80 conditions of approval. And I should also just
Gail,
mention.
where are you looking in the ordinance, just so that I can follow along?
I'm looking at 13.6.80 conditions of approval under A4. I think that was the one that they were referring to, which says the operation of the approved facility shall commence no later than 1 month after the completion of the installation, or the wireless encroachment permit will expire without further action by the city.
And Mr. Mayor, that is on page 10 of the ordinance.
Thank you.
And I would concur. I believe that's what the comment was focusing on, was the commencement of service after the issuance of the permit. And typically, I will state on that front that there are certain timelines that require specific action by the provider. And one example would be, as we go through the permitting process, we want the activity under that permitting process and to happen within a reasonable time frame of the issuance of the permit. And it's pretty common to have those timelines associated with it. And if you don't exercise your rights, then it can have some negative impact on the status of the permit. I think the important point with that, and with the comments we did get from Verizon, is we are aware of those. We did not experience similar comments from AT&T, and we're really trying to balance those out. But I do want to stress the important points with this is that as we go into not really uncharted territories, but for us a new permitting process, it will have to be fluid on some of these. We'll have to figure out what works, what doesn't, if those timelines need to be extended. What we'll commit to, as I mentioned in the presentation, is prior to the end of the year, when we're able to get to those macro site discussions, bringing back some of those comments that logistically just don't work. And I think that's an important point to bring to the forefront, is that we are willing to allow flexibility in those. We just want to better understand where that flexibility is needed, and we need to run some of those permits through the process before we can fully get to that point.
All right, I appreciate that. And in particular on this section, the commencement of operations, it seems to me like there is an opportunity for us to build in some provision here to allow flexibility that would then hopefully, in the event that we needed flexibility, create a mutual playing field between the city and the provider at that point to help build a relationship there. And so perhaps we can talk about that once we get a motion on the table. The last one. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just going to make 2 other points on this. One is that this section of the code lists the conditions of approval, but it does say that these are the conditions that will apply to all permits granted pursuant to this chapter or by operation of law. So that would be a deemed granted situation where the city failed to act and there was a deemed grant. Shall be subject to the following conditions unless modified by the approving authority. So it builds in the flexibility in actually issuing a permit to make small modifications if that is deemed appropriate in the circumstances. So that's one point I wanted to make. And the second is with respect to this particular permit condition. This sort of issue has come up in other jurisdictions, and one of the modifications that sometimes is made is something along the lines of saying that, that this 1 month period may be extended by the director for good cause shown. And that's in a circumstance sometimes that the carriers will say, well, we got our facility in, but we're waiting for PG&E to put the power in, and that's why we haven't started operating. Those sorts of situations, I think that might be where Gabe would be willing to be flexible. It's sort of beyond the control of the permittee, why they couldn't start operations. So I just wanted to make those 2 comments as well.
And I think for the record, we would show flexibility in those areas. Obviously, there's a lot of pieces that come together as part of that process. We have had a history of working with the providers through the deployments that we currently have. So absolutely, if there's some logistical issue where those timelines don't work, that's a lot of times why we build in variances in those relief valves to be able to address that situation really at the staff level when it's reasonable to make that accommodation.
Okay, and Gail, if you could keep that language handy, because we may have some discussion on that. The final comment was around the current aesthetic standards that perhaps do not meet the technology or would be overly burdensome. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond back to that, both Gabe and Gail, on whether or not you've heard that from other providers or if there is any opportunity to reach some form of reasonable agreement with that provider.
So I'll go first and just make one comment with respect to the comment that the Verizon rep made on the volume in the FCC order. There was a comment that the volume limits in the design standards are less than what the FCC small cell order has for volume limits. And let me just explain what is going on there. So the FCC defined what a small wireless facility is in terms of height and volume of equipment. And it actually defined it as like 28 cubic feet volume of equipment, like very large. But a small, so that's the definition of a small wireless facility for the purposes of the shot clock. So if it meets those criteria or it's less than that, then it would be considered to be a small wireless facility with a 60 or 90-day shot clock. But the FCC order, as I also mentioned, allows local governments to impose reasonable aesthetic requirements. And so our interpretation is it does not mandate you to consider 28 cubic feet as a reasonable volume standard for aesthetic purposes. It's merely for shot clock purposes. And so I'll let Gabe talk about the standards that they came up with, but I just wanted to clarify that point on the record.
Thank you, Gail. And then obviously there's two different types of standards. There's more of the design and then the location. What we've seen in the design, and we did discuss this a bit in the presentation, is in the questions obviously too, is the undergrounding requirements. So when are those technically feasible? So that dramatically affects the overall design. Some of the other points that came out, which is one of the reasons why we need to be fairly nimble with this, is that the joint utility poles are controlled by PG&E, and the requirements associated with antenna placement, structures on that pole can change. So as those evolve, we have to have that flexibility in our proposal to be able to approve those types of installations, and we don't want to be necessarily overly restrictive because then it can create a situation where we're inconsistent with PG&E requirements. So most of the comments that we did receive on the design, obviously when we get into location requirements, that does add another layer. It does thrust the whole proposal into a limited exemption because some of those are going to be challenging to meet. So we did get feedback on that can be challenging from a deployment standpoint. We did receive feedback on the undergrounding requirements, which we recognize are challenging, and we will work through them. And then what was pointed out in the comment from the Verizon representative around the poles, we do understand that can change. So PG&E can change requirements about metering that can affect these. So we do understand that, and we will be nimble with those. Our concern is to keep these as aesthetically pleasing as possible and to put them in locations where the aesthetics in that area are benefited by not having them there, if we technically can do that. So that's the main goal. And I once again just want to stress that we did incorporate that flexibility for that very reason. So we tried to find this balance of being specific but being flexible at the same time.
All right, thank you, Gabe. I'll see if there are any other questions from council members. Okay. Councilmember Sawyer, do you want to put a motion on the table?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be clear that we do this correctly, the resolution speaks to design and development standards, and the ordinance speaks to rights of way. So if are the changes that you are considering, would you want them read in the ordinance piece or the resolution? And that might be a question for the city attorney as well.
And I believe that that particular language that we were talking about on the 10-year, or excuse me, on the 1 month to commence, that was in the ordinance.
Ordinance.
Yeah, it's on page 10, 13-06.80, section A, subsection 4 is specifically what was brought up.
So I'd like to be able to put the ordinance on, on the table, and then consider, I guess at that point, consider adjustments to it. So let me just introduce the ordinance and we'll go from there. So I introduced an ordinance to the council of the city of Santa Rosa, adding chapter 13-06 to title 13, streets, sidewalks, and public places of the Santa Rosa City Code pertaining to wireless facilities and public rights of way, and waive further reading.
I can second that.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Sawyer and a second from Councilmember Schwedhelm. And then Gail, if you could remind me what that language was, I'd like to offer it as a friendly amendment to the aforementioned section, which is the commencement of operations.
Gail, you're muted if you're speaking to us.
I thought she was just being very pensive.
So many buttons to push. I forgot to unmute.
It's a little odd for me to be suggesting that you needed to unmute. So it's kind of inside. It's an inside joke.
Oh, I see. So I'm not alone in this problem.
No.
Okay. Yes, I think it would be, okay, I have better line. Okay. This period may be extended by the Director of Transportation and Public Works for good cause shown.
So that's the motion. Councilmember Sawyer, will you accept that friendly amendment?
I will.
And the second?
My only question, should it be just that one person or his or her designee?
Good point.
All right, with Councilmember Schwedhelm's suggested modification, the Director of Transportation or his or her designee.
I would be supportive.
Or their designee.
I think in the ordinance you're using just or designee.
Okay. You're comfortable with that, Councilmember Sawyer?
I am.
And for the second?
Yes, I am.
Great. Were there any other amendments that council members wanted to seek? Okay. Do we have any comments on the motion? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the ordinance.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Council Members Fleming and Tibbetts absent.
Secondly, I introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa establishing design and development standards for wireless facilities in the public right-of-way and waive further reading.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Sawyer and a second from Councilmember Schwedhelm. I did want to make a quick comment just because I know that there was concern on the last part of this around the standards and not having reached agreement. There are opportunities built into the ordinance for some level of exception with finding of good cause or with working directly with the city. And so I feel comfortable that even though we have one telecom provider suggesting that they can't make it work, I'm fairly confident with our staff that we can find paths forward for them, as well as I fully believe that SB 556 is going to pass this year. And so there may be some modifications that we need to make to the ordinance and to the resolution in the beginning of next year when that goes into effect, that perhaps that's an opportunity for us, if we do have those changes, to also check in on the design standards to make sure that once it's in place, are we running into any reasonable roadblocks that we need to fix? And I hope, Gabe, that you'll bring it to us at that time if we need to. With that, let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Council Members Fleming and Tibbetts absent.
Okay. Thank you so much, Gail, and especially you, Gabe. I know the two of you have been working very hard on this, and I think we heard in public comment just how accommodating you've been and how much the public has enjoyed working with you. And congratulations to everybody who's been working on this for years to get this in place. The council is going to take a dinner break, so we will come back at 8:15 for items 15.1 through 15.3. And we'll be back at that point.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Huh? Okay.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Thank you. Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts, who are absent.
All right, we'll go ahead and jump back into our meeting. So we are at item 14, our public comments for non-agenda matters. We'll start in the chamber. Is there anybody who'd like to make comments for items that are not on the agenda tonight? Mr. DeWitt?
Hello, sir. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I wanted to congratulate the city on its ability to utilize this hybrid approach to conduct meetings in which you've been able to have people participate from afar and people here in the chambers. I hope you'll continue to do this type of activity on into the future, even after COVID may have been defeated. This is a good process which follows up on something that you passed in your open government ordinance, in which you sought a commitment to embrace a culture of open government to ensure public trust, engage the community, and establish a system of transparency, public participation, and collaboration. This process has been shown to be helpful along those lines. I wanted to talk with you about the power of a promise. I don't know if you remember the idea of when you make a promise, you're attempting to try and keep what you've said to actually occur. And with government, the power of a promise is very important, because if people believe you're not keeping the promise, they lose the trust in the government. That's happened for a lot of people recently. Not for me. I still believe in our government and in our system. But I do believe there are people who are being paid by the taxpayers who are not keeping the promise. This is especially important during this opportunity that you folks have labeled Santa Rosa Forward, in which you have a opportunity to look into the future for a general plan. General plans are aspirational. They're nothing but promises. There's nothing in a general plan that's required, actually. There's no stipulation that anything will be done, but there's the hope. And what's really important, though, is especially when you get money from state and federal sources, that you follow through on a process which is inclusive. And I feel, unfortunately, the Santa Rosa Forward process, the General Plan 2050, has been discriminatory and exclusive of disadvantaged, underserved, overburdened community members, especially the people in Roseland and South Park, who essentially are being left out if they're not on the Zoom train. So an example of this is that there are no neighborhood advocates on the Technical Advisory Committee. You may think that's no big deal. I've worked with general plans down in big cities like West Oakland, and it's been pointed out if you're not on the Technical Advisory Committee, you're basically on the menu and someone else is choosing what to cook on you. It's not a good process. So the process needs to be restarted with an authentic community engagement component that actually exists, not something that's just talked about by a paid consultant who's blowing smoke up people's tailpipes. We really need to have this true, authentic community engagement begin. It hasn't happened yet. And so I'm hoping that you folks will take that into account. I'm hoping to stay for the item later in report items, 15.2, depending on how many more hours we spend here tonight. But you got my message. I'm hoping that you understand that message is from a lot of people, in Roseland at least, who can't make it to your meetings, who can't be on that Zoom thing that everybody does these days. So, live up to what your talk is. Walk that talk about that open government. Engage the community.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. I'm not seeing any hands raised on Zoom. Do we have any voicemail comments?
We had no voice message public comments on item 14 or 18 non-agenda matters.
Okay, we'll go on to item 15.1.
Mayor and members of the City Council, item 15.1 is a report and resolution for approval of a disposition and development agreement for a low-income development property on city property located at 702 and 716 Bennett Valley Road and 921 and 927 Rutledge Avenue in Santa Rosa, California, with Freebird Development Company, LLC, and Allied Housing Incorporated. Jill Scott, our real estate manager, and Nicole Rathburn, our interim housing and community services manager, and Ethan Walsh with Best and Krieger will be presenting the staff report this evening.
And I apologize, Mr. City Manager. Before we start item 15.1, I did want to bring up item 15.3 on whether to add it to the agenda, not to jump to the item, but this is in accordance with the Open Government Sunshine Ordinance, a necessary step if the council chooses to add item 15.3. Madam City Attorney, could you please explain?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the council's early agenda policy generally requires that all items of business appear first on the preliminary agenda, which is published about 2.5 weeks before the council meeting, and then again on the final agenda published the week prior to the meeting. The early agenda policy, however, does provide an exception, and that is that an urgent item of business that did not appear on the preliminary agenda may nevertheless be placed on a final agenda and discussed and acted upon by the council if there is a showing of good cause and only with the concurrence of 6 council members or a unanimous vote if there are fewer than 6 council members present. So a showing of good cause requires a finding by council that as a result of exceptional circumstances beyond the control of the council, compliance with the preliminary agenda requirement would, quote, impose a substantial burden on the city's ability to conduct its business or result in prejudice to a private person. And tonight, item 15.3 was not on the preliminary agenda, but we are asking that the council take up that item tonight, despite it having not been on the preliminary agenda. And in fact, it's one of the cases that really falls very squarely within the provision for good cause. The circumstances are that on June 14th, the State Water Resources Control Board issued a temporary urgency change order ordering Sonoma Water to reduce its diversion from the Russian River by 20% starting July 1st, so just in a couple of days. That in turn requires that the Santa Rosa Water, whose water comes from a contract with Sonoma Water, implement a mandatory 20% community-wide reduction also by July 1st. So that time frame between the state board's order and the implementation date of July 1st did not give us time to place it on a preliminary agenda to then be considered by council. So we would ask that the council consider making the findings of good cause to allow item 15.3 to be considered tonight.
Vice Mayor?
I would like to make a motion to find good cause to add 15.3 onto the agenda tonight as an urgent matter.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Sweathelm. Are there any questions from council members? Let's go ahead and take public comment on this. If you are interested in providing public comment on whether the council should consider item 15.3, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom. I'm also not seeing anybody make their way to the podium here in person, so we'll go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with council members Fleming and Tibbetts absent.
Okay, we'll add that item as item 15.3. We'll continue through our agenda, 15.1.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Jill Scott, the Real Estate Manager, and I'm here today with Ethan Walsh from Best and Krieger Law Firm, who's helped us negotiate this, and also Nicole Rathbun, our Interim Housing Manager, who has worked on this from the beginning. And we are here to talk to you today about approval of a disposition and development agreement for a low-income housing development on city property, also known as the old Bennett Valley Senior Center Complex, with Freebird Development Company and Allied Housing. Next slide, please. Back in May 29th of 2019, the city issued a request for qualifications and proposals for a low-income housing development that was located on city property at 702 and 716 Bennett Valley Road and 921 and 927 Rutledge Avenue. Those are also known, as I said before, as the old Bennett Valley Senior Center Complex. Proposals were due back to the city by July 15th of 2019, and of the two proposals that the city received, Freebird Development and Allied Housing, collectively the developers, were chosen by council on September 24th of 2019. Then an exclusive negotiation agreement was negotiated, what we call an ENA, with the developer, and that was approved by council on May 19th of 2020. Next slide, please. And then pursuant to City Council's direction on price and terms, staff has now negotiated the terms of a disposition and development agreement, a DDA, in compliance with the city code as well as the city's stated housing objectives. And staff is here today seeking approval of this DDA from council. Next slide, please. So the disposition and development agreement includes all the prices and terms for the sale of the property and the terms of the development. So in this DDA, the city would convey the property consisting of about 1.9 acres to Freebird Development and Allied Housing. In accordance, the developer would build approximately 62 units of affordable housing on the property. The city will agree to sell the property for $1 on the condition that it will be used for affordable housing with the following restrictions. Approximately 50% of the units will be set aside for extremely low income, formerly homeless households or persons. Approximately 50% of the units will also be set aside for low and very low income households. Next slide, please. The affordable housing restrictions will remain in place for at least 55 years, and at closing, the city will record a regulatory agreement ensuring the long-term affordability of that property. And then prior to the close of escrow, the developer must secure all the entitlements for the affordable housing project, which they have already done, secure all necessary financing for the project, which they are working on, and be in a position to have to be able to pull building permits at the time of the close of escrow. Next slide, please. The purchase price of $1 really reflects the proposed development's benefit to the community and the furtherance of multiple city goals and objectives. Some of those are providing affordable housing at deep affordability levels, including but not limited to formerly homeless households or persons, providing supportive services to assist those formerly homeless households in transitioning from homelessness, helping the city in meeting its obligation to contribute to its fair share of regional housing needs, and repurposing underutilized city property for uses that serve a community benefit, such as this. Next slide, please. So with that, it is recommended by the Housing and Community Services and Transportation and Public Works Departments that Council, by resolution, approve the disposition and development agreement on city property located at 702 and 716 Bennett Valley Road and 921 and 927 Rutledge Avenue, Santa Rosa, California, with Freebird Development Company, LLC, and Allied Housing Incorporated, substantially in the form attached to this as Exhibit A and subject to city attorney approval. And that is the conclusion of the presentation tonight. And as I mentioned before, myself, Nicole, and Ethan are all here to answer any questions that council might have.
Council, any questions? Looking to my colleagues on Zoom, any questions? All right, let's go to public comment, and we'll start with folks on Zoom. Start with Gregory Fearon.
Hi, this is Gregory Farron. Okay, now you get to sit back, relax, because I'm going to pay you the best compliment, the strongest compliment I can give you in my memory. If there was a Mona Lisa of best practices in transferring land to create homeless housing, this would be it. And I'll tell you why I believe that. The biggest gap in housing for homeless, as you probably all know, is the gap between homeless services and homeless facilities, shelters, transitional, all the stuff we put homeless money into, and low-income housing and what we do with it. You have for lots of years been doing both, and the gap between them is huge. Low-income housing people, Burbank's projects, my projects, lots of others, we look at it as they're not really for homeless because, first of all, they have no money. And second, they're probably going to flake out after a while. That's the attitude of most of the property managers of the low-income housing you fund, okay? And the folks on the other side who are trying to prepare people have no skill to be able to prepare people to get into the low-income housing. It's a huge gap. Now, a developer like this who's willing to take the risk to put a permanent supportive housing component in it. And you, who are giving him away the land free, basically, have the ability to go deep into the subsidy. You can say, in effect, we'll help you go low. That's best practices like nobody in the state is doing, and I want to compliment you. And I have a particular ability to do that because 35 years ago, you did the same thing for me. You gave me a piece of property when I was an executive director of a permanent supportive housing program here in Sonoma County, Community Support Network, 4 blocks away from this. Down on Grand Avenue, you gave me a piece of property. We built a 6-bedroom house, and it's been used exactly like this. So thank you for taking another stab at doing what's right. And I hope we can do a whole lot more. I want to thank Jill. I want to thank Ethan. I want to thank Nicole and everybody who's been associated with this, because this is the right way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gregory. That's the only hand that I see on Zoom, so I'll bring it back to our chambers. Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland and also the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group. Totally supportive of this project. Would only ask that you put a stipulation for 99 years and not 55. And secondary to that, because this old South Park Elementary School once became a senior center, which was used a lot in that community, which is disadvantaged, that you work with these developers to also find a way for there to be a community type meeting room or community room that's available to the seniors in the South Park neighborhood. Essentially, they've been at a loss since you narrowed it down to only one senior center in the entire city over on the west side. So this is a good project. This is a good example. And to perhaps echo what Mr. Fearon just said about that city-owned property being sold for $1. Got a lot of other city sites that could be utilized in this same way. One that I think of is the former White House site, across the street from the post office, downtown, right in the center of our city, which has already had a study done over a decade ago showing that it could be used for something like housing. So, with this in mind, I ask that you folks put on your thinking caps and look forward about how to use other Santa Rosa surplus lands for housing. Over on Stony Point Road, there are a number of parcels where housing was destroyed by the city to widen the street, even though the community had pointed out you didn't have to. you could have widened the street within the existing right-of-way. After a decade, the road's been widened and parcels sit empty. Those could be parcels used for housing, just like this. As a matter of fact, some Roseland residents had advocated for that to move some Santa Rosa properties, some houses that had been bought with taxpayers' money, to those sites. But the director of Transportation and Public Works, I believe it is his title, he didn't like that idea, and those actually valuable housing assets were destroyed. And so you've got at least 7, maybe 8 parcels on Stony Point Road in which this type of model could be followed also. I hope Ms. Scott will work with the community and not against us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. I will bring it back. Did we have any voicemail public comments?
We did not receive any voice message public comments on item 15.1.
Okay, Councilmember Sawyer, I'll have you introduce this item for discussion. If you would unmute, please.
Would like to introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a disposition and development agreement for a low-income housing development on city property located at 702 and 716 Bennett Valley Road and 921 and 927 Rutledge Avenue, Santa Rosa, California, with Freebird Development Company, LLC, and Allied Housing Incorporated, and waive further reading.
Second.
That's a motion by Councilmember Sawyer and a second from the Vice Mayor. Are there any other comments? Councilmember Swedhelm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just so excited for this project, and I know Councilmember Sawyer and I joined 2 members of the Housing Authority that reviewed both of the development proposals, and this Freebird proposal was just excellent, and I'm so excited. This is really a gift to the community, and I think it will serve us, this community, serve us very well for years to come. So thank you, Nicole, and all, Jill and Ethan, thank you all for bringing this forward to us, because this is going to be a great asset.
Well said, Tom.
Any other comments? I just also wanted to echo those sentiments. Thank you, Jill and Ethan and Nicole. As was pointed out earlier in the evening when we approved our general plan annual review, we've only created 48 housing units in this income bracket between 2015 and 2020. So we're essentially almost doubling the amount that we've been able to do in one given year by approving this project and by continuing to move forward. That's really life-changing for the folks who end up getting into these units and are able to make it. So thank you so much for your efforts. And I agree with one of the speakers. This is something that this community should be considering more of. We have looked at our facilities index and our properties that we have, and I know that it's something that is directly in the interest of both our community as well as the city's bottom line for us to find properties that we might want to divest from and utilize those properties for other purposes, such as our priorities around homelessness and housing. And with that, Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Councilmembers Fleming and Tibbetts absent.
Great work. Mr. City Manager, item 15.2.
Mayor and members of the council, item 15.2 is also a report item regarding amendments to the open government ordinance. Sue Gallagher, our city attorney, Stephanie Williams, our city clerk, and Magali Tellis, our deputy director of community engagement, will be presenting the staff reports this evening.
And good evening, Mayor and council members. And I will mention that Ms. Tyus is not able to be here this evening, but both the city clerk and I are here, and we'll cover the proposals. So next slide. So last December 2020, the council adopted the city's open government ordinance, which set new standards for openness, transparency, and access in city government. The ordinance established new guidelines for early publication of agendas, for translation services, for disclosure of public records, for public access, and for community education. Recognizing the time and resources needed for implementation of the new requirements, the council provided for a 6-month transition period. The council set July 1st as the effective date of the ordinance, but did direct staff to begin implementation in the interim, and those efforts were undertaken. The council directed staff to report back on the progress, issues, and challenges, and our first report back was in last March, where in that March study session, staff outlined the status of a series of the ordinance provisions, including the agenda posting requirements, translation of agendas, the Spanish language interpretation of our council meetings, meeting requirements for the order of business. That had to do with taking public hearings earlier in the agenda and making sure that the public was well informed of any changes to the order of the agenda. We also discussed broadcast requirements, public access and comments, public records and data, and our efforts to educate the community on the availability and best methods for getting involved in our public hearings and in our other efforts. And then, of course, also gave an update on the enforcement provisions. Next slide. In that March study session, staff also reported on the cost estimates to that date, again to the date in March. And at that time, the costs were really focused around translation costs. So it's a translation of agendas at about $2,400 a month, translation of meetings around $2,000 a month, provision of closed captioning in Spanish for about $3,400 a month. There was also costs incurred in connection or anticipated in connection with the Citizens Guidebook that is underway and getting close to being done. Again, the ordinance effective date was set for July 1st. Next slide. Staff, though, back at the March meeting, the staff did report on some of the difficulties that were being faced, and particularly in connection with the early agenda requirements. And we come back today to provide some further updates and to recommend certain adjustments to the ordinance. We do continue to face challenges in the implementation, particularly of the early agenda postings. Our experiences since March have given us additional data and some better clarity on what the issues are. We had been hoping that after a couple of months things would settle down and become a more routine, and indeed that has not materialized. We also recognize now that there will be additional time and resources that are going to be needed to complete implementation of the ordinance. Under the current effective date, that would be all go into effect as of a couple of days from now, but we do have a series of elements that have not yet begun. So next slide. So this is really just a reminder of where we are on the agenda deadlines. Before the open government ordinance was adopted, our agenda deadlines were as follows. The preliminary agenda was required to be posted 9 calendar days before the council meeting. Supporting documents were posted with the final agenda, and the final agenda was required to be published 72 hours before the council meeting. In fact, as a matter of practice, the calendars were posted on the Thursday before the meeting. Under the ordinance, the new deadlines, the preliminary agenda is to be published 12 business days before the council meeting. Supporting documents are to be added to the preliminary agenda as they become available. And then the final agenda is to be posted 4 business days before the council meeting. Next slide. Those agenda deadlines from a staff's perspective are also impacted by the translation needs. So all of the agendas, both preliminary and final, are translated into Spanish, and that translation takes about 3 days, 3 business days. So from a staff perspective, the preliminary agenda language must be completed and submitted to the city clerk 15 business days prior to the council meeting. That's 3 full weeks, assuming no holidays. And the final agenda language must be submitted to the city clerk at least 7 business days prior to the council meeting. So 1.5 weeks before the meeting, assuming no holidays. Again, that's the final agenda language. Next slide. I'll just mention that the staff have faced significant challenges in those early agenda requirements, and I'm going to hand it over to the city clerk to talk about what her experience, her office's experience, as well as the experience of some of the staff from departments.
Thank you. The city clerk's office has come across some challenges, and the area of impacts that we have is the inability to respond nimbly to emerging issues and current events that council and the community may want to respond to because of our agenda dates, publication dates. Those cannot be submitted in a timely manner to make the prelim agenda for publication. Also, grant opportunities, there's usually a short window for applications to be submitted, and agenda materials based on the initial estimates of grant applications or awards are subject to change, and when information is changed, then we need to revise the agenda language that is posted. Related to contracts, with ongoing negotiations and revisions to reflect evolving terms, also requires us to republish the agenda when language is changed or information is added, and that's after the initial publication of the prelim agenda. And then collaboration and partnerships, the inability to respond quickly to partner initiatives. And then also appeals that are outlined in the ordinance, the general exception provided by ordinance, appeals are addressed. Next slide. So with all of that, the clerk's office has had to repeatedly republish the preliminary and final agendas to respond to changing circumstances, new information, revised documents, new documents. And what is happening, it's creating a burden because many times the agenda packets have to be published anywhere from 2 to maybe 10 times as documents become available. So just republishing the agenda has become a full-time job. And it's not just the republication, but it's also sending out notifications through GovDelivery to all of our subscribers that new documents have been uploaded or changes to a particular item have been made. And then there's also been an increase in the number of times that council has had to make findings of good cause to add an item to the agenda. Prior to the open government ordinance, this relief was used occasionally. But since the intervening 6 months, council has used to, counting tonight, has had to use that 8 times in the last 6 months. And then, and so that undermines the purpose of the early publication requirements because those items are not showing up on the prelim, the public doesn't see it, and then it's showing up on the final agenda. But what that does is in the translation, we cannot get it back to the translators to translate that new agenda item language in the Spanish translation. So then, so that's creating another obstacle in equity in the information that we are giving out to the public. I'll let Sue take it from here.
Sorry. And I will note, as the city clerk mentioned also, is that the republications not just are a very significant burden on the city clerk's office, but also with it being, new documents being added, documents being revised during that 3-week period for the public and for the council. It means that you have to be alert to the notices of new materials. You may have already read them before, now you're going to have to read them again. So it does create some disruption and potential confusion. I'll also note that under the current open government schedule, the final agendas are published on Wednesdays, and the preliminary agendas are published on Thursdays. So for the city clerk's office, not only are they republishing frequently, but they are having 2 separate days of publication of just primary agendas. The 3-week, in particular, that 3-week advance submissions for the preliminary agenda have caused a lot of concerns and frustration at the departmental level as well, and difficulties in coordinating that far in advance, having, as the city clerk mentioned, having the, if we're working on a contract, if we're working on a real estate deal, those kinds of things where things are evolving certainly over that time, but if we're under time constraints to try to get things moving, really has affected our ability to be nimble in what we're bringing to council. And to put a little examples to the emerging issues and current events in the last few months, we've had instances where we wanted to be able to respond very quickly and have the council take a position when there was violence against our AAPI community, and also the council's desire to be able to respond quickly when there were sexual assault allegations against a public official in the region. And those kinds of events are not conducive to that 3-week lead time, nor do they easily fit the criteria for the good cause exception. So with that, we would ask that the council consider whether the council would be interested in adjusting those timeframes for the publication of the preliminary and or the final agenda. Certainly you have a variety of options. You could keep the current deadlines. You could shorten the time frame for one or the other. You could shift to calendar days rather than business days. That gives also a little more certainty in terms of when the publication is going to happen. And for example, if we shifted the publication of the preliminary agenda from 12 business days to 12 calendar days, that puts us back to publishing the preliminary agenda the Thursday, a week and a half before the council meeting. That meshes with the original recommendations of the Open Government Task Force, and actually also corresponds to our prior practice. You could align the final agenda with the county. The county is now publishing, it does not publish a preliminary agenda, but it publishes the final agenda 8 calendar days before the meeting. That's on a Monday, but they do provide exceptions for certain types of matters, and in particular, any matters related to COVID are published the Friday before the Tuesday Board of Supervisor meeting. The other thing that you might consider, whether you're moving the weeks around, just to align the publication dates for the preliminary and final agendas so that they're occurring on the same day, so that the clerk's office, it would be less burdensome on the clerk's office to have those 2 publications going on the same day. And the next slide. We'd also like to ask the council to consider an extension of the ordinance's effective date. Although we have been working diligently, as the council is well aware, we've had a lot of other issues on our plates during the last 6 months. And so although we've made good progress, there are many elements that are still to be set in place, and that includes the shortened timeline for completing meeting minutes, the annual reporting for public records, establishing a complaint and appeal process for public records, consolidating the web portal. This is the idea that we're going to create a single web portal with all the city data to be available. That's going to be a significant effort. We have begun on education and training, but that is not fully on board yet. And the Citizens Guidebook is well underway, but it will take a little bit more time to finalize that guidebook. Again, it is nearing completion, but we have a few more steps to go. And then we have not yet established the forms and procedures for enforcement of the open government ordinance. So we are feeling that we need additional time and resources for that transition. And next slide. So in our staff report, we have included a recommendation to give a 6-month extension with direction to continue our implementation with the expectation that the ordinance would be fully implemented by January 1 next year. Of course, there are a whole series of alternatives. You could do the 6-month extension with a 3-month check-in, just as we did the first time. You could provide just a 3-month extension. You could provide a partial extension for only specified elements. You could say there's no extension and it's going to go into effect on the 1st. I will note that we are not asking for any of these measures to be taken as an urgency measure. We didn't feel that it met the standards. So in fact, the ordinance will go into effect on July 1st, whatever action you take tonight. But whatever action you take tonight, we will bring back for a second read if you decide to move forward. And so for a period of time, the ordinance will be in effect, but then it would be, then the effective date would be extended at that point. So a little bit of a curiosity there, but workable. So happy to answer any questions. Next slide.
All right, thank you so much, Madam City Attorney. My first question is just sort of a simple one, and it's for both you and our city clerk. You listed a number of different amendments that we could look at, including going back to the way that we had it, or having the preliminary agenda have a different date, but keeping the final. Do you have a preference in terms of both balancing the demands that are on your offices and also trying to maintain the community involvement and public input that the council values?
Oops. My recommendation, the recommendation that we have reached collectively is to have the preliminary agenda published 12 calendar days before the regular meeting of the council, and then to have the final agenda published 5 calendar days before the regular meeting of the City Council. That will align them both to a Thursday. We would also propose that all of the agenda materials be posted, to the extent feasible, be posted with the preliminary agenda. So we're currently, there are some agenda materials that are posted with that 3 week before, but most are not published now until with the final. Some are published midway, but most go with the final. It was our expectation going into this that the things would be published at least by the 12 calendar days. That also well meets our requirements under our settlement agreement in the Sierra Club case. So, and I invite the city clerk to weigh in on that recommendation also.
I concur with everything she said. We would continue to publish documents even with a changed publication to 9 calendar days prior with the prelim agenda. Documents would still be published that were available to be published. And making the publication of both agendas on the same day is also very efficient for our office to be able to create those packets for council and the public.
I appreciate that. And so council, I did ask that staff bring this item straight to council for discussion. We did, upon implementation, say that we would do a check-in before the implementation date on the 1st. And obviously we did have our check-in in March. I will say I've seen the impact on staff, and you all know that I value community engagement above most things. But I do recognize that on particular days, Dina's here until 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, waiting for documents to be able to upload them to meet our requirements. And I recognize that there's been a significant impact for our department heads as well. So I'll see if there are any additional questions from council members before we put a motion on the table and go to public comment. Councilmember Sawyer?
No, just comment. So I'll just withdraw my name until we're ready for comment. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Swidham?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just in the second thing, I think staff recommendation for the extension, both of you would concur you would like a 6-month extension with ongoing implementation efforts. Would that be accurate?
Yes, yes. Apologize for not addressing that, but yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll go to public comment, and I'll start on Zoom with Gregory.
Well, first, I want to apologize. My name is Gregory Farron. I was on the, I was an active participant in the Open Government Task Force's subcommittee, though I wasn't on the Open Government Task Force. But many of my friends who have been following this were, and I went before this meeting back through the same history that Sue has just given you. And it's clear that we have made progress. But the progress from what I remember starting the conversation with 4 years ago was, as Sue has described, we who are trying to understand what you're doing, and you, when we talk to you, were frustrated with the fact that Thursday at 4 o'clock before the Tuesday meeting was when we got the real information. There's real staff reports, and we could then dive into it. Now, since half of the staff don't even work on Friday, I mean, there was no one to talk to about what was being published. So we had from Thursday at 4 o'clock until Monday morning before we could really even figure it out, much less try to, lobby anybody to present their points of view. From Monday morning at 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock until 4:30, when you're asking us to put in our voicemails, is not a lot of time to be able to actively participate in government. So we said, back it up one day. We were trying to get you guys to do it by 4 o'clock on Wednesday. On Wednesday for the preliminary, on Wednesday for the final. One day. Now, I apologize for whatever this 12 business days stuff is. Nobody I've polled ever asked for that. And if we did, it was our confusion in not following up what was actually in the ordinance. Because the ordinance says 12 business days. I can see the city clerk and city attorney going bananas over the preliminary. I understand and totally understand and support moving the preliminary back to the 12 calendar days. But it's the final that we have, basically we're being asked, if you approve this, to go back 4 years and just accept the fact that it's going to be Thursdays again. And that's unacceptable. I mean, you can solve this by making it Wednesday. Just, make it like 6 calendar days and 13 calendar days instead of 5 and 12. One day. That's the least you owe to the citizens of Santa Rosa, to give us a chance to really understand, read, and comment on what it is you're doing. It's not a lot to ask. And I, again, apologize for whatever this 12 business days is, because I can understand from what they've described how really crazy making that would make. So solve their problem with the preliminary, but don't shortchange us on the final. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. The only hand that I have on Zoom. Do we have anyone in the chamber? Mr. DeWitt?
Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. I would ask that you not do this now, that you continue the item through and wait until the next 6 months to see how it worked out with staff. I believe it is a good thing to have 12 business days. And I did attend most of the meetings of the Open Government Task Force when it first started up. I also was in touch with Dick Day and the Sierra Club members when they filed suit to get the city to be more responsive to public involvement. It's not a matter of whether or not staff has too much work to do. I can appreciate that everyone has work to do. They're good workers. They can do a lot of things. I would ask that you basically keep things as they are with the business days in there. Don't model yourself on the county. The county is not tuned into good public involvement, and they don't care about public involvement. You folks are trying to do a better public involvement and an authentic community engagement. With that in mind, some of the stipulations are important. At 1-10.030, C, that letter, it states hard copies shall be made available at the front counter in the city manager's office. That policy needs to continue. The last couple of days, I would go into the city manager's office to get information, and I was told hard copies weren't going to be available. They were going to use the little computer tablet and try to have that be the public approach. That's not the best way. Having a binder with the hard copies, with all the information there for people to look at each and every city meeting, that's really important. That's what helped to cause Mr. Harris to be pushed off of the Housing Authority, was when I came forward and pointed out that information was not being made available to the public in a timely manner. People were putting things in late and getting to go forward with that. The Planning and Economic Department does that all the time. So we're nowhere near getting to that open government approach that you and others have advocated for, because each little department has its approach, and that fiefdom runs it their way, and they don't necessarily care. By having this ordinance in place, we, the public, are protected, and that's what this is about, is a good involvement for the public. So keep it as it is for another 6 months. Let staff step up to it, and it'll all work out, I'll bet. When you say it's got to be done, people get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. I'll bring it back. There was Gregory's suggestion of moving the preliminary agenda to calendar days as opposed to business days, but maintaining that additional 1 day for the final. Would that work for staff?
I'm going to defer to the city clerk because it really affects their workings. Certainly moving the preliminary up a week makes it much more feasible for the departments.
It does. The only concern that I would have is the time required for translation services. In order to do that, as it is, we have our agenda review meetings on Monday, and we need to get that to the translation services by early afternoon Monday, so they can get it back to us by Wednesday morning for publication. And then the final agenda is Thursday to meet the 72-hour.
I'm sorry, let me clarify that point. As it currently stands, we send our final agenda to the translators on a Thursday, so we have it back 72 hours, which means we would have it back no later than end of business on Tuesday, so we can publish on Wednesday with the English agenda. For the prelim agenda, we send it to the translators Monday afternoon, as soon as we can after agenda review, so we have it back for the preliminary publishing on Thursday afternoons by 1. So it's a very tight turnaround in its current formation.
All right. Councilmember Alvarez, you have this item, so I'll have you put a motion on the table, and then we'll open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to introduce an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Section 1-10.030 of the Santa Rosa City Code and postponing the effective date of Chapter 1-10 of the Santa Rosa City Code, Open Government, to January 1st, 2022.
Second.
Okay. John, you had a comment?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. You know, when we were back meeting with the Open Government Task Force, dealing with the Sunshine Ordinance, et cetera, I think that we tried our best to accommodate as many of the changes as we thought we could. And we did have conversations around the possibility that we wouldn't be able to make all the changes we wanted to make, and that some of the changes we might make wouldn't necessarily hold because of certain practicalities and realities of what we do as council members and what our staff does to keep the community informed. So I see this as a compromise, and I very much respect the situation that our clerk finds her office in, and agree with the clerk and our city attorney on those changes that they feel are necessary to enable them to most accurately do their jobs. So, and letting it go for another 6 months, I think is smart. I mean, we took this amount of time to find out where the holes were, where the gaps were, where the difficult parts of the document that we came up with originally, and like I said, we knew that there may be some sticking points. So I'm more than happy to support the needs of our city clerk and the city attorney's office when it comes to making these changes, and I support their recommendation as the subject matter experts in getting these agendas to the community and the challenges thereof.
Vice Mayor?
I just want to say it is not my desire to burden any of our staff, but it is my desire to be transparent for the public. So I am on board for finding a compromise so that we can get both things done. And I think by allowing the staff to have additional time to find that nice, comfy compromise is a good idea instead of rushing into something that we really don't have the manpower to fulfill and continue. I don't think that has the desired effect.
I agree, and I think shifting from the business days to the calendar days on the preliminary is going to relieve a lot of stress for staff, particularly on the preliminary. I am going to offer a friendly amendment and see if we can't find that compromise from what we're hearing from staff and what we're hearing from the public to have the preliminary agenda be calendar days and then have the final agenda still have that additional day so that it gets published by close of business on Wednesday. Because I do think that the point that was made by the public of having time to interact with staff and council members is important. And in my experience working with our city clerk and our city attorney and city manager over the last 6 months, it does really seem to be the preliminary agenda that is of the most concern, more so than the final publication. And if maintaining that one day for the final publication doesn't work, ultimately, we have another 6 months to muddle through it, and we have an opportunity at that point to have that honest discussion with the public. But so I'll make that as a friendly amendment and see if I can get a second.
I'll second that.
Or if the motion maker will accept it. Sounds like he has. Councilmember Sawyer, would you accept that? You were on mute.
Oh, geez. Yes, but I would is it necessary that we wait 6 months? I mean, if we really find that they're tearing out their hair in the clerk's office because of something that we think is doable, they're asking for a change. They're asking for a little bit more relief than we're offering them. I'm sure they can do it if we tell them to. But I would like to know in 3 or 4 months how it's going. I don't think I want to wait 6 months. If that's okay with you, Mayor, to kind of bring it back to us again without waiting a half a year, would that be reasonable?
How about a happy compromise, council member? How about if staff finds that this is unworkable, they'll bring it to the Open Government Subcommittee to be able to discuss and ultimately bring to the council?
Perfect. I accept your friendly. I'll second that friendly amendment.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
I have a comment. Our staff are so awesome. I kind of feel like sometimes getting them to say that we have asked them to do something doesn't come that easy. So you're saying that if they find that they can't do it, but I think that they just kind of, like John said, get things done. So I would just like them to check in with us in 3 months, regardless, just to let us know, because my goal is to support them as much as we can. So if we just have the firm, they check in 3 months and we go from there.
And as a point of clarification, do you mean us as in the full council?
No.
Or us as in the open government?
Open government works for me as long as they have a point of check-in.
And that's fine by me. Any other comments? Okay, let's call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with council members Fleming and Tibbetts absent.
And that collective sigh that you hear is from staff far and wide. Let's go on to item 15.3.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mayor, members of the council, item 15.3 is a report item regarding the adoption of a stage 3 mandatory 20% reduction in water use of the city's water shortage contingency plan. Jennifer Burke, our Director of Santa Rosa Water, and Peter Martin, Deputy Director of Water Resources, will be presenting the staff report this evening.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. As interim city manager Colin mentioned, we are here this evening to recommend implementation of stage 3 of our water shortage contingency plan. If I could have the next slide, please. Just by way of background and a reminder for the council and the public, Santa Rosa derives approximately 94% of our water supply from Sonoma Water, which is the wholesale water supplier for the region. Sonoma Water has the right to divert, store, and redivert water from the Russian River. This is governed by a state water rights commonly referred to as Decision 1610. In addition to their ability to divert water, Decision 1610 also governs the amount of minimum in-stream flow, or in other words, the amount of water that needs to be released by both Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma in order to maintain certain flows in the river. As most folks are aware, last year was one of our driest years on record. It was actually the third driest year on record. And this year, unfortunately, is shaping up to be potentially the driest year on record. We have been following water supply conditions very closely, as well as rainfall. We have been coordinating very closely with Sonoma Water, and we have been preparing for the potential implementation of drought conditions. Earlier this year in February, in recognition of the rainfall not materializing over the winter, Sonoma Water did petition for reduced releases from Lake Mendocino to try and preserve supply in that reservoir. If we go to the next slide, please. Although we have been messaging and following this closely since December of last year, and recognizing that it has been a dry year, coordinating and collaborating with Sonoma Water, as I mentioned, when the rainfall didn't materialize, we realized that additional action needed to occur. So on April 21st, the governor declared a drought emergency in Sonoma and Mendocino counties. Sonoma County followed suit very quickly after. And at that same time, Sonoma Water, working with their water retailers, decided that they would petition the state board to allow for reduced minimum in-stream flows in the lower Russian River, meaning that would allow less releases from Lake Sonoma, which is the water supply for the contractors of Sonoma Water, including Santa Rosa. And in doing so and petitioning the state for this reduction, they also committed to reduce their diversions from the Russian River by 20% compared to 2020 levels. Next slide, please. To help support the effort of Sonoma Water petitioning the state, on May the 3rd, the Water Advisory Committee, or the WAC, adopted a resolution urging all the water retailers and members of the Sonoma Marin Water Saving Partnership to reduce their water use voluntarily by 20%. On May 18th, we brought this recommendation forward to the City Council, and thank you to the City Council's leadership. You adopted a resolution requesting 20% community-wide voluntary reductions in water use. Next slide, please. At that meeting, we had also indicated to the council that if the temporary urgency change order was issued by the state and there was a required reduction in diversions from the Russian River, we would be back in front of the council recommending a mandatory stage of our shortage plan. And that is where we are tonight. On June 14th, the State Water Board issued a temporary urgency change order, in essence allowing Sonoma Water to release water as if we were in critical conditions, meaning they were able to keep the minimum in-stream flow requirements at 25 cubic feet per second in the upper Russian River and reduce the minimum in-stream flows in the lower Russian River from 85 cubic feet per second to 35 cubic feet per second, saving precious water supply in Lake Sonoma. In addition, as anticipated, the State Water Board also requested that Sonoma Water reduce their diversions from the Russian River by 20% compared to 2020. And this requirement starts July 1st in just 2 days. Next slide, please. In response to this reduction in diversions, Sonoma Water now has a water shortage. Section 3.5 of our agreement for water supply outlines how Sonoma Water will allocate water during a water supply shortage. This section of the agreement does take into account demand hardening and water conservation implementation by the retailers. But this section of the agreement also provides that the WAC, by unanimous vote, can determine an alternate allocation methodology. As I mentioned earlier, we have been coordinating and collaborating with Sonoma Water as well as the water retailers for many, many months on this and this potential drought. And on May 3rd, the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee to the WAC, brought forward a recommendation for a temporary allocation of water deliveries this summer, assuming that we would be in drought conditions. The WAC unanimously adopted this temporary allocation, and that is what Sonoma Water is using to allocate water to all of the water contractors, including Santa Rosa. These allocations vary from month to month, with the maximum reduction in any one month for Santa Rosa being 20%, less than what we purchased in 2020. Therefore, to ensure that we meet this supply shortfall, it is appropriate to trigger stage 3 of our water shortage contingency plan. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Director of Water Resources, Peter Martin. He's going to go into the details of stage 3 of our shortage plan, what it requires, and how we will support our customers to achieve savings. Peter.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. As Director Burke mentioned, I will be walking you through the actions being considered today for adoption and how we plan to roll out various response actions over the next few months to address the water shortage scenario. So first, you've probably just recently seen this slide, but what is a water shortage contingency plan? This council is uniquely familiar with the water shortage contingency plan, as you recently adopted an updated version of the plan alongside the 5-year scheduled update to the urban water management plan on June 8th. However, I just want to highlight the function of the plan, which is twofold. The state mandated plan helps the city be prepared for water shortages like we're experiencing right now by defining the levels of severity of the shortage and the corresponding stages of action. Our plan happens to have 8 stages, with each stage anchoring a commensurate level of reduction needed. The plan also identifies the corresponding response and actions needed for each shortage stage. Our plan identifies a variety of demand reduction measures and efforts, including outreach and education measures, prioritize customer service and assistance, and of course, prohibitions and restrictions to meet the necessary reduction in water supplies. The plan outlines how we'll institute compliance and enforcement objectives and how we'll monitor and report out shortages and drought measures to regulatory agencies. Next slide. So you can go ahead and advance the slide a little bit more. There, perfect. As I mentioned in the last slide, the plan has 8 stages. Given that we now know the allocations and shortage scenarios Director Burke just briefed you on, we're recommending the council enact mandatory stage 3 of the water shortage contingency plan today, consistent with an up to targeted 20% reduction in community-wide water use. I do want to make sure that it's understood that this stage includes a community-wide target reduction that will be achieved with various demand reduction activities collectively, and does not place targets on individual customers or households' use. We will be proposing to ask all of our customers to comply with several prohibitions and restrictions and strictly adhere to various water-saving behaviors that they may or may not be already instituting in their home or business to achieve 20% savings target. Next slide. So stage 3 of the water shortage contingency plan has several prohibitions and restrictions on water use that are necessary measures designed to help the city achieve a 20% reduction in water use this summer. Of course, our water waste ordinance is always in effect, which prohibits leaks or breaks in the customer's property and has explicit prohibitions on irrigation overspray and runoff from the customer's property. This is always enforced whether we're in a shortage or not. But stage 3 has several important prohibitions that will need to be communicated to the public should the council proceed with the actions proposed today. Those include strict limitations on irrigation between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. To reduce watering times and evaporative losses. And all outdoor hoses must be outfitted with shutoff nozzles. We happen to offer those free to customers. No washing of hard surfaces like sidewalks and driveways unless required for public health and safety. And restaurants are to only serve water upon request. Hotels and lodging establishments will need to message their guests about washing towels and linens upon request. And pressure washing with potable water is also prohibited with limited exceptions or with a variance issued by the department. Next slide. So the water shortage contingency plan also outlines ways that we enforce the prohibitions and restrictions in the plan. Our strategy is very simple. We take a progressive approach to enforcement and work to educate and alert customers to issues and provide them with information and resources to address problems as they come up. When an issue of noncompliance is found, staff typically follow up promptly via letter, phone, and sometimes hanging what's called an oops tag at a residence or business that opens the door for education and resolution of the issues. The vast majority of the time, the customer is appreciative and works well with staff to resolve leaks or water waste. Often, they don't even know that an issue is occurring. However, staff can progressively issue warnings and assess enforcement measures, including penalties in later stages of the plan, or also up to suspension of service if a customer is uncooperative or unresponsive. Also, I do want to note there are various procedures for customers that may have a health or safety need that is specific to various prohibitions and restrictions in the plan. Next slide. So I do want to point out too that the water shortage contingency plan identified that the council can institute a 7.5% water shortage charge, which could be applied on the customer usage charge, that being the amount of water per 1,000 gallons on each billing cycle. The water shortage rate structure, including the water shortage charge, was approved by City Council at the rate hearing in May, and is meant to address budget shortfalls associated with lost revenues due to reduced sales. Also, as outlined in the city shortage plan and pursuant to policy 57, Santa Rosa Water Reserve Policy, catastrophic reserves may be used to offset revenue lost due to mandatory water use restrictions. Although Santa Rosa Water will experience revenue losses due to anticipated reductions in water sales from this action proposed by the council, we recognized early in the year that the drought was a possibility and began planning for the possibility of reduced water sales. Santa Rosa Water thus incorporated a forecasted 10% reduction in revenues for fiscal years 2021 and 2022, and our undesignated fund balance, partially established to ensure rate smoothing and emergencies, is forecasted to be ample enough to address that short-term revenue loss. Therefore, in recognition of the challenges our community is still facing from COVID and additional challenges from the drought, Santa Rosa Water staff are not recommending the institution of the water shortage charge at this time. Santa Rosa Water staff are recommending the council authorize the use of catastrophic reserves through this action proposed today, if necessary, to address additional unforeseen revenue shortfalls for the Water Enterprise Fund that will occur from reduced water sales. Santa Rosa Water will use these catastrophic reserves funds only if revenue and undesignated fund balances cannot cover the cost of operations due to reductions in water use. We will, of course, continue to watch revenues and operational fund balances closely, and will return to the council to consider implementation of the water shortage charge if it is deemed necessary. Next slide. So I just want to kind of talk through some of the actions that are already ongoing and how we'll continue to proceed with a lot of our outreach over the next few months. Outreach is, without a doubt, the most important cost-effective tool we have for ensuring our community achieves targeted savings. We continue to work with our 14 partner agencies in the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership to execute our Drought is Here, Save Water regional drought campaign. This campaign is configured around a goal of helping customers achieve immediate savings in their home or businesses throughout the region. The focus is going to be on simple changes that can help our community save water immediately, including suspending or reducing outdoor irrigation, finding and fixing leaks, and replacing non-efficient water fixtures where possible. It's probably no doubt that you've probably already seen the high visibility signage popping up around Santa Rosa and various multimedia, radio, digital, and print advertising that will continue throughout the remainder of the year. Next slide. And also something we're most excited about is the recent launch of our new Water Smart portal. With the recent water meter upgrade project completed and all 53,000 water customers connected to advanced metering infrastructure, customers can now track and analyze hourly, daily, weekly, and monthly water use, including creating customized notifications for high usage and access various water-saving tools. You may have already seen a postcard in the mail from Santa Rosa Water this month, encouraging customers to sign up. Registration is very easy, and to get started, all a customer needs is their customer number, account number, and last billed amount from their water bill. More information is available at srcity.org/watersmartportal. Next slide. Of course, we continue to offer a wide variety of over 20 rebate programs for residential and commercial, industrial, and institutional and irrigation customers. We're currently messaging our customers to take advantage of our rebate programs by encouraging them to swap out that less efficient clothes washer, upgrade their irrigation systems, perhaps install a gray water capture and reuse system, and also rainwater harvesting systems, and maybe even going further and perhaps swapping out that lawn for a water efficient landscape. Many of these programs do require applications and pre-inspections, and our water use efficiency team is ready to help people save water in their homes and businesses today. We also offer free shower heads, faucet aerators, hose end nozzles, dye tabs to find and fix toilet leaks, and replacement toilet flappers. Next slide. We also continue to offer other technical resources delivered by our very talented water use efficiency team. Customers can request a free DIY home checkup kit. We continue to offer this as a virtual service until we can return to entering customers' homes. Customers can also request water saving devices and schedule an outdoor in-person visit by one of our WaterSmart technicians. When customers make these requests and audit their homes and businesses, we use these customer introductions to pair our customers with various rebate programs and more. Next slide. We continue to use our drought-specific website as sort of a catch-all to direct the public to the latest information on the drought, restrictions and prohibitions, and other resources. That webpage is srcity.org/savewater. And we'll just continue to ramp up our presence on social media, radio, and digital media. We'll continue to cycle through content and keep it fresh and make sure our public stays engaged. We've utilized and we continue to utilize direct mailings to our customers, along with information on bill envelopes and inserts to get the information out about the drought and program offerings. We too have been leveraging our employees as a resource and an asset, and educating and encouraging them to do everything they can to show our community that we're also doing our part to save water too, in addition to giving them the tools to respond to customers and the public as we move forward through this critical drought situation. High visibility banners and signage are currently being spread throughout our entire city, and we're seeing a significant increase in our online water waste reporting page and hotline. We're also leveraging partnerships with the Metro Chamber of Commerce, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Sonoma County, Visit Santa Rosa, and other business-oriented memberships to get the word out and also provide resources to those folks as well. Next slide. I just want to point out we had recently a very successful regional drought drop-by event on June 12th with Santa Rosa Water staffing a location at the county fairgrounds and other Russian River water agencies hosting 15 other locations throughout Mendocino, Sonoma, and Marin counties. This is our second drought giveaway event we've hosted this year. As you can see from this picture, Councilmember Sawyer rolled up his sleeves and pitched in, along with many others, to hand out more than 1,500 drought kits on that day. We have 2 more events that we're planning for the summer in other parts of the city, and we'll be announcing further details as they become available. And next slide. As far as targeted outreach, our teams are currently reaching out to our commercial, industrial, and institutional and irrigation accounts to inform them of the restrictions, potential restrictions, and water use targets. We'll continue to focus on outdoor water use because that is where the most impact can be made quickly this summer. We've got plenty of resources we are offering on how to reduce watering times without impacting a customer's investments in permanent landscapes. And we're directing our larger customers to our Green Exchange turf replacement program and other large landscape rebates. Our water waste patrols have been getting a lot of attention in the newspapers, you can imagine, and we've been out in the community since May, providing that service and getting out on the streets. We also have a whole series of workshops coming up through the remainder of the year that continue to focus on implementing low water landscapes and outdoor irrigation improvements. I just want to point out all this outreach has resulted in an enormous response in the community. We've seen a 500% increase in weekly volumes of customers requesting a variety of assistance and pre-approvals for rebates since March. Our water use efficiency team is very busy, and the department is, of course, pooling our resources to continue to deliver excellent customer service and resources. Just as we're kind of closing out this presentation, I just want to note that we've been here before in previous droughts, and the playbook has sort of already been written with regard to communicating with our community. We, of course, are grateful to our community for their previous commitments to water conservation, as evidenced by the fact that we have one of the lowest gross gallons per capita per day in the region. We're confident that we'll be able to continue to execute our plans this summer with the help of our residents and meet our targets for water use reduction targets together. And so next slide. So with that, we have a resolution for the council's consideration today. Santa Rosa Water is, of course, recommending that the council, by resolution, 1, declare a drought emergency. 2, adopt stage 3 of the city's water shortage contingency plan. 3, direct staff to implement the water conservation program as defined by stage 3 to realize a mandatory community-wide water use reduction of 20%. And then authorize the utilization of the water enterprise catastrophic reserve funds only if necessary. And last slide. Of course, I just always like to close and point out that we're here to help folks save. For Water Smart resources, folks can visit srcity.org/watersmart. And for the latest drought updates, you can visit srcity.org/save water. That concludes my presentation.
All right, well, thank you so much, Jennifer and Peter. Really appreciate the presentation, and I'm sad that we are at this point, but you had messaged us pretty early on that we might be. What I do know is that Santa Rosans, when they're asked to conserve, have come through historically extremely well and have met the challenge. You had a data point at our last meeting that, unfortunately, I can't remember it exactly, but it was since the early 90s, Santa Rosa has doubled in population and has only increased our total water usage in actual water usage. I think it was 15%, Peter?
It's actually decreased by 14% despite a doubling of population since then.
I've got it a little bit backwards, which is just incredible. So this is a community that's gone through this before. It is a community that is incredibly efficient, and I know folks are tracking that. If we do not hit the 20% reduction for our mandatory reduction, then what happens?
So great question, Mayor Rogers. We are working very closely with Sonoma Water to have as much data as we possibly can. So typically we get monthly data. We are working to have data on more frequent increments so we can know exactly how we're doing in comparison to our allocations. And if need be, we'll take additional actions, additional outreach, additional calls for customers, asking them to suspend irrigation. So we have a number of plans in place on what we'll do if we're not seeing the savings we need. As we continue to go throughout this summer, if we're not achieving those savings, we may be back in front of the council with a recommendation for a higher stage of our shortage plan. As we go higher in our shortage plan, our restrictions and prohibitions become much more severe and austere. And so we're really hoping that our community will be able to respond, save water now, and help us achieve this 20% so we can make it through to the winter and hopefully see some rains return and then determine what we will need to do to get through this next year.
Okay, thank you. Councilor, are there any additional questions? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So I think I have been speaking to you guys a little too much because my husband's green grass is now hay. And I've been telling him about this cash for grass, but it's not grass anymore, it's hay, because we just totally jumped on board. What happens with community members that have already started their preserving of water and not doing the outdoor irrigation? Is there anything that they can do in order to still take advantage of programs like that? Should they start watering to get a little green, or like?
No. Great question, Vice Mayor. No, please don't start watering again. We really appreciate the fact that you've suspended irrigation. We can look back at irrigation patterns. So what we would ask is if folks are interested, we have ways that we can determine if there was, healthy watered grass before. We can tell them what the requirements are for participating in the program and then help them with what they need to do to qualify and get the rebate once they permanently remove that turf and replace it with low water use alternatives.
Thank you, because I just think it's so important not for people to wait to get involved in programs like that, but that we just really try to get ahead of this and save water where we can.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel compelled to start my comments with drought is here, save water. But I do appreciate all the work that Santa Rosa Water has done, including your virtual background, Jennifer. And I think I know where that is. I wish it wasn't from our area. This is where it's happening elsewhere. And also, I do appreciate, I saw with some of the state language, they're calling it critical, because I remember, Jennifer, several weeks ago, I asked you, how would you describe it? And I think that might have been the same word that you described where we're at. So I know in May, I looked at drought is here, save water more as a suggestion, and now it's more almost like a demand. We need to do this together. So my question for you, I've gotten some comments from community members about ongoing construction. We have a lot of housing units. What is the plan, and how does this mandatory 20% reduction impact any ongoing, currently under construction projects?
Thank you, Councilmember Schwedhelm. That's a great question. And we do get questions about development. You know, one of the things that you saw not too long ago, Council, was our urban water management plan, where we really take a look at the projections and the needs for water supply to meet the needs of our general plan. In doing so, we do recognize and state very much in our plan that we have water supply under normal conditions and even under relatively dry conditions. Under single driest year conditions, though, we do have a shortfall, and we use our shortage plan to ensure that we get through that time frame. Right now, we are in a 20% reduction. It is incredibly dry. I will also note, though, that Lake Sonoma is a very big reservoir, and we do have enough water for multiple years. We're not down to, you know, this is just 1 year. So that's why we are at a 20%. In higher stages of our shortage plan, we do require new development if they want to continue to develop during times of water supply shortage to completely offset their demand, in essence, be water neutral from stage 3, which is 30% and above. So it's a 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, and a 4-to-1 offset of their new demand on the system. I will also note that new development is required to be incredibly efficient. So new development has to comply with what's known as our water efficient landscape ordinance, which is very minimal landscaping allowed and pretty much does not even allow any high water use plants, including turf, to be installed. And also has to comply with the Cal Green Building Ordinance, requiring them to be 20% more efficient than basically the high efficiency standards.
Thank you for that. One other question I had just regarding city facilities, specifically city parks. What happens to that turf in those locations as a result of this, if we go in this direction?
That's also a great question. I know Peter has been working very closely with the Parks Department, so I'll ask him to talk about what we've worked out with the parks. But I do think you're going to see that, you know, brown is the new green. Peter.
Yeah, we've been in contact with the parks maintenance folks for several months now. They are, you know, well apprised of the new restrictions, and they are a customer just like anybody else. So the goal is for them to reduce their water usage as well. So obviously they're going to do their best to try to preserve those things that provide the most benefit. But you know, that I leave that up to them to decide. But we're working very closely with them to help them, you know, work out budgets for all the areas. We continue to provide that service whether we're in drought or not. So, you know, we definitely have a great relationship with them and working closely with them.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to tag on to the Cash for Grass program in case people were considering it. There's one hitch. There's not a program to replace your lawn with fake turf. Then there are a number of really good reasons why they can't do that. But it really needs to be a low water use landscape, but not fake grass. So take that off your plate if you were thinking that will work in the program, because it doesn't. And there are, like I said, real logical reasons why they can't do that. I just wanted to cover that base because it did come up with one of my constituents.
Any other additional questions, council? Okay, we'll go to public comment. start with Zoom and see if anybody is raising their hand. Seeing none. I also don't see anybody in the chamber who is giving public comment as well. Do we have any voicemail public comments on this item?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay, then I will bring it back. And Councilmember Schwedhelm, this is your item.
Emergency adopting stage 3 of the city's water shortage contingency plan, directing staff to implement the water conservation program as defined by stage 3, requiring customers to reduce community-wide water use by 20% and authorizing use of Water Enterprise Fund financial reserves and waive further reading the text.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Schwedhelm, second by Councilmember Sawyer. Let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Council Members Fleming and Tibbetts absent.
Great. Thank you so much, Peter and Jennifer. All right, let's move on to item 17. Item 17, we have no written communications. We'll go to item 18, our public comment, our second public comment period for the evening. And I'm looking to Zoom. We have one hand, and that's Gregory.
Thank you, Mayor. Following on a conversation about hoping it was going to rain or hoping it will rain, I can't help but advise you all to look at the budget that was passed last night by the state. Because from my point of view, the state made it rain last night, and the trailer bills that are coming up today and Wednesday, Thursday are just going to add to it. I'm usually, someone once referred to me as a sort of a hope thermometer, that when I'm hopeful that they should be, or that, they should be prepared for, some money showing up somewhere. And I got to tell you, my thermometer is as hot as my hot tub right now. There are a lot of new programs that this legislature agreed to do, which blew my mind. I know, Mayor Rogers, you worked in the legislature closely with Senator McGuire. I worked with Peter Baer 40 years ago, and I've never seen a legislature that is taking as much risk as this one did last night. So I hope it shows up. They're all talking about, funding counties and cities and putting it in the locals. I hope they do that. I hope you guys continue to work with the county in the continuum of care, because it's going to take all of us to be able to figure out how to do this right. And it's a chance I don't want us to miss. I have confidence in all of you, and I just want to let you know that it's coming.
Thank you for those comments, Gregory, and I will piggyback on them for a quick moment. Gregory is absolutely right. There's a substantial investment in community programs, in particular in homelessness, in the trailer bills that are working their way through Sacramento. And in particular, I also wanted to do a special shout out. I had a chance to talk with Councilmember Alvarez about this yesterday, that our members of the delegation have also been able to secure an additional $1 million in the trailer bills for the Roseland Library, which is obviously something that we have discussed at this council dais quite a bit. And it's one of many things that are positive coming out of Sacramento for us to continue to thank our legislators on and to continue to work on and push here in our local community. On that happy note, we will go ahead and adjourn tonight's meeting, and we'll see you all soon.